You ever find yourself arrested for the murder of a police cop and decide it's the perfect time to complain about your nagging girlfriend?
Then she got a car and she got to complain, oh, you don't do this, you don't do this, you don't do this for me.
So y'all started arguing at her house.
Yeah, we've been arguing. No, we've been arguing. We just, the last been kind of rocky. Our relationship been kind of rocky lately. And it's always arguing. I said, damn, why do you argue so much? And her mouth is always just like going.
Women. Am I right, guys? In any case, this is Marvin Guy, and he's being interrogated for the shooting of a police officer. And from his demeanor and way of speaking, the detectives realize that Marvin doesn't quite understand the situation he's in. Attempts to explain it to him have mostly failed, but perhaps the detectives can bring it down to his level with a TV analogy.
Let me ask you this. You watch TV.
No.
You don't watch TV? You watch movies?
Just porn.
Just porn. Okay.
That's it.
Just porn. All right.
That didn't go the way detectives thought it would. Maybe YouTube?
Hey,
Come on.
I'm telling you the truth.
You ever watch YouTube?
I don't.
This Marvin Guy is a hard nut to crack. These detectives are going to need to employ every tactic in the book to get Marvin to open up. Maybe a little reverse psychology will do the trick.
You are one of the most remorseful people I have ever talked to.
Non-remorseful?
He said it right.
Yeah.
I am.
No, yeah, no. He's very, yeah, you are very
I am,
remorseful.
man. I am.
This is a fun watch. Enjoy.
In street. See, straight ahead as well. All right, sir. As I said, I'm Detective Brink. This is Detective Martinez. We both work with Killeen Police Department. Real quick, I'm just going to read you your Miranda warnings because you are in custody, and then we'll go from there, okay?
Why they busting my house?
We'll get to that in just a
Okay.
little bit, okay?
All right.
What kind of gun did you have today?
No. I don't know. I had two guns.
Okay. Which one did you have?
I don't even know. I was asleep. I don't know exactly what happened. I was asleep.
What two kind of guns do you have? Let me ask it that way.
He
You said you have two guns.
yeah.
Okay. What two guns did you have at your house?
45 and 9
Okay. And are they, they're both semi-automatics? Is that correct? Or revolvers?
Not the automatic. Yes.
Okay, okay. Are you working, sir?
No. I'm one.
Okay.
Where are you from originally?
East Chicago, Indiana. Chicago, area.
Okay. What brought you this way?
Well, my brother, I got out of prison. My brother then brought me down here, so I'm getting in trouble down there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When were you released?
I got out 2009 from federal and state custody.
Okay. Where'd you spend time at?
I was in Leavenworth Federal Penitentiary, Lewisburg Federal Penitentiary. There was somewhere everywhere, man.
Yeah. Leavenworth still rough?
Yeah,
Yeah.
All right. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to briefly rub this over each one of your hands, okay? So Shirley doesn't live with you?
No, she comes and visit me sometimes.
She a girlfriend?
Yeah.
She a girlfriend or she just
She's
a...
my girlfriend. We've been
Okay.
together for 4 years, but she didn't have nothing to do with anything. You know, and I'm kind of sad that I even said her name because the guy like he gonna shoot me. You know what I'm saying? So I was kind of scared.
Yeah, you'll talk about it.
I don't see her being involved in this.
Well, if she's definitely had nothing to do with it, that would be the moral thing for
Yeah,
you
she
to
had
do.
nothing to do. She was a sweet lady, man. She.
Okay, what I'm gonna ask you to do is to hold your hand with your fingers spread.
Did you meet her down here?
Yeah, when I came down here, yeah. I just, man, met her in the gym working out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said you came from where? You were staying where before you
East
moved here?
Chicago, Indiana.
East Chicago?
Indiana, yeah.
And what brought you down here? Family? or-
Yeah, family.
Okay. Put your hand over for
Brother
me.
and is he in the military?
Yeah,
Spread your fingers for me.
He retired now. Man. I thought somebody was breaking in my house, man. I know it's the police. Wow. Oh, is it just got on loudspeaker? Yeah, you know.
Yeah, that's what
Just relax this hand.
I don't know. They never got on loudspeaker.
Oh, okay.
I wish it would got on loudspeaker or something. I thought it was somebody breaking my house trying to kill me.
Okay.
You know.
Have you had any problems with somebody before? or-
Yeah, I'm always paranoid. Man.
How long have you spent time?
I did 23 years of my life in prison.
23.
Yeah.
And you're how old?
I'm 49.
Well, almost half your life,
Yeah.
man.
Wow.
And it's over now.
Spread your hands.
Look like it's over again.
Turn it over for me.
I just wish they'd got on loudspeaker and just like come out. This is clean police department.
Mm-hmm. Have you had any run-ins with?
I'm always, no, never.
You never
So-
been arrested here?
No, never. You know, that's why I was so pissed. I didn't know who it was. I
Spread your
thought-
hands.
Oh.
There you go.
I thought it was somebody, you know, I didn't know who it was.
Yeah.
I thought it was somebody, you know.
Yeah.
See in Chicago before they come in, they'll
Oh, did they?
they'll call and say come out the house now. They don't just like bust the window, you know, because they give you a chance to
Yeah.
come out voluntarily.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, just because it's something from my background, what I did. In prison, were you ever clicked up with anybody?
I'm a GD
GD? Okay. How long you been with GD?
all my life.
Are you? I have a little bit on GDs. There's GDs and there's black gangsters,
Yeah, black
right?
gang, yeah.
Two different. We're talking. That's two different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Man, Shirley, I don't want her in this, man. She had nothing to do with it. She don't know nothing, man. Wow.
What does Shirley do?
She works at Walgreens. And she takes care
The
of
Walgreens here in Killeen?
Yeah.
She got kids.
Yeah, man.
Y'all got kids together?
No, her husband died, and she just got a little daughter, man. And I was just, they can release her today. I wish they would, because she didn't have nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
Nothing.
You know, like Kirk the Brink said, you know.
Yeah.
We'll get through that. She's got a couple questions, and it's good that you're.
Yeah, I'm gonna own up to it because
Yeah.
I'm gonna be true. Only reason I didn't own up to it because he had the gun on my head telling me he's gonna kill me and this and that.
Okay.
You know.
All right. Well, these are the same rights I just went over with you verbally. I'm just going to have you initial here saying you understand them.
All of
Okay.
them.
Yeah, as I read them to you, just do it. Okay. You have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all, and any statements you make may be used against you at your trial. Hang on. You said you understand that, right? All right. The next one is any statements you make may be used as evidence against you in court. You understand?
Yeah, I understand all this.
Okay, I still have to do it, sir. It's protocol for anyone, okay?
Okay.
You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to and during any questioning. Do you understand? Okay. And if you're unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning. Do you understand? I need a clear yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And you have the right to terminate the interview at any time. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. And this last long sentence says you understand these rights and you agree to speak with us today.
Yes.
All right. I need your signature right here, sir. And the date is May 9th, 2014.
It was May 5.
Yes, sir. And it's 7:45 a.m. Yeah, are you out there for me, sir? There you go. All right. All right. Tell me what happened.
Well, I was laying down, and all of a sudden I seen some. But what am I being charged or anything?
No, we gotta talk.
Oh, I was laying in bed, and all of a sudden I seen stuff flying around, and so I thought somebody was trying to come
Okay.
you know, come in the premise.
What do you mean stuff flying
Like
around?
glass, the window broke, like
Okay.
somebody was trying to get in the house.
Okay,
So I just jumped up and grabbed my gun and started firing out the window. I honestly didn't know it was the cops or nothing. So
okay, do me a favor real quick, because I do not know how your apartment is set up. If you would just kind of show me where
Okay.
your front door is,
Okay.
your living room, bedroom,
Well,
and all that is.
the living room is right here. This is the front door, right here.
Can you just label this front door for me?
Okay. And you come in. This is the living room right here, and then there's a little hallway right here, and then it's a room right here. I was in this room right here, and there was a window on this room right here.
Okay,
A window right here. And me and her was arguing, so she was in the other room. We was arguing. So she was in the room right here, there was the bathroom right here. And she was in this room.
so a bathroom separates these two rooms?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And she was in this room because we was arguing and fighting and stuff
Okay,
like
just put
that.
me here then.
Me, and there was a bed here. I was laying in this bed. Bed right here. She was in here. I don't know what she was doing. She was in that room.
Okay, do me a favor, just write her out to the side showing that she's in this room.
Yeah, she was in this room right here. And this is the back of the house. Back.
And where's your back door at?
My back door, you come out of this room right here, and there's a little kitchen area right here, and there's a little laundry room right here, and it's the back door right here,
Okay,
back door right there.
so the back door leads into the kitchen.
No, to the laundry
room that goes to the kitchen.
This is laundry room. Laundry room, then the back door, then the kitchen. Kitchen. Oh, okay. This is the laundry room. Then this is the kitchen area.
Okay,
Okay.
okay. All right, so you're laying in bed.
Right.
About what time did you go to bed?
Oh man, we was arguing, man, because I told her I didn't want to stay in my apartment. She said, "Well, I'm staying here, because I want to stay here." And I said, "Well, I don't want to stay here. So we just arguing back and forth. You know what I'm saying? She said, "Well, I need some money. Give me some money." I said, "I don't have it. So we was arguing. So I think I came to the house is like about maybe 3 o'clock.
Okay,
I came to the house about 3, and she was coming back and forth from this room, arguing with me. So I stayed in the front room. I stayed in this room, and she stayed in this room. And when I went to sleep, I probably went to sleep about 3:30. And the next thing I know is I thought somebody was coming in to do me harm. So I just tried to protect myself, because then nobody announced that the police department come out. Then nobody say, "Well, get on loudspeaker and say this is the police department come out." You know what I'm saying? If they'd have did that, I would never grab a gun and start shooting. I just thought it was some neighborhood kids. Some guys kind of come in and do me harm. That's what I thought.
now you said that you woke up to glass?
Yeah, well, the window.
This one?
Yeah, this window. Yeah, the window went out like it's like
Okay.
like that. You know what I'm saying? And then I wasn't. It was just reaction. You know what I'm saying? And I had my gun in the bed with me. You know what I'm saying? It was just reaction when I
So,
seen it.
okay, so you said your head is against this wall of the
Yes,
bed?
yes.
Okay, so this window breaks.
Just window breaks, and when the window breaks, I see movement outside, but I don't see it's police. Did nobody announce it was the police?
Were there blinds or curtains?
Yeah, there was some blinds over there, and I just seen like movement when
Okay.
it broke, and then I thought it was somebody trying to run. I had a trash can, just trash can outside this window right here. I look, the trash can was shit. Well, right outside. I got this kind of wrong.
You want to
what I'm
redo
saying?
it?
Yeah, I just do a box. I'm trying to do a box.
Let me do one thing, okay? You're pretty upset right now. Just take a deep breath.
Oh no, I'm not upset.
Okay.
I'm just want to be truthful. Because I know it's over with anyway, but I'm just want to be truthful. You know what I'm saying? It's just like a square house. It's a square house.
Now, your bottom floor apartment?
Yeah, we're on the bottom.
Okay.
And okay, you first come in here is the living room.
Just put LR for living room.
Okay. And
So the front door leads directly into the
yes,
living room?
yes. So we got to do the front door right here. Okay, and it leads to the living room, and then it's a little. This is the kitchen area.
You just walk from the living room into
Yeah,
the
straight
kitchen,
to
then there's
the
no
kitchen, yeah.
wall, half
No,
wall,
no,
or anything? Okay.
And then this is the laundry room back here, and then it's the back door.
Okay, so put
Yeah.
kitchen right here for me.
Right. And this is the back door right here.
Okay.
Okay, and these are the two rooms. When you come out the kitchen, okay, it's a room kind of like this is the back room right here, and this is the bathroom, and this is the other room right here,
Okay.
and this is the window. Busted right here, and this I was in the bed here, and she was in the bed here.
Okay. Now, if you were asleep, how do you know she was in that room?
Oh, because that's what she was asleep. No, she was we was arguing, and she was
Okay.
going back and forth to the room because she was coming from this room to back and forth, back and forth. When I went to sleep, she
Okay.
was in this room.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I know
Makes
that,
sense. Okay.
And so when she went in the room, I went to sleep. And the only thing I know is when I woke up, when that window bust, I thought it was some people coming in trying to do me harm, and I just grabbed a gun and started shooting out the window.
Okay. Now, where was the gun at?
It was in the bed. It was in the bed with me, both of them.
I mean, like
I
under
had
a
two
pillow
guns.
laying next
No,
to
it was just
you?
laying next to me. It was just laying both of my guns. I always sleep my guns next to me. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because I'm a paranoid kind of person. You know what I'm
Shirley
saying?
doesn't mind you sleeping.
She don't. No. She don't know. I don't sleep with her with guns. When we
Okay.
sleep together,
The guns are elsewhere.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So she didn't know nothing, man. Only thing I know is I'm telling you just the honest God truth. I go to grave with this. If they would announce that this is the clean police department on the loudspeaker, that would have never happened.
Okay. So you hear this window break.
And I
You
just,
see movement.
this would happen. Out of instinct. When the window broke, I thought somebody was trying to come in and harm me and harm her. As soon as the window broke, out of instinct, it wasn't like I said, oh, it's the police. I'm finna try to do the police harm or something like that. It was just out of instinct. I grabbed the gun and started shooting out the window because I thought it was some neighborhood kids or something. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
So you stand up. You lay in bed and fire.
I jumped up. And I got on the side and I just started shooting.
Out-
But I couldn't see out the blinds.
Okay. So you're shooting through this window.
Yeah.
Out the front.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright.
All right. And do you say anything as you're shooting?
No.
I'm going to kill you.
No.
I mean, most
No.
people
No.
not go away.
No. It was just out of instinct. I was asleep, and it was just out of instinct. No one got on the freaker and said, okay, this is the clean police department, apartment C, come out. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
If they would have did that, I got Shirley and said, let's go out, baby. You know what I'm saying? Like that. They didn't do that. I don't know what protocol is, but they didn't do that.
Okay.
And so out of instinct,
I understand.
yeah.
All right. So when you start shooting, does Shirley come in to see what's going
I didn't
on?
know. I didn't even see Shirley.
At all?
I didn't even see when I was. Well, what happened? I said I heard some more gunshots. I said, "Who is that?" And I ran out the room to go to the back door. In the process, I didn't even see Shirley in the bed. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a big bed. I just ran out and went to the back door, and that's when they put the lights on me, and I seen it was the SWAT team.
Okay.
But I did not know that it was the police. They did not call. They did not say clean police department or none of that. If they would have said that, I would have came out the house and it would have been it.
So you fire how many times do you think?
I don't know.
What, you don't know which gun you fired with?
I don't know. I don't even know that either.
Did you use both or one?
No, I just grabbed one gun.
Okay.
I don't know which one I grabbed. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so you shoot out the window. Do you know if you emptied your gun or?
No, I don't know. I don't know none of that, man.
Okay, all right. So at what point do you turn and go to the back door? What makes you leave from firing here to go to the back door?
Well, what happened was when I fired out the window, I came out the room and I ran to the back door to see who it was because I always said in my mind, if somebody tried to come in the house and hurt me, I always used the back door as an exit to get away.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So I just thought it was, like I said, I thought it was people, man, some people coming around me, man, I wish I knew the protocol, all that, but if they would have just said clean police department, they did not say nothing like that. You know
Did you ever shoot out this way out the back door?
No, because what happened, after I shot a few times, I dropped the gun and I tried to just go out the back door. That's it.
So where do you think you dropped the gun?
I don't know. I don't even know.
Inside your apartment?
It was in the room. It was in this room. It had to be in the room. It was in the room that I was in.
So why would,
Everything transpired in this room.
okay, why would you drop your gun if you think there's people outside and you're gonna run out? I mean, how do you know they're
Well, I
not?
always that's what I always said. I always said that if somebody come try to hurt me or run out, I'm gonna go out the back door. It's just my thought. You know what I'm saying? My process.
Okay.
You know, that's just my thought process. That's it. You know, like I said, if they would have said they was a clean police department, if they'd shined the light on the house and got on the loudspeaker and said this is a clean police, come out, I would have came out, no problem.
Why do you think police would have even been there?
I don't know. That's what I asked you. Now that's the question I asked you.
Okay.
I said, well, why did the police break in my house? You said, okay, we'll tell you that.
Okay. So when you run from this room back here, you don't see Shirley at all?
Nah, I didn't even see it.
Is this bedroom door closed? Do you
Yeah,
have?
it was open, but the bed is so big and it's like big pillows, and she's so little, so I didn't see her in the bed. But I know she didn't have nothing to do with it. She knew nothing about it or none of that. So everything was me. Everything was me. You know what I'm saying? Everything was me. Shirley had nothing to do with it. Everything was me. You know what I'm saying? She had nothing to do with nothing that I do. She had nothing to do with nothing. She was just my girlfriend, and that's that.
How often does she stay the night at your apartment?
Not much, because we fight all the time. So, after 4 years, it's just a constant fight every day, argument, every day. So she never stayed in my apartment too much, but she was just, so for some reason, the night she wanted to stay. And I was like, well, I don't want to stay there. And she's like, well, I'm staying here. I'm trying to get away. And I said, well, all right. And then I said, well, I don't want to leave in my apartment by herself. And then I came home. Because first I was riding around in my car, and I was going to sleep in my car. You know what I'm saying? So and then I said, well, I can't leave her there because I don't want nobody. There was a guy across the street, looked like they was surveillance my apartment, some guys over there. I kept telling Shirley, I said, some guys over there look like they're surveilling our apartment. You can ask her this. Mm-hmm. And she was like, yeah. She said, what? She said, you're just paranoid. I said, baby, that car is never there. Those guys look like they're sitting in the car, surveilling, watching the apartment. And she said, ain't nobody watching no apartment, woo-woo. So,
Why do you think that guy?
I'm just a paranoid schizophrenic. Man.
Okay.
It comes from being in prison.
What did they look like?
Oh, it was just, they said the guy's a short black guy, but the other day, I got a bad feeling from him because he pulled out, burnt out in my parking lot, looking at me all crazy and all that. And that's what I was telling her. I was like, Shirley, there's some guys over there surveilling our apartment. That's why the whole reason why I was in the front room, because I was watching over there across right there. It was like a Ford, brown Ford, and it never was over there. You know what I'm saying? And so that's actually who I thought could have been him and some of his friends that was trying to get in my apartment. Yeah. That's what I went to bed thinking that. So when I went to bed thinking that somebody's gonna try to get in my house, when that happened, you know what I'm saying? I just grabbed the gun and started shooting. Believe me, I'm not trying to shoot a police officer.
Okay. Help me understand this, Marvin, because I understand your point. If you say you're in sleep and you hear glass break,
Yeah.
I understand that. What I'm a little bit confused about is you say you shoot out the window and you hear fire, but you drop your gun. You heard fire outside, shooting outside.
Yeah, I heard shooting outside.
But you dropped your gun and you run out the back door.
I just dropped.
When you're in prison, why would you drop your gun?
But see, I always said, this is what I always said. I said, listen, if somebody ever comes to try to rob me, do something me harm, I'm gonna, shoot. You know what I'm saying? Because my apartment, I always keep the chair up to the door.
And I was just fixing to ask
Yeah, I
about your door.
always keep a chair up to my door.
You don't have deadbolts?
Yeah, but they got these guys that kick doors open. Okay. Deadbolts, nothing. So I always keep a chair up to my door.
What kind of chair are you talking about?
Like a little rock lazy boy like chair.
Like a big recliner type chair?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I just keep.
Then do you move that chair during the day and put it back where it belongs?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So
When do you realize that, or did you even know if you hit anybody when you fired?
No, I didn't. I didn't know that. I didn't know nothing like that. I didn't know if I hit nobody, and I hope to God I didn't. But I didn't know if I hit anybody. Like I said, I thought it was some people from La Vista, some kids from La Vista trying to kick my door and do me and Shirley harm. So I just did what an average natural person would do. Because, you think if it's the cops will say, okay, before they, initiate. The cops would say.
I mean,
he said,
you were in prison though. You've heard of people in prison who say, "Man, the cops just came in my house. They have the right to do no knock or no announce."
yeah, but where I come from,
Entries.
where I come from, they always, before they enter the house, they always, let you know that to come out.
At what point
They
do
give
you
you a
realize
chance.
police is at your house?
When I went to the back door and I seen the light, you know what I'm saying?
Well, how do you know a light is a police officer?
Because he said, police officers, get on the ground, get out and get on the ground. He
Okay.
announced it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So you go out the back door, you meet police.
No, they told me, this is what they told me. I think it was a SWAT team. This is what they told me. He said, get your fucking ass out and lay on the fucking ground. So I laid on the ground and they came up to me and then they reclined back. The SWAT team, they reclined back. They said, put your hands on your head. I put my hands on my head. Then they said, get your ass over here, get up and get over here and get on the ground. And I got up and I got over the ground. And the squad guy he had his gun on. He said, I'll fucking kill you, man. He said, who's hit? Is anybody hit? He said, I'll fucking kill you, man. I'll fucking kill you, man. He kept putting the gun on my head. He said, who fucking shot? Who fucking shot? I lied. I said, well, Shirley shot. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't want to tell nobody that I shot and they got a gun on my hand. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But I was lying, though. I mean, I shot, but I didn't think it was the police.
Well, I have to ask, did Shirley shoot?
Hell no.
You sure?
Sure, man, come on, man. Shirley was, she can't even
You
shoot
didn't
a
guard
gun.
the front and she didn't guard the
Hell
back?
no, man. Shirley can't even shoot a gun, man. She can't even shoot a gun, man.
So as far as you know, then, when you left your bedroom, one gun should have still been on the bed,
yeah.
and one
Both-
would have been somewhere
Yeah,
in that bedroom,
yes.
on the floor or
yeah,
somewhere.
Yeah, one should have been on the floor and one should have been in the bed. I don't know if I dropped it on the mattress
Okay.
or I don't know where I dropped it. I just know I
But
dropped
one
it.
for sure should have been on the bed because you said you didn't touch it.
Right, I grabbed one gun. I don't know which one I grabbed. I
Okay.
just grabbed one gun, and they both should have been in that room.
Okay.
And
So how long after you're out do you see Shirley come out, or do you see her come out?
well, they asked me who else in the house. They
Okay.
said who else in the house, and I told them Shirley. You know what I'm saying? And he said, I'm asking you one more fucking time. Who else is in the house? I said, no one's in the house. He said, fucking, if someone else in this house, you gonna fucking shoot you myself, man. This one guy, he was fucking amped up. And he kept saying, who shot? Who shot? And I heard officer say, this guy and this guy. I said, whoa, man, what the fuck? And I just thought it was some robbers coming in,
Let me ask you this. You said you don't work, correct?
Yeah.
You know my next question. How do you
Yeah.
pay bills?
Oh, do unemployment.
Unemployment from
yeah.
where?
I worked at Applebee's. I had a couple jobs, so I was, getting unemployment.
Okay. Sell any dope?
No.
Honestly, do you or Shirley's any dope of any kind get sold out of your house?
No.
Why do you think police would be trying to get into your
I mean,
house?
somebody could have told somebody that. You got jealous guys everywhere. You got these jealous kids, man. They get themselves in trouble and they throw other people's name in the wind, and say that.
Why would they pick you?
Well, because they jealous. I'm not from here. You know what I'm saying?
What kind of drugs you use?
I mean, I use drugs. I smoke weed.
Just weed. You don't do meth, crack, powder,
Nah.
heroin, none of that.
Nah. Just weed, just loud. That's it.
Okay, well, I mean,
Just
there's
loud.
got to be some reason for all those police to be at your house,
I don't know. That's
other
what-
than someone just lying on you about using drugs.
And that's what I'm trying to find out. I don't know. I don't know why. I'm telling you, I thought that it was some kids from across the street from Loma Vista trying to kill me. That's it.
Okay, have you had any beef with any of the kids across the street?
No. They just tell me all the time, all those kids over in Loma Vista are bad. You know what I'm saying? And this and this. They'll try to kick your door open and this and that. So I always been watchful of that.
And how long have you been living there?
2 years.
2 years.
Mm-hmm.
No problems with anybody in that 2 years, other than those two guys recently that you think may have been surveilling your house.
That's it. That's it.
Okay, all right. And you said what time did Shirley get to your house yesterday?
Shirley got there before I got there. Shirley had to get there about May. She went to the gym and worked out. I don't know exactly what time it was, but she came back and she went home and I was parked outside her house and she hitting on my window. Hey, what you doing right here? Where you sitting out front of my house? Leave. leave. You know, so I pulled off. Then she got a car and she got the plane. No, you don't do this. You don't do this. You don't do this for me.
So y'all started arguing at her house.
Yeah, we've been arguing. No, we've been arguing. We just, the last been kind of rocky. Our relationship been kind of rocky lately. And it's always arguing. I said, damn, why do you argue so much? And her mouth is always just like going. And she's telling me like, I hate your ass. I hate you, motherfucker. This and that, this and that, this and that. So, I mean, like I say, I'm being truthful, man. You know what I'm saying? And I go to my grave with this. I did not know it was the police. When the window came up, I grabbed the gun and I shot out the window. You know what I'm saying? I dropped the gun in the window and I ran to the back door. And that's when they announced that it was a SWAT team right there, and they had a light, and they said, "Get your fucking ass on the floor."
Okay.
And that's what I did. That's
All right. You said you were going to tell the truth today when we
Yeah,
first
I am.
made contact.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Because now obviously is the time to do so.
Yeah.
Police don't just show up at someone's house. Hang on, let me finish. Just because. Okay. You said you spent almost half your life in prison.
Yes. 23 years.
That's a long time. You said you got out of prison when?
I went in, let me see, was it 96 and got out 2010.
Then you went in for
For
what? What offense is what I'm asking.
gun and a gun case.
What
yeah.
gun case is that?
Indianapolis, federal gun case, federal statute.
Okay.
I went to federal prison.
For
Gun.
just having a gun?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
What else have you been in trouble for besides just having that gun?
Bank robbery, auto theft, burglary, But this is the most serious thing I've been locked up for, though.
Okay. So you got out in 2010.
Mhm.
Are you supposed to have guns?
Mm.
Why you got guns, man?
I mean, it's like this. I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. I don't want nobody to kill me. You know what I'm saying? And so, I mean, it's just the way life is, the street life, man. You still got to protect yourself. Whether they say you can have a gun or not, you still have to protect yourself, And that's just how I think.
Who would say that you have cocaine in your house?
Well, man, this is what I would say to that question. If probably the guy across the street, a lot of guys don't like me, but if they search that house up and down, they won't find no cocaine in my house. They won't find no drugs in my house.
Have you ever had cocaine in your house where they would bring police to there?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. If you find cocaine in there, it's good. It's no cocaine in my house. You know what I'm saying? I don't get down like that. But I know I can understand what you're saying. So basically, what you're telling me is somebody told the cops that I had cocaine in the house, and that's the reason why they came to the house. And I can believe that. But that's not true.
But why would someone say you have cocaine if you don't use cocaine?
Well, people say a lot of different things when they.
Have you ever sold small amounts to people? Is that why they would think you would have cocaine?
No.
Well, most people aren't just going to pick somebody down the street
They do.
and say, hey.
They do here. See, this is the thing right here. This is what I learned about Killeen. This is what they told me. They say in Killeen, if people don't like you, they will tell the cops something about you to have them run up in your house. And I said, really? Yeah, when I first moved over, they said, hey, man, listen, here, you a pretty big dude. These guys right here, man, they punks, they little punks. And you know what I'm saying? So what they'll do is they'll try to send the police in your house, you know what I'm saying? And say that you had cocaine, you did cocaine or whatever. So, that's on them.
Does Shirley sell any drugs at
No,
your
hell
house?
no. Shirley don't, man, listen, man. Shirley don't do none of that, man. Shirley is listen, I'm taking all this weight. I'm telling you the truth. You know what I'm saying? The part about drugs, I'm not going to discuss because, that ain't even the issue. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
because
that is the issue, Marvin, because listen, okay? That is why police were at your house.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Okay, they're at your house.
I didn't know that.
2 reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Guns, which you had,
But they didn't say guns. You said drugs.
and cocaine.
Yes.
Guns and cocaine. And that's why I told you now is the time for you to be honest.
And
Because if there's cocaine in that house as
No, there's
well
no
as the
cocaine,
guns,
no.
I mean, even if the cocaine's not there, they have the right to be there because you're a felon in possession of guns.
Yeah, and that's cool. I have no problem with that.
And if you were selling drugs, it would also make sense if somebody's breaking into your house that you would think they're there to get your drugs and you're gonna protect yourself for that as well.
You know, what I said is this, man, and I would go to the grave with this. I thought that somebody was scoping my house out, and I thought it was some hood guys coming into my house to try to do me harm. That's it. You know, I knew nothing about cocaine. I knew nothing about, you know, it was SWATs and the killing police officers out there, and that's the truth.
Your drug of choice was weed, you said?
Yeah, I use weed. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, you know, I really don't like discuss really everything that I do. You know what I'm saying? But I smoke weed, and I can tell you that. You know what I'm saying? And I can tell you this, man. If they would announce that they were the clean police, and you said, like you said, they got the right. If they'd announced that they the clean police officer and they got on loudspeaker, the bullhorn told me to come out, I'd have came out. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's simple as that.
Even though you knew you weren't supposed to have the guns, you still.
Yeah, I would still would have came out. I still would have came
Shooting?
out. Huh?
Would you come out shooting?
No.
You just have to
No, I'm
ask.
going to tell you something. I do not, and I repeat, I did never, ever want to hurt a police officer, nobody. You know what I'm saying? Only thing I want to do is protect myself from the hood people in the neighborhood who I think would try to bring me harm. That's it. You know, and that's the truth. You know? And you can twist it and try to, you know, figure out more about it, but I'm
No,
straightforward.
I'm not trying to twist anything. I'm just
No,
trying
I said,
to
but I'm being straightforward with you. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? You know, hey, that's what I thought. You know what I'm saying? I didn't see nobody announced nothing. It was just a reaction.
How much ammunition do you keep for your guns?
I don't. It's just. I just load, put 10. It's 10 in each one. That's it. You know.
So you don't have like boxes of ammunition
No,
or anything like that.
No.
So when you go to run out the back and this bedroom door is open where you say Shirley is, you don't tell her you need to get out of here or somebody's coming in?
No.
You run off and leave her in the house for someone to come in?
I didn't know. I didn't know what was going on, man. I didn't know what was going on.
But why would you leave your girl in there for
Hey
whatever is
man,
going on?
look. I'm just okay. Imagine a person just waking up out of their sleep, to their windows busting, and they thinking that some hood people are coming in to try to do them harm. You know what I'm saying? So I tried to get out the back door. You know what I'm saying? It was on her. It was like every person. She probably didn't even wake up. You know, she probably didn't even wake up. You know, I didn't holler or nothing. I just came through the house and went to the back door. That's it. You know what I'm saying? I looked, I could see the vision room, but I didn't see her. I didn't say nothing. You know what I'm saying? I didn't say nothing. So, you know, I'm being real. That's it, man.
Were you high when you went to sleep? Had you smoked any pot or anything? So sober completely, hadn't been drinking, no drugs, nothing like that. You have a phone?
Yeah.
Where do you keep your phone?
My phone was in the bed with me.
Okay. When you ran out, you didn't bring your phone with you to call
Nah.
police to come help you?
No. I mean, like I said, you know, everything's off instinct. Okay, you go to bed thinking that somebody's watching your house, you know, and you stand in the room and you looking out the window and you looking at a car. You know what I'm saying? And you say, well, that car's never been parked there before. And it got two guys and they just sitting in the car.
Yeah.
You know, so you know, that's the mind frame I went to sleep in, you know. And so when the window broke, I just grabbed the gun and started shooting out the window. You know what I'm saying? Because I thought, you know, that was the last thing on my mind when I was asleep, that these guys trying to kick my door in and try to do me harm or something. So, you know, that's what it, and it could have been them same guys called the police and said I was selling cocaine, you know. But hey, it is what it is, you know. And I mean, you know, it's you know, it's gonna hurt my family. It's gonna hurt. I mean, but hey, it is with, you know.
Well, you know, police don't just go to someone's house without supporting documentation that cocaine or some other drug is being sold from the house.
Well, you know, it's like this. This is how it is.
I mean, if you do it, you do it. I mean, it's that simple. Just be honest completely all the way around.
Listen,
Because they don't just show up because he points the finger at me and says, hey, Sharon sells heroin out of her house. They're not just going to come knock on my door, Marvin.
listen, I would say this to you, man. I would say this to you. If they find cocaine in my house, that's a story. That's a whole different story. But what I am sticking to is the issues or what happened. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so what I'm hearing is you have sold cocaine out of your house,
No.
but there's none there?
No.
That's kind of what you alluded to just now.
No. That's what you said. I said I'm sticking to
Well,
the
you said
basics.
if there is some there, it's a whole different story.
Yeah,
so.
but it's no. I'm not saying. I'm telling you that I don't have cocaine in my house. That's the bottom line. I don't have cocaine.
Okay. All right. So what are you thinking right now about what all went on today?
I don't know. I'm gonna let you tell me. I'm trying to find out if anybody get hurt or what.
Are you willing to write me a statement as to what you just told us, how you're laying in bed and you hear something and you think someone's breaking in?
No, I mean I don't even want to write a statement. I would just
No?
tell you this. No, I would just tell you this. I wouldn't want to write a statement inside a lawyer present because I have to be advised that what I'm saying, the statement that I make.
Well, I mean, it's just like what you just told us. You're laying in bed, you hear a noise, you think someone's breaking in.
But to write a statement, I would have to have a lawyer present so I can know what I'm saying
Okay,
exactly.
all right, no problem with that. So did you ever see Shirley come out of the house?
No, well, what happened was this is what I heard. They asked me who shot. I said Shirley did. Shirley did because he was scared me to get that gun on my head, and he was like he was gonna shoot me in the head.
And were you wearing this in bed? Your
Yeah.
t-shirt and shorts?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, and he said who shot? And he goes who? He said motherfucker. He just kept putting the gun on my head. So motherfucker, I'll blow your fucking brains out. He kept saying who's it? And then he said, look at me, motherfucker. He said, look at me. He said, I'm gonna kill your fucking ass. He said, who shot that fucking gun? I said, Shirley did. But I know I shot, but if a motherfucker got a gun on your head and tell you to blow your brains out, you a lying sis, you know what I mean? And that's all that was. You know what I mean?
And I have to ask this. Not supposed to have guns. Where'd you get your guns?
Off the street.
Off the street?
Yeah.
How long have you had them?
Probably about a couple months.
Not long?
Nah.
Now, you said that you've only been here in the Killeen area 2 years?
I think so. I think it's been like almost 4.
Because I was going to ask because you mentioned you'd been with Shirley 4 years.
Yeah, that's what I said, about 4. It ain't been 2, it's been 4.
Been 4?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Almost 4. August has been 4.
Okay, so we're looking at, it's pretty close to 4.
Yeah.
And you've been dating Shirley pretty much the whole time then?
Yeah.
Okay, and she's never lived with you at this apartment?
Well, she spent a lot of time there with me, and early on in our relationship, she spent a lot of time there, we spent a lot of time there, and then, it was back and forth, but, shit,
What do y'all argue about to have such a rocky relationship?
It's just, man, Shirley she's, her husband died, and he's military, she worked TDC, they're like, he was a police officer, she worked TDC, and, she just ain't got over the fact that her husband died.
How did her husband die?
I think he died of cancer, and she just ain't got over the fact, that her husband died and he used to take care and all that.
So he died before she met you?
Yeah. So she going through something, man. I know she's probably gonna die if they hold her in jail, man.
Okay.
Surely she's not very healthy, man. I just,
That was another
And then when I heard, oh, you asked me, I forgot to ask this question because you did ask me, how did I find out Shirley? Well, what happened after I told them Shirley was in the house? They got on loudspeaker and told her to come out.
Okay.
And when she come out, I heard her scream, so they must do on the floor or something, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And I heard her scream. That was the last thing I heard. Then I just seen her come in here.
Okay. And that was another reason I was asking you for a written statement. You're saying Shirley had nothing to do with this whatsoever?
Nothing.
That would clear her out of this picture. But that's your choice. Okay.
Anything to clear her, man, I'm willing to do.
Okay, so you don't mind?
Yeah, I don't mind
Okay.
because I know she has nothing to do with this. So a lawyer don't have to be present.
No, that you said
Because
you were
I'm
good to
saying,
talk
is this
with
going
us.
is this going to get her out today?
Well, I mean, we have to talk with her as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time somebody's at the wrong place at the wrong time,
But is she gonna know this? This is the first thing you're gonna tell her?
I'm just going to ask her what she knows, just like I asked you. I'm not going to tell her what you say.
Okay. Well, I don't know what to do, man. This is confusion right here.
Well, I'll tell you
Well-
this. Being truthful never hurts.
Yeah.
Anytime you start making stuff up, then you make yourself look bad and things get worse from that point. Just be honest. That's what you've been. That's all we can ask. Okay?
I think that's why she was trying to establish why police will be at your house. Because
Because of the cocaine. Yeah, because somebody said
sold
cocaine.
dope before, and you showing all this honesty, that goes a long way. But anytime you divert from that and start trying to hide a little bit of stuff, if it's dope, it's dope. We don't work narcotics, nothing like that. But we want to kind of understand what's going on through your mindset.
And we know, we've done this a long time, that people who sell dope have guns because that's the nature of the business. And that's why I'm telling you, you're not hurting yourself by saying there's dope there, because that's why police are there,
There's no
because
dope
somebody said.
Or you sold dope. I mean, they have to have a reason to go to your house, Marvin. You know that. I'm not educating you on nothing. You're from Illinois. You're a GD.
Yeah.
You know the game. We know it.
But you also know you can't be 3/4 honest and a fourth
That's my
deceptive, because if Shirley had nothing to do with it, we need to be able to say Marvin was honest about everything, because that's the nature of the
If
beast.
Shirley comes in here and tells us that you were selling dope, then that shows that you're only being half truthful. If you really want to clear her, we got to fully understand the picture of what was going on in your head and why police were there. We have to understand
I
that.
told you though. I said that I thought somebody was trying to kick the door in, and
No.
I was watching. I was
Right.
watching out, and that's the first thing I thought. I never thought it was police.
Let me ask you this. Because your son, you're kind of circumventing. You'll tell us everything that we've asked, but when it comes to drugs, you always get off topic and change topics on that.
And the reason why that is because in order for them to say that I was selling drugs, or in order for them to say that I sold drugs out my house, they have to be able to prove that. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have any drugs. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
in my
that's
house.
what the search warrant is for, saying that there has been proof that drugs have come out of your house. That's how you get a search warrant. The search warrant there is to collect everything. So that's why I keep telling you, Marvin, don't hold back. We don't care about the drugs. We need to understand why all of this happened the way it happened. And the first thing you said when you came, when we walked in there, was Shirley had nothing to do with this.
And she
Man, don't drag her down because you're trying to save face for you. If this woman absolutely had nothing to do with it, get her name out of this picture fully. Don't drag
But
her
they
through
ain't
this.
she's not gonna go home today though. You know.
She'll go home as soon as they can determine she has nothing to do with it.
Well, I mean,
But by you holding back, if she comes in here and she says, "Man, I knew this was going to happen someday. I told him not to do it," man, you're screwing her up. You're screwing her up. Don't do that to this woman you say you care about. Even though you argue and your relationship is screwed up a little bit.
I mean, you know, I have to have an attorney to advise me on this. You know, I'm keeping it real. Like I said.
All right, so you want to leave the drug issue out of it.
I mean, because you know, in order, you know, if somebody bought some drugs out of my apartment, I don't know who that could be.
All right, let's just do it this way then. All right. If you want to hold back on that, hold back, and we'll work from there. But for right now, go ahead and tell us the part where you're in the bed, Shirley's in another room, you never see her. As far as you know, you never saw her with the gun. You were the one that fired the shots, not her. Can you do that?
That's that.
All right. All right. This here is just saying at this date and time, these are the same warnings I read to you. Okay. Just put your initials on the blank in front of each number. This is your basic personal information, name, address.
But you know what? I would like to know the protocol. You know, I mean,
Protocol on.
you know, I don't know
listen,
protocol.
Listen. Protocol on high risk search warrants. No knock. It's for officer safety. Means they can enter any time of the day or night. They can enter unannounced. That's how it is in Texas.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Okay. And a lot of other states have gone to that as well. But that's why it's so important for you to tell your side of the story.
But it'd be a lot easier if somebody would announce themselves, man. You know, especially in the area.
I mean,
like you said.
there's pros and cons to both ways. You say if they would have done so, you would have came out. They don't know that. All they know is they're looking at a man who spent a lifetime in prison, who has weapons from what they're being told, which you did have weapons. They don't know you're just going to come out of that door peacefully. They don't know that, or any other person. I mean, bad situation, bad, went down as bad.
I'm
Bad
just, the
as
only
it
thing
could.
I can say, man, is, you know, I'm done. You know, I mean, I mean, like I say, man, you guys talk to Shirley right now, but I'd rather have a lawyer before I make a written statement.
Okay, so you don't want to do the statement then?
Yeah, I would rather have a lawyer.
right.
I would like to be advised.
All right,
you know
let
what
me
I'm
tell
saying?
you this. Is Shirley going to tell us anything differently than you told us about how all this went down?
I don't know what Shirley would say.
I mean, if you're telling the
Okay,
truth, it
yeah,
should be nothing
yeah,
different,
I mean,
right?
Yeah, but she's gonna tell you about when I said that there was a guy looking, watching, and all that. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know what else to say. But I told the truth.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay. All right.
I know I told
Anything else you can think of, excuse me, that we haven't asked you about that you think we need to know about this situation?
No matter.
Have you been linked up with any GDs here?
No, they fake. They not real. They not real.
I just want to make sure that
Yeah,
that would
no.
maybe lead you to think
No, they not real.
why somebody would be out to hurt you.
No, they're not. They're not real. Texas is not. It's not a place that's really real unless you're the TS, the Texas Syndicate, and stuff like that. It's real gangs. These guys down here in Killeen, they like flip flop. One day they say they're GD, the next day they talk about their blood. And
Well, have you hooked up with anybody since you've
No,
been down
no,
here? Not at all.
no,
Working
no.
solo completely.
Yes, I did. Man, my thing was to stay out of trouble. And I did good. Shirley kept me out of trouble, man.
How long you been unemployed?
Last time I worked was, I think it was December.
What happened? You get laid off for the
Yeah,
holidays?
yeah. What happened was they opened up a new place called Carolina House, and when they opened it up, they had hired a lot of people, and then they just started letting,
Yeah, they always do that. They
yeah,
always
right,
overhire.
and then that's when I started getting unemployment.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
What happened right on your arm?
Right here?
Yeah,
Oh, I got stabbed in prison.
in prison.
Yeah,
So it looked like big open.
yeah, prison fights. Ah man, look like I'm gonna die in prison now.
What do you think you would have done differently today?
Well, this is
You had a
what,
phone?
huh?
Could have picked up your phone, called 911.
Yeah, but this is what I think I did. If they'd announced, what I think I'd have did different. If they'd announced that it was the police, I'd have came out peacefully.
But you said you think you would have.
No.
Possibility.
Okay, well, let me say it like this. Let me rephrase. If they would have told me it was the police, I would have came out peacefully. You know what I'm saying? And like I told you, I thought it was some guys from Loma Vista coming on circle him to try to do some harm to me.
Why look?
Why? Yeah. Why did the Vista be coming to your house?
Because that's where they say all the bad guys is. You know what I'm saying?
But why would
Loma
they know
Vista.
where you would live?
I mean, it's just like, man, I be outside a lot and people walking by mugging and looking, When you come down that street, a lot of guys drive by and they looking at you, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, what's wrong with this guy looking at, Because where I come from, you get killed for that, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? So I'm like, why are these guys always driving by and when they come by, they look? They look at you like, with, smug on their face, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not from the South, you know what I'm saying? So, hey, man, do say just how they do it down here, man. They just, they don't mean no harm. They just be looking at you, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like,
Sizing you up?
I don't know, man. I guess you could say that because that's what I think in my mind, you know what I'm saying?
You're thinking that same thing.
Yeah, so, man, but God knows. God knows. I hope ain't nobody get hurt.
There's no other guns in your house besides the two you said you had in your bag.
No. Man, God knows, man. I hope I didn't hurt nobody, man.
I was just fixing to ask, how would you feel knowing
I'd
if
be
you had?
I'd be devastated because I don't want to see. I mean, the honest God truth. I don't want to see nobody hurt. You know what I mean? But I want to defend myself. You know what I mean? I want to be able to defend myself. But if I found out somebody hurt, it would devastate me. Because I'm not that type of person. I don't want to be known for that.
You ever shot anybody before?
No, never.
You ever stabbed anybody before?
No, just fight. I'm in fight. Everybody, I always fought with my hands, and even if another person had a weapon, I always use my hands. But, it devastates me to know that somebody got hurt, man. And I don't want to be known for that. I don't want to be known for that because I'm not that type of person.
What kind of person are you?
Man, I mean, I'm a type of person, man, just like to live day-to-day life carefree, you know, and that's it, you know, because this is gonna devastate my family.
Are they all up north?
Well, not all of them. I got a few family members down here, but most of them up north. But I can't believe it. You know what I'm saying? I can't believe this happened. It's like a bad dream. Mm. Did you tell me, did
Unfortunately, it's
anybody
not a
get hurt?
dream.
Did anybody get hurt?
Several people,
Oh,
several officers. That's why we kept telling you just to be honest about everything, Marvin. They were there for a reason. They had a job to do.
yeah, I never heard nobody, man. I never heard nobody, man. Never heard nobody, man. It was just straight reaction, man. You know,
It was what?
it was just straight reaction, man. I thought that somebody was coming in my house, man. I was just trying to defend myself. That's it. You know, but I don't want to try to shoot no officers, man. I don't try to shoot no officers, man.
Is your parking lot lit up?
No, I didn't see. Like I say, I didn't see. Only thing when the window broke, you know what I'm saying. I don't know if someone was at the door or what. When the window broke, I just thought those guys from across the street came. You know what I'm saying, to try to get in my house. You know what I'm saying. And that's what I was thinking. You know, I wasn't thinking about it.
Well,
Was
let me ask
officers.
you this. Why do you think those guys are coming in your house? What do you
I
think they're
don't
going to
know,
get
man.
out
A
of
lot
your
of
house?
guys, just a lot of guys, like I said, a lot of these guys just mug and do this and do that, man. You know,
What have they seen at your house that they would want,
I don't
Marvin?
know, man. You know, I mean, it wasn't.
I mean, I could understand if you
I
just
know.
carried a big screen, 50-inch screen TV into your
No,
house.
let me explain something to you, man. It's like this. I'm a type of person like this. I'm kind of paranoid a lot. You know what I'm saying? From being in prison.
Yeah,
And when I seen
always
those
looking over your
guys,
shoulder.
yeah, and when I seen those guys, man, I mean, I thought they was trying to come to my house, man. You know, like I say, I don't have any drugs in my house, man, or none of that, or nothing like that. So you know, it is what it is. But
Marvin,
you know,
did you sit up in your bed or did you stand up when you started shooting?
no, what happened was this. What happened when the window broke? I said, oh, you know, to myself, I said, these guys are trying to get in and hurt me. You know what I'm saying? And so I just grabbed the gun and I stood up to the side and I just started shooting.
So
out the
you
window.
so you did stand up.
Yeah, a little bit. I stood up, just started shooting out the window and stood to the side. You know,
Now, were the guns laying on your right side or your left side?
I was laying in bed and I was laying with my back toward the window.
Okay.
The guns was on the side where I was facing the closet. You know.
Okay, so they're like where your stomach is?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You know. And when that window broke, I thought it was those guys trying to get in my house.
Why do you
That's
sleep
it.
with two guns? Why not just one? Why isn't one enough?
I don't know, because one dude told me, "Oh man, when these guys come at you, you're so big, man. It's gonna be more than one." You know what I'm saying? And I like, for real? He like, yeah, man. You know, they'll try to hurt you, man. You know.
So looking at your photo real quick, you say that you're laying in bed, you're facing this wall.
Yeah.
You're rolled over facing this
Yeah,
wall.
yeah.
Window breaks. You stand up, grab your
No, I
gun,
just grabbed the gun first
grab the gun, stood up,
and just started
and you moved to this side or did you move to that
right here
side?
on this side of the wall. Right here. This
Okay,
the wall.
so this bed doesn't go against this wall?
No.
It's like in the middle of the
Yeah.
room?
Yes.
Different. Okay.
It's not all the way in the window. It's like a little bit off the window
Okay, where's your bedroom door that goes into the bedroom?
right here.
Okay, so you're standing here initially when you get up.
No, right here. This is the window right here.
I understand the window, but you get off on this side.
No,
of the
no,
bed?
no, no. I got it right here.
So you roll. You
I
got your gun
grabbed the
rolled
gun
over.
and I rolled over and stood right here and started shooting out the window.
Okay, all right.
But I couldn't see because the blinds were like, you know what I'm saying? The blinds, I had twisted them where they were up and I couldn't see out of them.
Oh,
know what
you
I'm
mean
saying?
like folded up
Yeah,
this way?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
You know, and so that's I'm like, you know,
'Cause I was under the impression that you got up here and were
No.
shooting from here, but
no.
you're facing this way. You hear the shots. You grab your gun. You roll over. You
Yeah.
get out of bed. You're standing up, and you're.
Yeah, shoot.
Are you shooting straight out? Are you
I
angling?
just started shooting like I just started shooting out the window. Pop, 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 pop. I didn't know who it was, you know?
Okay.
And that was it.
Did you shoot at the movement, the silhouette?
No, I didn't even see any movement. I didn't see no movement. All I know when the glass broke, I didn't see no movement.
Well, a while ago you said you did see movement after the glass broke.
No, I didn't see no movement. Only movement I seen was the shades, the thing moved when the window broke. That's it. I didn't see no movement.
You didn't hear
nobody
any
else.
other noise outside at
No.
that time?
After I started shooting, I heard shots,
Okay.
and that's it. You know, I just heard shots. That's it.
Okay. So then when you stop shooting, why do you stop shooting?
I just stopped and grabbed the gun, dropped the gun, and was trying to make an exit
And
out
did
the back.
you, which way did you go around the bed to leave the bedroom?
I stood right here, then I came past the window and I went through the door. I went through this door right here. I seen somebody had turned the light on in the living room because the light wasn't on.
When you went to bed?
Yeah, the light wasn't on.
Okay.
And so I came out here and I knew the light was on in here because I could see some light inside the room.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But I didn't see her, and that's when I ran to the back door.
No,
And
so this hallway goes all the way this way?
No, this hallway goes just to this room right here. Then you come out into the kitchen.
Okay, so you came this way, you
went
ran
out the
this
kitchen
way,
to
and
the back
straight
door.
back that
Right,
way.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. And then you opened the back door
And it was a light, and it was a squat. He said he announced himself. He said squat, clean. He said something. He said get on the fucking ground.
Okay.
And that's what I did.
Okay. Now, where is the bedroom door for the room Shirley was in?
Right here. Right here.
Okay, so the doors are kind of like evenly spaced across from the other?
Yeah, these are doors.
Okay,
That's the door to the back.
okay.
This is the door to the back door.
Well, actually, this door should go here because you have it on the bed.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, right there.
Okay, all right.
So you know.
All right, so the movement you were referring to earlier wasn't people that you saw
No, I
or
just-
shapes.
Yeah, I just seen the shades
It's
like
the shades.
yeah. When
Okay.
the window broke, the shades like shook, and that's the only movement I seen.
No voices.
No voice. I ain't hear nothing.
Nothing.
No, I just heard gunshots. That's it.
All right. Anything else you can think of, Marvin, that we need to know?
No ma'am.
All right. Well, you know we're going to talk to Shirley,
Yeah.
and we will let our district attorney know what was going on in your mind when all this went down, and they're the ones that ultimately will decide what charges will be filed. All right. With that in mind, we're going to have you escorted back over to the jail, and they will let you know what else they need you to do. Have you ever been in trouble since you've been in Killeen?
Well, I got into it with my sister one time.
What, like a domestic?
Yeah, and that's it.
I mean, just verbal or
It was just domestic.
little shoving contest?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
I'll be truthful with you guys.
All right.
Is Shirley all right, man?
She's banged up a little bit.
Banged up on.
Okay, before you go on again, I'm Detective Brink. This is Detective Martinez.
Mm-hmm.
Though the rights, the Miranda warnings that I gave you earlier are still in effect. Okay, you know what I'm talking about,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay, and you're still good with talking with me?
Yeah.
Okay. What I want to do real quickly is to kind of speed the process along out on scene.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be a lot quicker if you give us consent to go into your house. Do you have a problem with that?
In my apartment?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's not in there. It's not in there but the gun. Oh, she's banged up pretty bad. Are they going to let her go?
We're still working on that.
I couldn't hear because you said Cole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your middle name, Marvin?
Lewis.
Lewis?
No, Louis.
Okay.
Yeah, y'all go through it, man. You know, what time is it?
It is.
12:52. What time they go out and executive talk to us, you know?
It's your apartment's 1104.
Yeah, apartment C.
What time was it?
Yeah, what time the executive talk to us?
Probably we'll go a little later.
Man, Shirley all right, man? She just banged up bad.
All right. What I need you to do
What'd she
is,
say?
you know, we can't tell you that. You need to print your name, sign, and then your social. Yeah, she's scared more than anything.
Yeah, man. And what's his name?
Your signature,
Yeah, man. I'm so just man. I'm gonna hate
and then your social right here.
I just hate she's even involved in this, man. She ain't that type of person.
And is that 5? Is that a 5? Okay, all
They
right.
ain't went through it already?
No, sir. No, sir. I'm not sure what's going on, but all right. That's all that we needed to ask you right now. Shirley's she's okay. Like I said, she's banged up, so we're just waiting for. And we needed this just to kind of speed it up a little bit. So the quicker we get this, the quicker we can get her out. So
So what they gonna do? Put my furniture and stuff on the curb? And stuff?
no,
Oh.
no, sir.
They gonna get a
Can't
bond?
do that.
They get a bond?
Pardon?
They getting us a bond?
I can't make out.
Yeah. It's
That's
That's after all the
It's-
investigative process.
Did nobody die or nothing, did it?
No, not yet.
You know, I'm so concerned, man.
I'm glad to hear that, sir.
I just want sure.
Marvin, you remember me. I'm Detective Brink. This is Detective Harris. He also works with Killeen Police Department. As before, the same rights I advised you of earlier, they're still in effect. You're still willing to talk with me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. If you would, just kind of walk me through it again. You said you're laying in bed, and what do you hear?
You mean from the beginning?
Yes, sir.
When I came home, I noticed a car across the street. And I kept telling my old lady, I said, I think these people in this car is watching this house. And I just kept saying, man, somebody watching. So I was looking in the room, I kept watching it across the street. You know what I'm saying? Watching
From your room?
Yeah, from the room. I just
Okay.
kept walking, looking at across the street at the car. I said, I think they're gonna try to come in the house and do something to me, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So I said, I'm gonna stay right here and I'm gonna watch that car. So when I went to sleep, all of a sudden, window busted. And I just grabbed the gun and started shooting out the window because I thought they was trying to kick the car, come in the house and hurt me.
Okay. And you said that you didn't hear any noises or anything like that outside prior to the window breaking?
No,
Okay.
because I was asleep.
Okay. All right. And you said you'd been asleep about how long?
I don't really know. I know I came in the house about 2:30, 3 o'clock, something like that.
Okay. All right. And then you and Shirley were arguing for a little bit.
Yeah, she was going off and back and forth because we usually sleep in the room the same together. But for this particular night, I told her that this car never be in this lot right here, and it's in the lot, and I think two guys is in the car, you know. And so that was it, you know.
Okay. All right. You fired the shots. You said out the window
Yeah.
of your bedroom window. After you got up from the bed, you said you ran around to the corner and started firing outside.
No. I just got up. When the window bust, I just got up. I grabbed the gun, I rolled over, and I jumped up and I started shooting out the window.
Okay. All right. And then you said you don't know how many times you shot.
No.
And then what makes you stop?
No, I just stopped, I dropped the gun and ran out the back door. Cause I always told myself, like I told you before, if some guys come in and try to hurt me, I always said, well, I'm gonna make the exit out the back door. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what I did.
Okay. All right. And you said when you initially heard the glass, you look and you can't see.
No, I couldn't see because the blinds are still.
The way you had them folded up so the light wouldn't come in.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then you go out the back door and that's when you see a flashlight.
Yeah.
And what happens at the back door?
He said it's the police or something like that. Get your ass on the ground. I got on the ground. Put my hands on my head, and they approached me, and then they bagged back.
Right.
And
Okay.
then they said, "Get your ass up and come over here." And I got them, came over there, and they put me on the ground. That's me telling me, "Motherfucker, I'm gonna shoot your ass, motherfucker. Who did the shots? Who did the shots?" You know, and I was scared because I thought he was gonna shoot me, and I said she did, but I know I did. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
I was scared because he kept putting a gun on my head, and my head thought he was gonna shoot me.
Where on your head was the gun?
Right? He just kept putting the gun on my
Okay.
head up here, talking about motherfucker, I'm gonna shoot you. And then he kept telling the other person, he said, "Who got shot? How many shot? How many shot?" He said, "Motherfucker, I'm gonna kill your ass." So I was like, I had no idea it was the officers, no police, because I would never, do nothing like that.
Okay. Let me ask you this. When officers went into your apartment, they found like a walkie-talkie. What do you use the walkie-talkie for?
No, I've been here those. You know what I'm saying? I used to just play around with those. You know what I'm saying?
Who has the other one? Only one was found. Where's the other one?
What color was it? Yellow.
Oh shoot, I'm not even sure.
Yeah, I don't know. It was them just walkie talkies I had from a long time ago.
Okay, but there's only one there. Where's the
I don't know.
second
It
one?
should have been two. I don't know. It should be two there, but it's two black ones.
Okay, where do you normally keep them? Out, just sitting?
Yeah, just on the windowsill.
Okay.
I don't even get the charger for them. You know,
Okay,
That's
so you
fine.
said they don't work because
No,
you can't charge
right,
them?
right.
Okay, all right. All right, and nothing else, you can't think of anything else about this situation?
Nothing else, you know. Nothing else. I mean, you know, I would sleep, and you know, I wish they would said the clean police officers out here come out the house. You know, I mean, I came out. You know, I'd have woke up and said, "Hey, let's go outside." You know, but I was thinking that them guys was trying to, you know, come in and do something to me and Shirley, so I just tried to protect myself. You know.
Okay,
You know, I had no idea it was police officers or nothing until I came to the back door.
okay. All right, well, let me just fill you on a few things that's been learned,
Mhm.
okay? One of them is about the blinds,
Mhm.
okay? Obviously, the way the blinds are, they're not there, so you saying that the blinds were folded so you couldn't see anything outside,
Mhm.
that doesn't hold true.
You know, that's the truth, man. I mean, I couldn't see nothing. I couldn't even see outside.
And maybe initially when you heard a noise,
I was on the side,
uh-huh,
and when the window broke, I was on the side, so I couldn't see nothing. You know what I'm saying? And by me just waking up, you know what I'm saying, and thinking that somebody was trying to come in and harm me, I grabbed. I was on the side,
okay,
so
now
I didn't see nothing.
listen very carefully to me, okay? I know you've been in trouble in your life. You've been to prison. I understand all that. But those charges that you served time for don't even compare to what you're looking at right now, okay? You
Yeah,
listen,
man. That's why I'm being truthful.
listen carefully to me, okay? You live in the state of Texas. In the state of Texas, if a peace officer is killed in the line of duty, that's an automatic capital murder, which means in the state of Texas, you'd be eligible for the death penalty. Okay. You know you're not supposed to have the guns. You've already admitted that. Okay. Capital murder doesn't compare to going to prison for a gun charge.
Mhm.
Okay. Capital murder, one of two things happen. You go to prison for the rest of your life, you will never get out, or you can be sentenced to death. Police officers who were right on scene, outside your house, at your front door, at your back door, repeatedly stated, police, police, search warrant.
No, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear none of that.
It wasn't just said once, Marvin, it was said multiple times. So I need you to think very carefully, okay?
I'm telling you the truth.
Did you just not believe it was police, that it was someone trying to sneak in? But it's repeatedly stated, police, police, search warrant. So think carefully for me.
Okay,
Because we're talking about your life.
okay. Let me show you. And I'm being truthful, man. I didn't hear nobody say police, police. I didn't hear nobody say search warrant, search warrant. All I heard was the glass bust, and then when the window busted, I got up, I got done, I started just shooting out the window. You know what I'm saying? And because I thought it was those guys over there trying to get in the house. You know, I didn't hear none. No, I didn't hear nobody announce police, police.
Okay.
Search warrant. And I'm not saying that they didn't. I'm just saying that I didn't hear that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
The other specific about this case is that normally, if you're inside your house, if you're in fear for your life because someone is trying to come in, you have the right for self-defense. You would have the right to protect yourself.
That's what I was
Okay.
doing.
Two things you have to do though. One is you have to be able to identify what's coming in your house. So you have to know it's not a family member who forgot their key or who's coming in through a window because they can't get in through the door. So you have to be able to see
Yeah.
see before you start shooting. You didn't do that.
I understand that.
Okay. The other specific about that is because you are a convicted felon, you don't have that right to self-defense because you're not supposed to have guns. Okay. So either way, you're screwed.
No.
All right. So the options you're looking at right now, you can either continue to say that you didn't hear these police officers continue to yell and make it look like you just didn't give a rat's ass that it was police out there and you intentionally shot to kill them.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that they didn't say police. I didn't say they didn't say that. I said I didn't hear that. I said the only thing that happened is when the window bust.
Okay, how would you not be able to hear it if you're right here and they're by the trash can right outside your window?
I mean, only thing I heard was the noise. You know what I'm saying? Only thing I heard was the window break, and that's when I got up and started shooting.
Okay, what you told me you were in the corner of your house.
No,
Listen. Okay. Let's say you're standing right at the corner of your window, which would put you right about where you're at. Your window is about where he's sitting, probably not that far away, less than that, maybe 2 feet, 2.5 feet away. Okay. They're right outside your window. There's no way you could not hear them announce who they were.
I didn't. Because if that was the case, ma'am, I would have never shot if I'd heard him say police officer. I didn't.
Why would you shoot randomly out a window at something or someone you don't even know who's out there?
Because I told you when I went to sleep, and you've been asked Shirley the same thing.
I understand you thought you saw people, but when your window was broken, you don't know who broke your window or what broke your window. But you didn't identify them as those guys before you started shooting.
I didn't know if I was in a sleep.
That's why
in a sleep state.
Don't matter, dude.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm just telling you the truth. I understand what you're saying. I mean, everything you're saying, I understand. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, I was people across the street trying to come in and do us harm, and I was protecting myself. You know, if I knew it was police officers, I would never shot. You know, and that's the truth. That's the honest God truth.
Okay. Doesn't matter if it's police officers or not. You didn't have the right to shoot out the window is the point I'm making.
Okay, and I agree with that, but I was trying to protect myself.
Why'd you stop shooting?
Huh? I just stopped.
Why?
I don't know, I just stopped. I just stopped. I just shot.
Your name Marvin?
Is my name Marvin?
Marvin?
Yes.
Okay. So why'd you stop shooting?
I just stopped shooting. You know?
Remember, I asked you that earlier and you couldn't tell me either.
I just said
There's got to be a reason you stopped.
I just stopped. I never listen. The whole time I was shooting, I never knew it was police.
But if you are genuinely protecting yourself, you don't know if the threat or the target that you're just throwing bullets out there at is hit or not. Why would you stop shooting, drop your weapon, and run out the back door out of the very thing that you were afraid of inside the house?
Well, I don't know. When I always said this. I said, if somebody tried to kick my door in and hurt me, you know what I'm saying, I stay in this room with them and I try to shoot them and I run out the back door.
If the threat is on the outside of your house,
why do you run to the threat?
Why would you put your gun down?
When you say if it's thugs, if these guys are thugs and they come in your house, they gonna try to just come through the front door. That's what you're
Exactly, but if you run out the back door, how do you know? Listen, how do you know there's not 10 of those thugs? And when you run out the back door, they're running around.
Right. Well, I would
You
take
don't.
a chance. I would take a chance.
That doesn't make any sense, Marvin.
But
That makes no sense.
Why would you run out the door with no gun?
Well, I mean, I wasn't even thinking like that. I always said I was gonna run out because I thought it was those guys across the street. It was two of them in the car.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay. So you would just shoot out the window randomly, put the gun down, and then just run out the door unarmed
Yes.
to a threat that you were just shooting at.
Knowing there was shots going on outside too, because you told me that earlier.
Yeah.
So you put down a gun that you're going to use to protect yourself, knowing there's still shots going on outside. Come on, Marvin.
Man, I'm telling you the truth, man. I'm telling you the truth. I'm talking to you truthfully, you know, honestly. You know, I don't believe that you care right now because I know, you know, you're on the police side. I know you're on the police side. I understand that. But I'm telling you the truth. You know what I'm saying? What happened, I'll tell the judges.
Actually, what she's really trying to do is get the truth out of you.
That is.
Because that's part of the job that she has to do as well is to protect the innocent.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. And
So it's not about being biased here.
Mhm.
You know, what it's about is you're not making very much sense.
But that's what happened.
Okay, well, I
That's
mean,
what happened. That's what happened.
at
That's
what
happened.
point do you feel that you need to stop protecting Shirley?
Listen, this is what happened.
At what point do you feel you're not threatened?
Listen.
You
listen,
put your gun down. Why do you put your gun down? No, listen.
I don't know the reason. I just.
Why did you not feel threatened anymore? Why were you not scared anymore?
Listen. I was scared the whole time.
Then
know
why
what
would
I'm
you
saying?
put your gun
I
down?
mean, it might not make sense to you, ma'am, but is this what happened? Exactly what happened. I tell the same story over and over again to my grave because this is what happened. I was laying in bed. Before I went to bed, I was telling Shirley about a car I had, some guys I'd never seen in this car, and I thought they was gonna come in the house. When that window broke, I thought that was those guys. That's why I was
Let me stop you right there, okay? It wasn't Shirley you told about the guys. It was your brother, Fred.
Yeah, I told him too. Yeah, I
Okay.
told him.
Shirley said you two argued about the problems you had in your relationship. You never told her anything about any guys making you nervous. She absolutely denied that.
Okay, well,
Okay.
she denied. Well, my brother, I told my brother so. And she.
And that was
denied-
at 1:30.
And-
That was hours earlier.
You know, if she says this, if Shirley says that, that's on her because we was arguing anyway. But I did tell my brother too. I told my brother about it too. I did because I went over his house and I told him. I
Well,
said,
listen, when I talked to Shirley, I didn't tell her what you told me. She didn't even know why she had been arrested.
yeah,
She didn't know anything about that. I talked to her about all of this. It wasn't until the end that I told her why she had been arrested and she freaked out. So she
why you tell her
had,
she was arrested?
huh?
Why you tell her she was arrested?
Because she was arrested.
Oh, you just told her she was arrested.
Yeah, I told her the reason why. She didn't know the reason of all the shooting going on. She had no clue.
No, she was
So
going to
listen,
sleep.
the point I'm making is she had no reason to lie to protect you because she didn't know what was going on.
Oh, okay. Well,
Okay,
if she
so
didn't know-
you saying that she can say that, oh, these guys, and you said it was 2 days earlier. You didn't say it was when you went to bed.
Yeah, it was. I told my brother the same day. No, I told you 2 days earlier that same car burned rubber out of my parking lot. You know what I'm saying?
You said they were standing there looking
No,
at you.
no. If you look outside my parking lot, you see a burned rubber mark.
I know
That
that.
same car, burned rubber. He's looking at me crazy. You know what I'm saying?
You want to know what I think, Marvin? I think the reason you put your gun down and you ran is because the shots had stopped. You thought you had killed those police officers and you were running to get away.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I didn't. No, ma'am. That's not the truth, ma'am.
There is no way you can listen. Stop
Are
talking
they dead?
and
The
listen.
police are dead.
Stop talking and listen. There is no way you can convince 12 people on a jury that from here to that trash can, you do not hear 8 police officers yelling, "Police, search warrant, police, search warrant,"
asleep.
over and over and
Or
over.
asleep.
Then you shouldn't have picked up your gun and started firing.
When I heard the window bust.
Doesn't matter.
When I heard the window
Doesn't
bust,
matter.
when I did that. I never said.
And
that
after
they
the
did.
window was busted,
And-
listen, after the window was busted and you made the conscious decision to pick up that gun, stand up and start firing, they were still yelling, "Police, search warrant." So you were awake. There was no way you can convince anyone you didn't hear that.
I didn't hear
You can say it over and over, but no one's going to believe you.
it. I mean,
I mean, they don't talk. Search warrant,
if-
police.
if-
Those guys are yelling it.
if ma'am.
People 2 parking lots away heard them
Ma'am.
yelling, "Police, search warrant."
No, I'm not saying. I never said that they didn't holler police officer. I said to the jury, I never said they didn't holler police search warrant. I never denied that. I didn't hear that. You understand what I'm saying? When the window bust, I jumped up, thought it was some intruders, picked my weapon and started trying to protect myself. And that's it. You know what I mean? I had never heard a person say police.
So you're
officer.
telling me you intentionally picked up your gun to shoot something you could not identify?
I didn't know who it was. I thought it was those guys in that car.
Why would you
And
do
then my
this?
brother, I told my brother, I went to my
Why
brother's
would you
house.
shoot at something you don't even know what you're shooting at? Why
Because-
would you not make sure?
Because the car, I mean, if you're threatened and you feel threatened, you see a guy and you see some guys sitting in the car and you think they're gonna try to do you harm, and then your window busts, This is the first thing I thought. I said, these guys are coming in and trying to do me harm.
How do you know Shirley didn't decide to go for a walk and locked herself out
Well, you
and
know,
was banging on the glass trying to get you to wake up?
The window bust. It wasn't like a knock on the window. It was the window bust. When the window
She was
bust,
pissed off at you. Y'all had been arguing.
Yeah.
How do you know she wouldn't do that to get back in the house? You could have shot and killed her.
man, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, my story would stay the same. It would never change.
Your story can stay the
Yeah,
same, Marvin,
yeah,
but I
yeah.
will tell you this. When you fired out of that window,
I did
the
not
blinds were not preventing you from seeing what was outside because there's a big hole where the blinds had been. They were ripped out.
Yeah, no, I was on the side. You know what I'm saying?
You're on the side, you can still look out the
I
window.
couldn't see nothing, man.
You have the light from the searchlight of your apartment shining down, so there's soft light so you can see.
I didn't see.
And the officers have flashlights shining into your
I
bedroom.
didn't see. I'm gonna tell you, ma'am.
You said
I'm
earlier it was
telling you-
dark.
No.
It wasn't dark.
I'm gonna tell you, man. I'm gonna tell you again, and I keep the story the same. What happened was, I was laying in the bed. Before I went to bed, I did go tell my brother. I'm glad you said that because I did go tell my brother. I did say, man, there's some guys out here, and they in this car. You know what I'm saying?
And he told you, man, they're not watching you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's what he told me. Yeah, that's what he told me. I said, but they're in this car. You know what I'm saying? These guys in this car, and they watching my house. I said, I never seen this car, but I said, I seen it the other day. He burned rubber out of my apartment and looking at me crazy. And now he's parked across the street with him and some other guys in the car. But they was there earlier too. And then they was there again. And I said, I never seen that car there.
Mm-hmm.
And so, ma'am, I can understand, where you coming from, you know what I'm saying? And,
I mean, you're not
and
having any
respect-
trouble hearing either one of us
Oh,
talk
no,
right
no,
now.
no.
And our voices aren't yelling.
Well, ma'am,
So I don't understand how you could miss that yelling.
listen, ma'am, if I heard those people, those police officers, say they police officers, I would never fire my gun. If I heard them say police officers, ma'am, you making it seem like even though I heard they was police officers,
You shot him
yeah, no,
and you murdered him.
no.
That's pretty much what happened out there,
If
Marvin.
you shot out the window and you didn't know who it was, whether you heard him or not, you did it.
I didn't know they was police officers.
And then you thought you killed him because
No.
the shooting stopped and then you ran out the back door.
No.
And lo and behold, you run into somebody with another M4.
Yeah.
And then you sit in here and you tell this sob story, this sad story, sad story, that these big bully police officers put this M4 in the back of your head and said they were going to kill you.
Oh, but I can understand why he did that. You know what I'm saying? Because
Because you just murdered a police officer.
yeah, I didn't know that.
Murdered one, shot some more.
I didn't know that. But
And
I mean,
all this over what? Because somebody.
but it was. I heard other shots outside too.
You did?
Yeah.
That's the whole point we're telling you. You don't put down a gun when you still hear shots outside. That was before you put your gun down and ran off. Once those shots stopped,
Are they
That's
sure
when
those
you
shots
decide.
came from my gun?
Are we sure?
Yeah, because it was more shots out there.
Well, so
you're the only one inside firing outside, correct? Shirley's not standing next to you firing your other gun.
Yeah.
You don't have both guns in your hand shooting, or shoot one, empty it, and pick up another one. You're the only one shooting from inside your house.
Yeah.
There you go. You answered your own question.
I didn't know I murdered an officer, police officer. And I didn't know that I wounded anyone.
With a history like you have, people would be subject to believe that you realize that you're in a bad position
No.
and that the only way you're going to get out of it.
Well, you said it was drugs. You said they came to my house because of drugs. And if that was the case, I mean,
Drugs and guns is what
yeah.
I told you.
You told me drugs. You said they came in for drugs.
Uh-huh.
You said it was drugs. So it's no drugs in my house.
No, that's because you do that out of your car.
You know what I'm saying? There's no drugs in my house. So if they were coming in for drugs, I would welcome them to come in because it was no drugs in my house. So whoever told them that, they lied.
Then you know what? Had you had paid attention and listened when they kept telling you police search warrant,
I didn't hear that. All I heard was the glass bust. That's what woke me up. I went to sleep.
you hear glass breaking. As soon as glass breaks, they start announcing. So before you ever picked up your gun and jumped out of that bed and started firing, police search warrant had already been said at least 10 times.
Yeah, and I was asleep. Now that,
No,
that-
you're awake by
that-
then because
that-
you already.
That could be true. That could be true what you're saying there.
No, you didn't listen to what I said.
Yeah.
I said after you heard the glass, which means the glass woke you up.
Mm-hmm.
Once the glass is broken, they start yelling.
Yeah, but
So they're yelling when you decide to pick up your gun and get out of the bed and start shooting. Yes, they were, Marvin. Yes, they were. And you sitting here and saying, no, I didn't hear it, I didn't hear it, is not the
Do
truth.
you really just not care?
Oh, I do care. I cried. I mean, yes, I care. Yes, I care. I
But
care.
it certainly doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, I care, sir. I really do care.
It sounds like to me that it's okay, or you think it's okay, to murder a police officer and then come in here and lie about it, not even have the remorse, the guts, or the gall to say, I fucked up. I'm sorry.
I cried, sir. I cried because.
Crying because you got caught.
No,
Crying because you killed a police officer in the state of Texas. That's probably why you're crying. This is far more than anything on your rap sheet.
Let me ask you this. Do you want to die?
Ma'am, I don't want to see nobody die.
Do you want it? You don't want to die.
And I don't want nobody else to die. It's not just me.
Why would you shoot out the window like that? That's the part that you're really going to have to explain to her.
And I'm explaining.
Okay.
I'm explaining to you too. You know what I'm saying? You ain't.
But not the same thing you just told her, because I heard that part.
But I'll tell you this.
Did you just shot out the window because you were afraid that somebody
Without
come in?
seeing,
That's right. That's
without seeing what you're actually afraid of.
Right. And because I said those guys are coming in this window.
But you never saw those guys, did you?
Mhm.
Okay.
But I thought that's what it was.
It doesn't matter.
And I'm still kind of stuck on the fact that you would put the gun down and then run out the back door to the threat that you were just afraid of.
Well, I always, you know, this is how I always put in my mind. I said, if somebody try to kick my door open and come harm me, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? If they get in the house, you know what I'm saying, whatever, you know what I'm saying, I shoot through the walls and stuff like that. But, you know what I'm saying, I always said that I use the back door as exit. But not police officers.
Did
no.
did they get into the house?
I don't know the light was on. I don't know if the light was on. when
Was
it
anybody in the house when you ran out the back door?
No, but I think somebody had to turn the light on or something. Cause I had a chair in front of the door.
Yeah, and you told me earlier that you always put that chair there.
Yeah, I always do.
Shirley said you never did it before.
Yeah, I always
She said that was the only night you ever put the chair against the
Well,
door.
them guys.
Okay, hang on.
But she
listen.
Mhm.
On the night she stays there, she says you never ever put the chair in front of the door. And when she went to bed that night, about 3, the chair was still not in front of the door. So why'd you put the chair in front of the door this morning?
No, because those guys were out. Those guys.
The guys which you saw at 1:30, which they weren't out there by the time you went to bed.
The car.
They were gone,
No,
so-
I didn't come on till 2:30. I didn't go to bed till about like 3 or 3:30.
Okay, and they weren't out there anymore.
Yeah, the car was out there. The car was out when I went.
The
out.
guys weren't out there.
I don't know. I didn't know
You
that.
said you were looking out the window.
It looked like they were sitting in the car. You know, it looked like they were sitting in the car. Because I told my brother, I said, them guys are just sitting
Why
in
didn't
the
you
car.
call the police then? You said you had a phone. Why not call and say there's some guys standing out here? I think they're going to do something.
Yeah, I didn't know. Like I said, man, you know,
You didn't know what?
she said I should call the cops.
She said, how come you didn't?
Right, I don't know. You
Oh,
know,
you said you don't know why you didn't call.
because I knew how to protect myself. You know,
You remember earlier when we talked, I asked you about when you said you ran out the back door, that when you ran by Shirley's room, the door was open. And you were running to get away from whatever, but you ran and you were going to leave her in the house.
yeah. I mean, I wasn't even thinking like that. you
Why
know,
not?
Because I thought those guys was coming in.
What's
you
the
know.
same
So
thing
why
I
would
asked
you
earlier?
why would you leave her there for the guys if they were coming in?
I mean, you know, man, I just was finna leave her, man. I didn't know, you know what I'm saying, what was going on. I thought those guys was coming in. I mean, you know, I thought
Coming
the
in
intruders-
where? Coming
I
in
thought
where?
they were trying to get in the house.
Okay,
They already
if you're firing out the window, where are they going to come in the house at?
I mean, I don't look.
You got
I
the
thought
front door
intruders-
blocked.
I got the
You
intruders.
shot through the window. How else would they have gotten in the house? You were running out the back door where you said they wouldn't be.
Yeah, I didn't think.
So how else would they have gotten in the house?
I don't know, man. The only thing I know is 2 guys, and I didn't think they'd be smart enough to like be standing in the back. You know, one guy standing in the back like that. You know, I didn't think that.
Yo, so you barricaded the front door.
Okay,
you
let me
shoot through the window. The only other place for them to come into is the back door.
Yeah. But I don't think that street people be that smart like that, to stand at the back door.
So it goes back to my earlier question, and she just touched on it a little bit again, is if you're protecting you and Shirley, why would you stop shooting and run out of the back door and leave her there?
Look, my point is this. I thought some intruders was coming in, some bad guys. You know what I'm saying? I'm not denying her point when she said that they was hollering police. I'm not a search warrant. I'm not denying that because they could have been saying that, and I believe they were. She said they were, so I believe they were. You know what I'm saying? But my point is this. When the window broke, I was asleep. You know what I'm saying? I thought intruders was coming in. I grabbed the gun, and I commenced to firing out the window. I didn't hear nobody say police officer. I didn't hear nobody say nothing like that. When I heard him, when I got outside, he also asked me when he came on the ground, he said, who else is in the house? And that's when I told him Shirley was in the house. You know what I'm saying? And that's when they got on the loudspeaker and said, Killeen Police Department.
Okay, let me ask you this then. How do you convince a judge and a jury that you're firing at a threat that you cannot even see?
Well,
If you try to explain that to me.
okay, well, you pray.
I'm listening.
You pray and you put it in God's hands. You can't, there's nothing else you can do.
No, look, don't, Marvin.
You pray. And
You cannot go before a judge and a jury and tell them, the reason I fired out the window, it's in God's hands.
No.
You got to give them.
No. You asked me, the question was, you asked me, how can I convince a judge and jury?
What would you say? What are you speaking to them to convince them that you're firing out a window that you say you don't even know who or what you're firing at?
Well, I would keep it the same. I would tell them the same thing. I would say I never heard anyone announce police or nothing like that. Search warrant. They said it was drugs in my house. I mean, they never got any drugs out my house. You know what I'm saying?
Let's say someone was a block away and they used a slingshot to break your window. You pick up your gun and you randomly start shooting out the window at that point?
Yes, because I'm thinking that those guys
How do
in
you
that car
know
are breaking my house.
How do you know when you're firing out this window that you're not striking the neighbor next door who's getting home from the club? Or somebody's working late and they're picking their baby up from the babysitter coming home and you shoot them.
When they broke my window, man.
You
I
cannot
thought it was
randomly
those guys.
shoot a gun out of a window and not see who you're shooting at.
Yeah, I didn't see nothing. Only thing I heard was the window bust.
Did you see a flashlight shining through your bedroom window?
I mean, I didn't see nothing, man. I grabbed my gun and just started shooting. I'm not saying it wasn't.
No, I'm not saying it was. I'm asking you what you saw.
You said you saw a light in the living room.
That's the only light I saw.
Listen,
Only
lights
light I
were
saw-
off.
Only light I saw is the light on. This was in the living room.
Now listen.
Because it was shining in Shirley's room on the bed.
Okay,
I didn't
listen.
see Shirley.
Listen. The light was off when Shirley went in the living room because she was walking in the darkness when she was called out.
Yeah, well,
So the light wasn't on in the living room.
It seemed like it was some light on.
That's the police light shining into your house.
Is that why you ran out of the back door?
No. I ran out the back door because I thought the intruders were coming in, and I always put in my mind that I was going to run out the back door. You know what I'm saying? If somebody I told my brother, I said, these guys out here watching. So her point where she said, how can I convince a judge and jury? I said this, only thing I can pray and put in the Lord's hand because God knows that that's what happened. I mean, people might say, well, you did this because you knew it was police out there. That ain't what happened. That ain't what happened.
The is, I don't really care if you know it was police out there. You fired out of a window recklessly and you murdered a police officer. It goes back to what she was saying. You don't even know who the hell you were shooting at.
It might have been your brother.
Man, that makes you dangerous in and of itself.
Yeah, but I didn't know it was a police officer out there. Like
Well, the thing of it is, if they break your window and you wake up with enough cognizance to grab your gun, pull it up, and start shooting out of the window, those few seconds there, when they break that window, police. It is just that quick.
I didn't hear it. I did not hear it. I did not hear it, sir. I did not hear it. Even if I heard that.
Police, boom, 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 boom. It was just that quick.
Yeah, if I heard that, I would never shot. I never heard that. You know, because I went to bed thinking that these guys across the street are gonna try to kick my door in. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I went to sleep thinking. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I thought when my window bust. I thought some intruders were trying to get in to harm me and Shirley, and I was clearly that
You don't care about Shirley.
You ran off and left her.
No, I care about her though. I care. I was
You go leave her and get whatever these
Intruders.
these black guys.
Yeah, see, Shirley wasn't. She didn't hear nothing. I don't think. Yeah, I think she don't. I think she was asleep the whole time. You know, but like I said, man, you know, my intentions, you know, wasn't, you know what I'm saying, to kill a police officer or wound anybody, because that's not me.
When you picked up the gun and you fired out the window, your intention was to shoot whoever was out there, correct?
No, I'm not the police.
That wasn't.
No,
What, did I say police?
I never thought.
I said whoever is out there,
I
correct?
thought those intruders,
You
those
were-
guys right there.
Picked up your
The bad
gun
guys.
with the intent to shoot
To protect
whoever
myself.
was out there.
No, I picked up my gun to protect myself.
But you don't even know what you're protecting yourself from because you don't know who it
I
is.
thought my life was in danger.
You don't even know who it is that's putting your life in danger,
Well,
Marvin.
I told
Marvin,
you.
can you answer the question?
What's,
Because I think that's pretty important.
what's that?
What were you shooting? Why were you shooting out the window?
To protect myself.
And how were you going to do that?
By protecting myself.
How?
If those bad guys,
I can tell you what I do to protect myself. If I feel a threat is coming in to harm me, I shoot to kill. And you know, because that's what I'm taught to do. So I think her question is very valid, Marvin. What are you shooting for then?
to protect myself.
How?
If someone break my window, if they come in and try to harm me, I was trying to protect myself from them, and that was it.
And how were you going to stop them?
Hmm?
How were you going to stop them from
intruder?
hurting you? Yes.
I would have no other choice but to protect myself. To
How would to fire and do what? What's your intention when you fire a gun?
To keep them from getting in the house and harming me.
To shoot them in the arm so they don't break another window?
You know.
To shoot them in the legs so they have to crawl? You're shooting them for what's your end result?
Well, the whole thing is, man.
What's the end result you wanted to do when you were shooting?
Protect myself.
You know what I'm asking you, and you're not being honest.
I am.
You're shooting that gun with the intent to kill whoever is out there to hurt you.
I was firing. A
That's
gun.
why you
Just
fired
like
more
just
than
said.
once.
Like he just said he fired his gun to protect himself.
No,
No, he said he said fired to kill is
Oh,
what
well,
he said.
I didn't know who was out there. I was just trying to protect myself.
Okay. Well, how about this, Marvin? If you intentionally point your gun out of a window and pull the trigger, is your intent to kill? Or is your intent to just fire rounds off and maybe hit whoever is in the area?
No, my intent was to protect myself. My intent was not to kill if I didn't have to, but my intent was only to protect myself.
So if you had to, would you kill?
No.
You wouldn't
I would
kill.
only protect myself. I would try to protect
Okay.
myself.
If you pull the trigger on a gun, you're saying that it is not your intent to kill anybody, but you'll point a gun and pull the trigger out. Correct?
My only intent, sir, was to protect myself.
You will point a gun in the direction where you think somebody's trying to harm you.
Yeah.
You'll pull the trigger without the intent to hurt them or kill them.
Tell me,
Maybe slow
listen,
down.
listen. No, wait. Listen to your own words you said a while ago. You said when you came out the back door, the officer put a gun to your head and you thought he was going to what?
Well, you know, I mean, I don't
You
know.
thought he was going to what?
I don't know. I can't say what
You
he
did
was gonna
too.
do.
You said you
I-
thought he was going to kill you.
Yeah, because he was like.
Because he was pointing a gun at you, which is exactly what he's
And he was
saying.
putting on my head. He was like, who's hit? And he told me, he said, when I got up, he said, you one lucky son of a bitch.
You are.
He said, you lucky tonight.
You are. And, you know, I mean, that's. I think that's valid. I mean, you are lucky. And you know, lucky in the sense to where it didn't get any worse than what it was, I guess. But you know, I don't know what he meant by what you say when he says that you're lucky, but I guess we all are lucky that it didn't turn out any worse than what it already was. But the problem that you have right now is that you're sitting up here lying, and it looks like you have no remorse whatsoever.
I do have remorse, sir. I do have remorse. If
And
she
then
can tell you I
and-
cried.
and-
She can
and-
tell you I show remorse. Didn't I show remorse?
And then you sit here, and you play semantics. You play this game. Oh, I'm going to protect myself. You're not worried about protecting yourself. At first you said you're gonna protect you and Shirley, then you slipped up and said you run out of the house and leaving her.
Yeah, I mean, I
Fuck her, right?
hey,
You get the hell out of there.
It's the mindset. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm not sitting here trying to twist the story. I'm not sitting here trying to play games.
Why do you get a gun?
Huh?
Well,
To
why do you
protect
get a gun?
myself.
What's the purpose of having a gun?
I mean,
I mean, people buy guns to do what? They go, I don't know. They buy a rifle to go hunting.
I was just
When they shoot an animal, what are they trying to do? Oh, we're just trying to slow them down. We're not really trying to kill them. Or when you buy a gun at the store, or you go to guns
this
or something like
is a
that.
lot more serious than that, though.
Or you buy a gun from a dealer off the street. I mean, why are you buying a gun?
I mean, let me tell you the truth, sir. This is a lot more serious than that. Yeah, I could begin to put an animal and the humans,
But they're all shot with the same thing. And yes, you can correlate the two.
Yes.
Because guns are used for one thing.
Yeah, but I'm not trying.
Guns are used for one thing.
I mean, I wasn't trying.
Anybody
If I knew,
who buys a gun for home protection will tell you, I have this gun for home protection to kill if anybody comes in my house.
sir,
You acknowledge that?
this is the deal. I didn't know that those police out there, and this is the honest God truth. I didn't know that those police officers out there, and if I knew that those police officers out there, sir, I would have never shot. Because you got to look at it one way, and I'm looking at it this way. As I thought over in my head, I said, man, they came for drugs.
Okay, listen
They came
to
to my house
this.
for drugs. I didn't have no drugs in my house.
Marvin,
So what would I shoot for?
Marvin, you don't
You know what
have
I'm
to
saying?
know.
If it's police there and they saying search warrant for drugs, I would open the door and let them in.
They
Marvin.
say search warrant for drugs.
No,
It's a search warrant.
no. I said when she told me it was drugs they came looking
That
for.
was after the fact, though.
Yeah, but right. But I said if I would have knew that they were coming in my house looking for drugs, I would open the door wide. You know what I'm saying? But I thought that those guys across the street was coming in and trying to hurt me.
For what reason?
You know what I'm saying? I mean, they do stuff like that.
Why?
Over there? You got some guys over there in La Vista, they just kick people doors in and hurt them. It's happened over there in La Vista before.
Marvin.
People came in, some people kicked the guy's door, thought he had drugs in the house.
Do you think
Shot
you
him.
can just fire out of a window because you're scared?
Ma'am,
That's a yes or no question.
Ma'am, it's this is the deal. I thought some guys.
No,
my brother
you
told
didn't
you.
answer my
My
question.
brother told you.
Do you think you can shoot out of a window just because you're scared? Obviously, you do because you did it.
No, but see.
Whether or not it was
it was-
police or it was those two guys you were
And
afraid
that's what I was
of.
looking for. And my brother would say that. And all I want him to do is come to court and tell him what I told him.
That
And look-
doesn't
and
mean
look-
crap,
and look,
Marvin.
And I understand, ma'am. I mean, ma'am.
Your brother's not looking out the window at the time this is
No,
going
I
on.
told him about it.
It doesn't matter if you told
so that
him
should tell
about
you
it.
I'm not lying.
That's no.
You know,
it
that-
doesn't matter.
Because
because hours had passed.
his story and my story match.
And obviously you weren't too concerned about those guys because you didn't call police to say there's these two scary guys outside my house. I think they're going to break in.
But his story and my story match.
Did you?
You know what I'm saying?
Did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't. So you couldn't have been so scared of them.
But,
Okay. No, you weren't.
But it's like this, ma'am. I have a great deal of respect for law enforcement. I got a great deal of respect for the law.
How can you have respect for the law, Marvin?
If you want to sit here and say, okay, well, you did this intentionally, that's not the truth. That's not the truth. If you say here and say, well, you killed that police officer, you shot this and that, you did this, you did it on purpose, that's not true, ma'am.
Well, then,
You did it recklessly.
what is it?
The truth is, I thought some intruders coming in my house. You know what I'm saying?
Are you
And I was
calling-
trying to protect myself.
So are you calling the police the intruders?
No, I said I thought the two intruders that I spoke about that were sitting in the car.
Hours earlier?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Was
just-
coming in my house. The reason why I thought they was out there, I thought they was waiting me out to go to sleep.
Let me ask you this. You watch TV.
No,
You don't watch TV, you watch movies?
just porn.
Just porn. Okay.
That's it.
Just porn. All right. Let's say you make a date with a girl. And you're gonna meet her because listen, don't interrupt me. Just listen.
But I wanna-
Just listen.
I wanna stay
You
on
can say it in a
facts.
minute. Just wait. The point I'm making is if you make an appointment, a date to go see this chick, you're gonna make sure that that's the chick that you want to go see, right?
This is way more serious than that, man.
It's the same thing, Marvin.
This is way more
You were
serious.
awake. You were
guys
wide
tell me-
awake at the time you
guys
picked
tell me
up
I
your
killed a
gun.
Police officer.
Actually, murder.
You know, you guys said I murdered a police officer.
Yeah.
Because you
Yeah.
know why you did that? Because you didn't look at who you were shooting. Maybe you did. Maybe you did see it was a cop.
No way.
I'm trying to get you to acknowledge that you shot out of a window without seeing who it was you shot. Would you at least acknowledge that?
This is what I was saying, man.
Would you acknowledge that? You didn't know who was outside that window?
Hear me out.
You're not saying anything new.
Hear me out. Listen. The intruders.
No, don't use the word
Across
intruder.
street.
Stop
Sure.
using the word intruder. Listen to what I'm asking you specifically and don't play word games.
I'm
Okay,
not.
listen to me then. You shoot out that window not knowing what is outside for sure outside that window.
I'm
Is
shooting-
that true?
No.
You
shot-
didn't know who was outside?
I shot out the window thinking it was those intruders.
No, I'm not
I'm
asking
trying
you
to
what
think
you were
myself.
thinking. I said, what did you see?
She's not asking you what you think.
I said you shot out that window without seeing who was actually outside that window. That's
Oh,
correct.
yeah.
Okay. Why? Why would you not look to see what you're shooting
To
at?
defend myself because if
No,
someone's kind of kick your door in and hurt you, you're not gonna stick your face and your body in the window. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's just not something that you think.
It's called identifying your target.
No, I never did that. I'm not a professional shooter.
You don't have to be a professional shooter.
You're pretty damn good. You just murdered a cop.
I didn't try to, sir. I mean, I'm not that person, sir. You know, I'm not that person. You know what I mean? I'm not that person who ever, you know what I'm saying, would had intention.
Let me ask you this.
Officer.
Let me ask
No
you this. Listen. Why
That's the truth.
why do you tell police Shirley's the shooter?
Because he had the gun on my head.
So what?
He's gonna shoot me.
So what?
He's gonna shoot me.
So you're gonna let him go shoot Shirley because she's now the shooter?
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Yeah?
I mean,
Really? Are you that much of a coward?
I mean, you know, man.
That's cowardly, Marvin. You just get through firing, I don't know how many gunshots out of a window at people you say you don't see,
I didn't see.
and you tell police that this woman is a shooter, so you don't get killed, but you let her go get killed?
But you know, it happened so fast, man.
Didn't happen that fast.
Everything happened so fast, man. You know, it just happened so fast, like a dream.
Marvin, is it safe to say that you were really just out for yourself at that time?
I mean, I was paranoid. You know, I didn't know who it was. You
You on
know,
drugs?
huh?
You on drugs?
No.
You don't take drugs?
Yeah, I smoke drugs. I take drugs. I eat drugs.
What kind?
I smoke weed.
Tell about the cocaine, too. Your brother says you use cocaine, too. Be honest, you
I
denied
said
it
I use
earlier.
drugs. I said I use
What
drugs.
kind of drugs?
I smoke weed. Sometimes I smoke weed. Sometimes I use coke. You know, I
Okay,
smoke that
okay.
too.
Okay, was you on coke
Mm-mm.
when this happened?
Mm-mm.
Smoking weed?
No.
Did you go to bed, have some before you went to sleep?
Mm-mm. Man, I was perfectly fine, man. I was watching out the window, and I went to my brother's house, and I said, man,
So
these
you were
guys,
pretty,
look.
so you're pretty coherent. I mean, just
Yeah, I mean, I told my brother, I said, there's some guys out here. Look, what did he tell you?
So you weren't high at the time you went to bed, which means you weren't high when you got woke up. So there was nothing to interfere with your hearing.
Well, you know, it's like this. You know, I mean, I don't know. People say I'm a hard sleeper, but I mean, voices, but noise like boom and stuff like that. When the window broke, is all I heard. You understand what I'm saying? You know, when the window broke, that's all I heard because that's a different sound. from
It is a
voices.
different sound, and
You know what I'm saying?
followed by that sound is human voices yelling
You know, man, like I said, when I heard the window,
this far away.
when I heard this line's got true, and I would tell the judge this at trial. You know what I'm saying? And on my deathbed, I'll tell them the same thing. My story does not change. You know, I heard some people say,
Marvin, scoot up a little bit. You're inside your house. You're this far outside your window. Police! Police! Search warrant! You're telling us you cannot. That's bullshit.
I didn't hear.
That's bullshit.
I didn't hear it.
Bullshit.
I'm telling you the truth.
No, you're not. There's no way you're telling us the truth.
That's the truth, man.
No, it's not. You cannot. Him being a male, his voice is going to carry more than mine. You're not being honest.
I'm being honest.
No, you're not.
You really don't care about this, do you?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I cried, actually. I cried. I didn't know I hurt nobody.
Crying don't
Man,
mean
that's
you care.
emotional, man. That's something, man. It's serious.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not sitting up here like I'm no bad guy and I'm like woo 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 this and that. I'm sad and I'm hurt.
Because you didn't get away?
No, I'm saying when I found out it was police officer, I was really hurt. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I'm
it's a
not that
lot
type
of
person.
people. It's a lot of people hurting right now.
You know?
And the only thing that anybody ever asks from you is just a little bit of the truth.
And I would give them that.
No, you're not.
And I would tell the family that. And I would tell everybody that. I
The
would,
family only wants the truth. They don't want.
and that's what I would tell them.
They don't
I'll tell
want
them.
a
You know what
piece
I
of
tell
the
them?
truth.
No, I won't.
I
would tell
hope you
them. I
don't
would
tell them what you're sitting
I
here
would tell them
telling
the whole
us.
truth. I would tell them the whole truth. I would say, ma'am, I'm
Are you
sorry
on
about you.
paper?
Huh? No, I ain't on nothing.
You ain't on no paper.
Man, I was clean. Everything was going clean.
It was done.
Everything was good. I was done with everything. My life was going good.
Except for the drugs you got involved with,
Yeah.
the drugs you're selling out of your car, the people you meet, the crap you got into. Your life wasn't good.
Well, my life is going good, man. You
No,
know,
if
consider
you call selling drugs going good. Maybe you're making a lot of money from
No.
it. Maybe that's why you think it's going good.
No, consider, man. I just did my 23 years of my whole life in prison.
What
Oh,
made you
dude.
start selling
I'm
drugs?
50. I'll be 50 and
You're
shit.
50 years old.
Yeah.
What made you start selling cocaine?
Oh no, I'm gonna sell it.
Yeah, you were.
No.
You were selling marijuana and cocaine.
If they
You were
get-
selling out your car.
What-
That's why police were at your door. I told
What-
you that earlier.
well,
Okay, so you say you're
did they
going to tell
produce
the
any-
truth.
did they produce
You
any
say you're
marijuana
going to
cocaine?
tell the truth. Why don't you tell the truth? Why are you so dead set against admitting you were selling drugs when they've got people you've sold drugs to?
listen, man. I'll tell you this right here. If you can produce some drugs, and
Oh,
I'm
then
lying-
it's true.
See,
Uh,
now you're
no,
taking the
no,
coward's
you-
way out
no,
again.
if you can produce drugs out of my house, out of my car, then I can understand.
And then it's
that.
true.
Right. But it's no drugs in my
So if
house.
we can
There's
So
no
produce-
you
drugs in
sold
my
them
car.
all already. It
You know-
doesn't change the fact that you have sat in your car and you have sold drugs.
I sat in my
And the
car, I used
reason
drugs.
those police were at your house yelling police search warrant is the same reason you fired your gun out at those officers, because you knew shit was going down and you were trying to stop it.
No, man. If that was the case, like I told you, if it was drugs and like they said,
There is no if.
If it was drugs and they said I was selling drugs out of my house, produce some drugs.
Well,
You know.
You're playing the word game again.
regardless of why they were there, they announced themselves and you murdered a police
No,
officer.
sir. I
It
didn't.
doesn't matter if they said, "Hey, we're here to sniff your underwear."
Yeah,
It don't matter.
I mean,
They're police
it's way
officers.
more serious than that, sir.
No,
Please.
yeah, it is.
I mean, come
Yeah,
on.
you damn right it's more
I mean,
serious than that.
yeah,
But see, you trying to play the semantics with I don't have drugs. I don't have drugs.
Produce it,
Nobody
produce it,
cares
produce
about
it.
drugs.
Right.
They could be over here sniff your nasty ass drawers. Nobody
It's way
cares.
more serious than that.
You know, you have police officers at your surrounding your apartment building, and you sit up here like nothing.
No, sir.
You can hear him perfectly fine right now, right?
Listen.
Can you hear him
I was
perfectly
asleep.
fine
I was
right now?
asleep. I was
You're wide
asleep.
awake. You can hear him.
Yeah, I was asleep.
Which means
sir.
you heard the
Look,
officers this
sir.
morning.
Look, sir.
You are you are one of the most remorseful people I have ever talked to.
Non-remorseful?
He said it right.
Well,
I am remorseful.
No.
I
He's
am
very, you are very
I am,
remorseful.
man. I am. Man.
You are so remorseful that you got caught. That's what bothers you.
No.
You
no,
could
sir.
care less about that officer.
No, sir.
You
That's
didn't
not
care
true.
about Shirley. You ran off.
I care about
You told
nobody.
them. No, you didn't, because you told police she's the one that shot, hoping they would take that gun from your head to put it to her head so you would be away with it.
So that's what you mean by you're remorseful. You're remorseful to yourself.
You were willing to put that poor chick to have the officers point that gun at her so your ass would be free. It wasn't me that shot, it was her.
No, man. I was scared.
That's what you said. I don't
I was
care if
scared.
you
I
were
was scared at
scared.
that moment. Once I found out the police.
Well, did you think the police was gonna come in and kill you? And you started
No,
shooting back?
no, sir. My story.
I'm not asking you to change your story. I'm asking you a question.
No, I didn't know it was police out there, sir. If I knew it was police out there,
You
I
wouldn't
would
have been
never
scared?
fire.
You wouldn't have been
No,
scared?
I would never fire shots. What would I fire shots?
Would you have been afraid is what I'm asking.
No, for what? If the police and they looking for drugs, come in.
Forget what they're looking for.
No, I
They
wouldn't.
break your window. If shining guns on you, would you not have been afraid?
No, I would just got on the floor.
So
I would
you
got
went-
straight up.
Okay.
If,
So
if I heard them they say police, sir, if I heard them announce police, like when I was outside, I
you
heard them
don't
get on the
listen
speaker.
very well, do you?
No.
You don't listen very well at all.
Okay.
The police have surrounded your apartment building. They have broke your window and they have guns pointed at you. Would you not at that particular time been afraid?
No. If
So
it was
why were
police-
you afraid of
But they're not
somebody
gonna
you
shoot me.
couldn't see?
They wouldn't, if they want, if it was police, I'm not perfectly fine.
Marvin,
Huh?
They here to protect and serve.
if you are not afraid
You
of
understand what I'm
police
saying?
pointing guns at you, why would you be afraid of two people you don't even see?
Because they're people from the hood. These people in the street, they're
Don't
killing.
matter. Yeah, they got guns.
Yeah,
They'd be pointing guns at you
Yeah, people
too,
in the
but
street.
you didn't see that, did you?
You
You didn't see
These
that.
people in the street.
It don't
they're
matter
killing
if they're in the street
So I'm
or if
trying
they
to
come
protect
from a
myself.
good family.
Were you afraid of the police when they came in and put the gun to your head?
No, I mean he was just talking about he's gonna shoot me. I just remained calm.
Okay,
you know?
so you wasn't afraid then?
No, I was just
Okay, well you just said that you told
Yeah.
him it was Shirley
yeah. I mean I just
because you were
I didn't have it so
afraid.
fast.
Because
He
you
was
were
saying he
afraid.
gonna
Hold
shoot me.
on. Because you were
He said he gonna
afraid.
shoot me. He said he gonna shoot me.
Yeah, because
He was telling his buddy
What,
and they
yeah, you
I
said
told
that.
him,
You said
I'm
that time and
telling
time
him
again. Time and time again, you said that. My question is, were you afraid then?
when they put the gun on my head.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I thought they was gonna shoot me. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't know it was police officers. The whole thing is I thought it was intruders.
Okay.
You know?
You knew it was police officers when they put the gun to your head, though, right?
Yeah,
And you were afraid
yeah,
then.
because they was announcing police.
Were you afraid then?
When they was announcing police.
When did they announce police to you?
Okay, when I came to the back door, I seen a flashlight. They said, "Fucking police, get on the ground." I said, "Oh shit, come out with your hands up." I came out with my hands up, got on the ground, put my hands on my head. They approached me, then they fell back and told me to get up and come over there. And when I got on the side of the house, they was, the other one officer said, "Who's?"
How did you know it wasn't the intruders calling themselves the police?
I mean, once, listen, if an intruder come and he got on a police uniform saying he's a police, I'm gonna respect that. So it really don't make a difference. If I see a uniform officer or police, I'm gonna respect that. That's simple as that.
How often
You know,
do you shoot weapons?
huh?
How often do you shoot weapons?
Not that often.
You go,
When's the last time before this morning?
Not a while. It's been a while.
you go to the firing range?
No,
Never?
You have any shooting targets?
no,
None you saved?
no. I'm not that good.
That
No.
wasn't the question.
And that's what you're good. I asked you if you had a shooting target.
Oh yeah.
At your house.
Yeah.
Because that's where you went and shot at a range and you kept that to show how good or not good you did?
I had a shoot target.
Yeah.
Okay, so you practice shooting weapons, as in handguns.
Yeah.
Are you good?
No, I don't know. I don't know how to score.
Most people don't keep targets if they're not pretty good.
I don't know. I'm not that good.
Why would you go practice shooting a handgun if your only intention is to
Just to protect myself from the neighborhood people.
if your only intention is to slow people down?
Yeah, just to protect myself from neighborhood
No,
people.
you shoot at a target
To protect yourself.
to kill folks. That's what you shoot at a target for. If you just want to slow somebody down, you shoot rounds over their head, shoot them at their feet. Just point the gun at them with no bullets in it at all. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not that good of a shot.
I'm not. I don't really care how good of a shot you are. Obviously, you're halfway decent. You just murdered a cop.
I didn't try. I didn't try.
You don't call standing there pulling that trigger trying?
No, I thought it was some intruders.
It don't matter.
Mm.
When
Okay, well,
you
you trying
are
to
pulling the trigger, when you are pulling that trigger on that gun, you are trying to
Stop intruders.
stop the intruder.
Yeah,
Stop.
and protect myself.
As in meaning what?
Just protect myself.
Semantics again. My interpretation of your stop is murder. What's your interpretation of stop?
To protect myself.
What's your interpretation for stop?
Murder.
Mine's murder. Kill, murder, dead.
Well, that one.
I mean, since we want to play semantics here, that's why we're trying to ask you for your words.
I'm not trying to play somebody. Sir.
Stop. Well, if I want you to stop, there ain't but one way to stop this person or people.
Well,
from doing harm to me.
well, I'm looking at it like
If you
this.
wanted to
It seems
protect yourself, why
it
not just
seems
fire
like-
your gun
it
into
seems
the
like you-
carpet
it
and let him
seems-
know you had a
It
gun?
seems like you're trying to say that I intentionally murdered this police officer.
No. I'm not
Okay.
trying to say that.
'Cause
I'm not trying. No. I'm not trying to say that. I am saying that.
But I didn't intentionally do that.
When you point a gun out of a window and fire aimlessly at
Repeatedly.
whatever the hell is out there,
You
You
intend
have
to
no
shoot.
other intent but to kill whoever's out there.
You intend to hit and stop.
Well, you know.
And the only way you're going to stop an intruder, the only way you're going to stop that intruder from coming into your house is to shoot them and kill them. Because if you don't shoot them to kill them, they can still come in, correct?
Man, I'm telling you something, man. And this is
That's how you protect yourself. That's how I protect myself.
truth. This is truth, man. And God be my witness. This
Don't.
is truth.
Don't.
I mean, I'm being truthful, sir.
No.
And that's the only
I'm
person
going
I
to
got.
use and
That's
I'm
the
going
only
to
one I
use
got. That's
I'm
all
going
I
to use
got,
your
sir.
words for this.
That's
I'm going
all-
to use your own phrase for this.
Yeah.
It's bigger than this.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
you know,
more serious
right.
than this.
No, it's not bigger than God. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, I look at right now. I look at right now.
And
That's the
also-
only person. That's the only person
So,
can save me.
so you
is
believe in God?
How do you
Yes.
think God's going to save you right now? I'm
Yeah.
not being rude or
I mean-
mean. I'm just asking,
I mean-
how do you think God
I mean,
is going to
he's the
save
Most
you
High.
right now?
He's the Most High.
He is high, but how's
His
he going to
power-
save you
he's-
right now?
His power is above all.
Why
You
would
know?
God want to save someone who shoots out of a window trying to kill whatever is out
God
there?
knows I was trying to protect myself.
By killing
God
whatever
knows.
was out there.
God knows I was trying to protect
By
myself.
killing whatever was out there.
You didn't want to go back
God
to
says,
prison.
do not kill.
Huh? I mean, you know, I mean, you know, it's obvious that's what's happening now. Anyway,
No,
sir.
no, but then, I mean, you
No,
know,
no, I wasn't even thinking like that. I wasn't thinking about going back to prison, sir. I mean, I spent my whole life in prison.
Where at? What prison?
Leavenworth Federal Penitentiary,
Oh.
Lewisburg Federal Penitentiary.
All federal. shit.
Yeah, you know, Red Onion, you know,
Just federal stuff.
no, state too.
Oh,
Illinois,
state where?
State of Illinois. Pontiac Supermax. You know, Pontiac Supermax.
You know, they don't put you on Supermax prisons just because you're a pretty good guy and you kind of follow rules and regulations and all that kind of stuff. You're a pretty violent person, Marvin. You're violent. You wouldn't agree with that?
I mean, no, man, I wouldn't do pretty. I'm a violent person.
Well, then why would you be on Supermax prisons? Can't lie to me about that, Marvin. I was there for 14 years. So you don't bullshit me about that. You're on Supermax prisons because you had a violent past.
And you didn't want to go back.
No, I wasn't thinking like that. I was thinking, see, when you say that, okay, you did this because you didn't want to go back. You know what I'm saying? You can't put that on the same voice of me trying to protect myself. I did not shoot out that window saying I was going to go to jail or I was going to go back. I didn't shoot out. I shot out that window purely to protect myself.
I'm going down with a blaze of glory.
No, sir. No, sir. No,
All right,
sir.
let's do this for
Now,
me.
that ain't right, sir.
Do
That
this
ain't
for
right.
me,
Come on,
Marvin.
man.
Marvin,
I mean, my life. No way. No.
you
way,
need to
no way.
explain one thing. Give me one thing to tell the DA because they're going to want to know this. And you have to be very specific. When you say to protect myself, you can't just say the words to protect myself. You're shooting the gun to protect yourself. What is your intent when you're shooting the gun? Without using the words protect myself because
Self-defense.
no, same word.
Defend my house from intruders.
Okay,
You know what I'm
stop.
saying?
Stop. No, I don't understand.
All you
I
got-
don't understand
all you gotta do
because-
is get the statement from my brother, and he'd tell him the same
Don't
thing.
draw your
He
brother
wouldn't
into this.
He wouldn't lie. He wouldn't just sit up there and say that I said it was guys sitting out there in the car. You know what I'm saying? I think they trying to kick my
We
door.
can't
in.
go back to the guys because you weren't so concerned that
went-
you didn't call for help for the guys.
Well, man, look.
Okay, so that doesn't
Look,
work.
only thing, like all I want my brother to do is come to court because that's what happened. You know, I told him the truth.
You're not going to answer the question.
I mean, what the question is?
The
this.
question is-
and self-defense is the same thing. So she's asking.
I was shooting to protect myself. That's it.
Okay.
For the people that I thought was outside, and that's the honest guy.
And you never saw who was outside.
No,
Let me ask you this. If all you're doing is just shooting your gun to show these guys you have a gun, is that what it was?
what?
You were firing the gun to show whoever is outside that you have a gun?
No, the window bust.
No,
The
you're not
window.
listening to me. We know the window is busted.
And that's why I thought
And you
somebody
start
was
shooting.
Right, and I thought somebody it was the guys across the street. You know, that's what I thought. You know, I did not hear police officer,
Okay, stop.
search warrant. I didn't hear that.
Stop. If you wanted the people who you thought were coming into your house to know you had a gun, why not just fire into the rug so they could hear that you had a gun?
Well, I mean,
Why did you have to fire out the window?
because when the window bust, I thought they was coming in there. You know what I'm saying? I thought that's what they was coming. I thought they were gonna try to come through the window.
Did you see?
I didn't see nothing.
Listen.
I told him.
Did you see the blind moving like they were coming in the
No,
window?
this is what happened. This is what happened.
Did you see the blind
I'm sure-
moving like they were
I'm sure
coming
what
in?
happened. When the window bust, I seen the blind move. That's it. And that's when I just started firing. You know what I'm saying?
Because you wanted to hit when you were shooting at.
You know what I mean? I thought it was the guys across the street.
Okay, who you thought
I mean,
it was?
you know-
Did you want to hit what you were shooting at?
Man, listen, I want
Why are you fighting so hard?
Because
Anybody,
I'm telling the truth.
No, listen,
I mean, you fight
if
hard for the
somebody
truth.
is coming
The
into
truth
my
is worth
house
fighting for.
and I see them,
I
I'm
understand.
going, listen, if someone is in my house and I see them coming into my house, I am firing my gun to shoot them. I have not fired my gun to hit the window beside them. I'm not firing my gun at the cabinet beside them. I'm firing my gun directly at them. Right?
My thing.
That's how I protect myself, correct?
This is me.
That is self-defense, is it not?
This is me.
Yes?
Was no.
No,
that
no,
wasn't
no,
the scenario. Because no
It
one
is
was
the
in my
same
house.
scenario.
No,
The point I'm
different.
making, Marvin,
different.
is that you fire your gun at whatever you're firing at to hit them.
And obviously, that's what you were practicing to doing. I mean, that's what you were practicing. You went to a gun range to do it. So obviously, you were practicing to hit what you shooting at.
to protect myself from the neighborhood people.
Yeah, but you had to hit them to protect yourself, or you wouldn't be at a shooting range, right? Or no?
Well, you
Or
know,
am I
I
just
mean,
all
I mean
off?
that don't because I had those papers don't mean I was at a shooting range.
We already know you were at a shooting range. We already know, so don't try to lie about that. Don't start.
No, I understand.
Don't
I'm just
continue
saying-
lying.
I'm
Let me
just
put
saying-
it that way.
I'm just saying.
You were at a shooting range. Don't lie. Okay, we know that already, so
But I'm saying, you know,
Don't
just
lie
'cause-
about it
But
anymore.
I'm just saying, just because I got those papers don't mean that I was at a shooting range.
you were at a shooting range. It's already been verified. So don't lie about it, Marvin. You keep saying you're going to tell the truth, but you're not telling the complete truth.
No, I'm saying, I'm not saying that I wasn't insuring.
You just got through
I just
saying
said just
you
because
weren't.
I had those papers don't mean I was.
But you were at a shooting range. It's already been confirmed. I told you that. So why continue to lie about it?
I don't care if you was on a dirt road. You still practicing to hit a damn target.
Right. So that's my point. You know what I'm saying? That's
Oh,
my
so
point.
your point is you were practicing to hit a target.
All right. No, my point is it don't because I got those papers don't mean that I was at a shooting range.
More serious than this, Marvin. To go back to your words.
Yeah, man.
Here-
This
you know,
is
here we
serious,
go.
man.
Here we go with
this is
semantics
serious.
again.
This is serious business, man. And
It's very.
Then why do you
serious,
keep
Marvin.
lying about it and making it worse for you?
No, I'm not lying.
You
about
are
it.
lying.
I'm not.
You're
I'm
sitting here saying that you weren't at a shooting range when you were.
No one asked me was I at a shooting range or not. You never asked
Were you
me.
at a shooting range?
Don't
Tell me the
lie.
truth. I told you I already know,
But
so
you-
don't sit here and lie to me.
But you never asked me.
I'm asking you now. Be honest with me. I already know. I want you to be man enough to sit here and look me in the face and be honest.
I plead the fifth.
About shooting
So you're
range?
telling me that you don't want to be honest. Is what that tells
I
me.
plead the fifth about that. I mean,
About a shooting
no,
range.
because you know, she never asked me was I at a shooting range.
She
You
asking you
know?
now.
And
You
that-
said you're here to
because
tell the
they-
truth all day.
But she just assumed I was at a shooting range.
I never
She said that.
assumed anything. I never assumed anything. I came in here knowing what I'm talking about. You're trying to sit here and bullshit us. You went to a shooting range with a friend. You shot at paper targets. What's the figure on a paper target?
I don't know.
You don't know, they're inside your house.
You said what's the figure?
What shape is on the target you're shooting at?
I don't know. It's
Is it a warthog?
It's like a body.
It's like a body, a person.
I didn't do very good.
You only have to hit someone with one bullet. You don't have to be good. The point is, you
I
weren't
was-
supposed to have guns. You shoot your guns. You practice getting better at your guns. You practice shooting at bodies. You shoot out of a window at people because you say you believe they're intruders, which means they're people. So you know you're
Did
shooting
my
at
brother tell you that?
you.
Did he
Listen,
tell you
I don't
that?
care.
Did he tell
You know you're shooting out of a window at people.
But then my
And
brother
you
tell you that?
know when you shoot a gun,
But it's not
At
important
people-
about what your brother's saying though.
Mm-hmm.
It's important to listen to what she's talking.
you know when you shoot a gun at people that they're going to get hit.
Not
and most-
necessarily.
You know when you shoot a gun in the direction of where people are and you shoot multiple times, the chances are quite high someone's going to be hit and they could die from that.
I've seen people shoot.
No, don't,
Close
no,
range,
no, I
yes.
don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
But you didn't.
You didn't.
I didn't try to hit him.
Yeah, you did. You
You
tried to
No.
hit who was outside that window.
I
You
tried-
already said
I
for
tried-
self-protection.
yeah,
And the
that's
only way you self-protect is to stop that person from coming in.
That's all.
And you stop that person from coming in by shooting their ass.
And you
That's
didn't
all.
try not to hit. Because if you tried not to hit, you wouldn't have pulled the trigger at all.
Well, this is my point right here. Only reason I fire my gun is to protect myself.
What do you think should happen to a person who murders a police officer?
Sir, I don't know.
You
I
don't know?
I don't know, but I don't. I mean, you know, I'm not the person who ever want to be known for doing something like that.
You know how you
That's
could have
the question.
stopped this whole thing?
No,
You know how you could have stopped this whole thing from ever happening?
no.
Look to see what you were shooting at.
No, I think it's a lot different. What you say. You know how I could have prevented this whole thing.
Not having the gun.
Thank you.
Not selling drugs. Not having police watching you coming to your house. That's how none of this could have happened.
Well, I mean, I don't sell drugs out of my house now.
Sold them out of your car. I already told you we know that. So stop the bullshit on where you're selling them from. The whole point is the choices you made, the actions you took, led you to get a gun because everybody knows people who deal in drugs, they have guns because people are after them. And had you identified what you were shooting at,
I wish they'd have made themselves clear. To me.
they did make themselves
I wish
clear.
they'd
You
got on
chose
that
you chose
loud
to say you
We
didn't
are
hear
not-
it.
We are not going to sit here and listen to you talk about it is the fault of the police that he's dead. That is not what happened. And that's not going to come out of your mouth, not unless that's what you really think, is that it's the fault of the police that this cop was murdered by you. Is that what you want to have this world think? Or
I just wish they I'd heard the bullhorn. I heard them say "come out" or something like that.
Well, you know what?
Because he's
Police,
got a bullhorn.
police, search warrants. Pretty darn loud
I mean,
enough. You
but
don't
they-
have to have a bullhorn when someone's this close to you telling you that
I
we're
wish they
police.
used that bullhorn, man.
They didn't have to use the bullhorn.
They used
The
it-
voices are loud enough.
They use it when
Listen to my voice right now. That's how loud they yell police search warrant.
But no, when they got on the bullhorn told Shirley get out. If they'd have used that bullhorn first, we just came out. You know, they waited to, and then they start calling.
You're still
her out.
doing what he told you not to do.
so it's the police fault.
No, I'm just saying if they'd have used, if they'd have,
If they would have done X, Y, Z, this cop.
I don't know what the protocol is, you know. But
It don't matter. If Marvin would not have had a gun, if Marvin would not sell drugs out of his car, if Marvin would not sell to people
So,
who communicate with police, police would not have had a reason to be at Marvin's house. Marvin would not have had to pick up that gun. And Marvin would not have shot out the window. Marvin. Nothing to do with police. Everything happened today because of you.
no, I'm,
Everything happened today because of you.
you can't even take responsibility for what you've done. I've sat here 20, 30 minutes and listened to you talk about how it's the police fault this guy's murdered. You haven't accepted responsibility for anything.
I mean,
Had they used the bullhorn, had I heard them say police search
I didn't
warrant,
hear that. I didn't hear that.
so it's their fault they didn't yell loud enough because they should have used the bullhorn.
I didn't hear it.
It's their fault that they broke your window and caused you to shoot out the window blindly.
Because it wasn't their fault. It was the guys across the street.
Marvin, whose
that was
fault
sitting in
is
the
it you
car.
had a gun?
So it's everybody's fault.
Whose
But
fault is it you had a gun?
I should never hear the gun.
Yeah,
Where did you get the gun from?
Bought off the street.
from?
I don't even know who the people are. You know, I just bought them off the street.
What kind of gun was it?
One was a 45 Millennium. I think it's a Ruger. What is it called? Taurus.
Mm-hmm.
And the other is a 9mm Millennium Taurus.
Why'd you need two guns?
Oh man, I just
Why did you need two guns?
I don't know. I just,
Yeah, you do. You know why you wanted two guns.
Why?
But you tell me. I know when I want a gun, I'll go buy one because I think this one's cool because I want another one. You're a felon. You had one gun. Why did you think you needed two guns?
I don't know. And I mean, it just came that somebody was selling one, and I bought it.
How much you buy them for?
Hmm.
How much you buy the? How much?
300 a piece.
So you bought the 45
for 300.
and the 9mm for 300.
Yeah.
Well, which one did you fire aimlessly out of the?
I don't know. I don't even know which one I got. Because when I went to sleep, both of them was battling.
Okay, so you have both guns by your bed when you go
They
sleep.
they was on my mattress. But not all the time. This particular night,
You have both of them by.
yeah, because those guys were sitting out there.
Okay, so you don't know which one you grabbed the shot.
No, I don't.
Just one.
I just grabbed one. I just reached and grabbed the gun.
The magazine's full.
Yeah.
You load them.
Yeah.
Were they full when you stopped firing?
I don't know what happened. I don't.
Did
know.
it go
I don't
quick?
I-
The slide lock back?
So it didn't shoot anymore?
No, I don't know how many shots I fired.
Did you
Again.
try to fire anymore?
No, I don't know how many shots I fired.
I'm not asking you how
He's
many
trying to
you fired.
get you to the point of why you stopped shooting.
I mean, I thought the intruders was out there, and I was like, I just dropped the gun, man. I don't know why.
If they are still
This is what
out
I did.
there, why do you drop the gun?
I shot. I don't know how many times I shot the gun. I dropped the gun and I tried to go out the back door.
Did the slide lock back?
Huh?
Would it shoot anymore?
I don't know. I don't.
Did
Yeah,
you
you
try?
do.
I don't know. I don't know all that.
Did you
stuff.
try?
Hmm.
Did you try to shoot anymore?
No, I didn't.
Did you keep trying to pull the trigger?
No. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how many times I shot.
So you don't know if the gun ran out of bullets or not.
No, I don't know how many times I shot.
So you don't know how many times you shot. I get that.
Right.
I got that. Are you telling me you don't know if you ran out of bullets?
No, I don't know.
So you have no idea.
No. All I did is drop the gun and headed toward the back door. That's all I did. I didn't know. I don't know if it locked back or
So
not.
it's
So you
safe
got
to
to keep in
say-
mind, I was asleep.
No, you weren't. You were wide awake.
And
were wide awake.
And then
I think that'll wake anybody if somebody
listen,
shooting at you.
Listen, by
Right.
me being asleep, right? Going to sleep, going to take my mindset and think about it for a minute. You go to sleep thinking that somebody's going to try to do you harm. You know, you were up looking out your window, watching across the street.
You know what I would do? If I thought somebody was outside waiting to do me harm, I wouldn't wait for them to break my window. I would call police and say, hey, come check these guys out.
Yeah, I didn't know. I mean, I wish I thought about that.
Why didn't
I
you?
did.
If you thought about it, why didn't you?
I thought about that when I was driving because I kept leaving my house, coming back, and I didn't want to stay there. It just didn't feel right. I
So
just said-
why
and
didn't
I
you
said-
do it, Marvin?
I said, and as I was going, I said, man, I need to call the police and let them know these guys out here.
Yeah,
And I ain't never seen
you
them.
don't call the police, man.
Man, but listen, my man thought that.
Why are you
That
trying to
you-
sell this hog?
Oh, no. Hey, sir.
Hey, you know
This-
what's selling the hog.
No, sir. This is the honest God truth. I did think that.
Marvin,
Before I went home, I did think that.
Marvin, people like you don't think to call the police.
Man, listen,
That's what I would say.
Man, I was doing good, man.
Man, you're talking about the hood. Who in the hell everybody know 911's a joke.
No. I mean, I thought that in my head. You know what I'm saying? I did think that in my head.
So why'd you talk yourself out of it if you thought that?
No, I didn't talk myself. It just ran through my mind. You know, it just ran my. I said, man, I need to call the cops and let them know these people out here. I ain't never seen this car out here, and this and that. And this guy, a couple days later, he put a burnt out in front of my house and looked at me strange.
So Marvin, the alleged dope man, is gonna call the Killeen police to come look at some alleged people who are supposedly or maybe going to do harm to Marvin, the alleged dope man.
I thought about it. I thought it did run through my mind. You know, like I said, man, guys, I'm real remorseful for this. I mean,
Only
I'm
to
real
yourself.
sorry.
Only to yourself.
No.
You could, you've already
If you were truly
explained that
Sorry,
you
go ahead.
were that you're remorseful. It's only to yourself. You have done nothing but make excuses of why this cop is murdered since you've been sitting in this chair.
If you were truly remorseful, you would be up front
see-
and
but see,
acknowledge
but-
everything
but-
we've
but
talked
see,
about.
But you guys are trying to make me say
Mm.
that I murdered a cop.
You
And
did
so-
murder a
no,
cop.
No, Marvin. Don't get it twisted. Ain't nobody trying to make you say that. That's me telling you that. That's what you did. There is no other ifs, ands, or buts about it. I'm not trying to make you say that,
Yeah.
but you have to understand something. You can say all day you didn't know it was a cop outside. Okay. You didn't know who the hell was outside.
But you knew you were
I thought
trying to
the
shoot at
truth-
someone.
I thought the intruders was out
It
there.
doesn't care who it is. You were shooting at some people outside. You didn't like my scenario of animals. So we already know that dogs, cats, and gorillas weren't breaking your window. So we already know that. So we have to assume that you knew that it was people outside.
Well,
And you thought it was two particular people.
Yeah, them two dudes across the street.
And you were shooting to
Protect
kill
myself.
those two people.
No, I was.
Yeah, you were.
No, I was shooting to protect myself. You know, I was shooting. in
Well, you
self-defense.
cannot explain what you mean by protect yourself. So you shot to shoot those two people outside.
Protect is code. Protect is code word. That's that prison talk bullshit. Protect is code word.
I mean, that's why.
Terminate.
Well, that was,
Terminate.
man, listen.
You see, that's the
sad.
that's the yeah. You may be sad. My point to you is protect is code word, and that's all prison shit. Okay, and all that really means is terminate. That's all it really means. It's like I got through telling you about selling the hog. You know what that means. I know what that means. It's all semantics. Protect means terminate. She says kill. Okay, terminate. I say murder. Okay, terminate.
Well, I would never use those words because.
Of course you won't, because they're code words. Protect is code word.
Them was not. That was not my intention to kill a police officer, to injure any police.
Was
officer.
it your intention to kill the two intruders?
No. My intention was to protect.
Protect. That was his intention. Code word for terminate.
You know, I just was trying to protect myself.
Again, code word for terminate. That's what that prison shit is. That's what it means. That's the lingo. That's the slang. That's what it's all about. I was on a horse for 9 years, Marvin. I know exactly what it means. Huh?
Well, but you know that was my.
Yeah, I do know. You damn right I know.
Well, you know that was my intention to kill a police officer.
It was your intention to protect yourself.
From me.
By-
Code word terminate.
By terminate the intruders. How else would you protect yourself unless you terminated the intruders?
You know, you can protect yourself by run. You can shoot and run them off.
No.
Did you do it?
no.
I tried to scare them off.
No. You said your intention was to protect yourself.
Right. And sometimes you can protect yourself by shooting, and an intruder will run off.
No.
You know,
Now that
I
we
asked you
have,
that a minute ago and you said no.
now that we
Yeah,
have
you did.
deciphered what protect is, what you should have said when she asked you that was, I should have just shot at the ground and ran off.
No. This was
Because I asked you
No,
that
this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm
specifically.
saying. This is what I'm just saying. Listen, I can figure like this: if they were coming in and I shot out the window, they'd have ran off.
No, that's not what you just said, Marvin.
Yeah, they could.
What you said, Marvin, was you shot through that window right there to protect yourself.
Right.
That's what you said.
Yes. From intruders. Yes, I said.
I don't care who from.
Yes.
It could be the fucking black birds that hang on the wire,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, sir.
Whoever you were protecting yourself from, you shot through that window.
Yes.
Okay. And we have already established that the word protect is slang in the prison for terminate.
No.
Oh, we didn't just establish that?
I mean, that's what you said.
No, that ain't what I'm saying. That's what it is.
Look at this.
And you know that's what it is too.
Well, and when I
But
shot
you're
out
right,
the
it
window,
is what I say because I know.
Right. But see, when I shot out the window, I was hoping the guys ran off too. You know, it ain't saying it ain't because I shot out the window. I was trying to exterminate some people's up. You know, it could have ran off. You know what I'm saying? I tried to scare them off. Whoever.
Marvin, right here.
Then you should have said I tried to scare them off.
Yeah.
You didn't
Marvin,
say that.
That's what I meant.
No, it's not what you
Okay,
meant.
so you come up to the window, how?
I was in the bed. I'm gonna tell you. Okay.
I get that.
I was
Just show
laying
me.
down. I was laying
You're
down.
laying down, but-
And I had my back toward the window.
Okay, Marvin,
I was like this.
when you shoot out of the window, show me what you're doing. Right
Okay.
now.
When I was
No,
in the
you're
bed,
laying down.
I was laying down,
Pick up your gun.
and then I heard the window break, and I said, "Oh, that's those guys." I tell you, that's what my man thought.
Okay.
I grabbed the gun.
Boom.
I grabbed the gun.
There's the window.
I grabbed the gun. I moved. I grabbed the gun. I
There's the
rolled
window.
over. I went to the side.
Right?
And
Uh-huh.
I was to the side, and I just started shooting that way toward my front door because
Okay.
that's where the sidewalk is at.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And that was it. You know what I'm saying? Hoping that I ran them off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, hoping that I ran them off. You know, that's what it was. You know, and like I said, and I'm 100%. You know, you might not believe this, and she might not believe it because you know they're your constituents. You know what I'm saying? But I tell you this. God knows the truth. So she might not believe it. You might not believe
Well,
it.
you know, the good news for you is, Marvin, I work for God. That's who I work for. I don't work for the city of Killeen. Only through materialistic values that I work for the city of Killeen. But I work for God.
Yeah.
Okay? That's who my employer is. So we got a lot in common when we talk about God. All right? So you don't have to tell me whether or not I believe you or not.
I'm gonna get closer with God.
Well, you need to get closer with God.
Yeah.
You really do.
Yeah.
Because you just murdered a cop intentionally.
No, sir.
Because you shot through the window aimlessly.
You know what aimlessly means?
Recklessly. Yeah. You know, I was thinking I was protecting myself from intruders.
Hold your arm like he's holding that. You knew exactly what you was doing, Marvin.
Something like shooting.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, if there are intruders coming in my
I
house,
don't
I'll
care
try to
who
scare them off.
it is. Hell, we're dove hunting. It don't matter. You know how to shoot a gun. You even demonstrated right here while you sitting here. You had your your rear and front sight right here. Nobody does that unless you know how to shoot a gun. You even know how to hold it.
I'm not that good though.
You didn't go like this. You didn't do the TV gangster style shit like this. You didn't turn it. You didn't cant it. You right here, right on target. You know why? Because you practiced that shit.
Yeah. I mean, I
You are right here. When you raised your arms up, it went naturally to your eyes. Right here.
I didn't know there was police out there. I thought I was just scared to defend myself. And
So what I'm telling you is you didn't shoot out that window to scare anybody. You did this right here. I submit to you, you identified your target.
Take an aim.
No.
You didn't fire aimlessly. You identified your target. You lined up your sights. You pulled the trigger as many times as you could. Not shooting where you thought he may have been, but shooting where he would have gone.
No.
And you hit him.
No, I'm looking up my sidewalk. You know, I can't see out the window, but I know where the sidewalk is. And I know if somebody come to my door, they got to come at the sidewalk.
Why do you think they're at your door?
Because that's
When
what
they're at your window, that's what who does.
That's what they do. They kick doors open. You know, they call themselves kick doors.
So
Why they break a window? Why they breaking a window?
I thought they was
do a
coming
kick
through the
door.
window.
So why you shooting at toward the door?
No, I'm shooting toward the sidewalk.
Which is toward the door, you said.
Yeah, coming up the sidewalk. And I was on the side. I wasn't like in the middle of the window. I was on the side.
You know why you're shooting at that direction as well? Because you hear the police at your front door trying to get in the front door also.
I was shooting that direction to protect myself and
Terminate.
and to run off the intruders who I thought was trying to come in the house to do me harm. That's the only reason. That's why I was shooting. I wasn't shooting.
Why does it take you 2 hours to finally add in at some persuasion to run off?
No, he
Never.
He,
I tried to get you to say that earlier, and you never would until he told you
he
the
didn't tell
prison
me that.
slang. Yeah,
no,
he
he
did.
didn't say it.
Yeah, he did.
No, I mean,
He told you the slang, which you know is true, for protect is terminate. And I've told you all along,
And I
but
said
if
no.
you were trying to run him off, why didn't you do this? You never
he told
acknowledged
me.
that.
I told
I
him.
would say no now too. Have me to hell. In fact, I haven't heard you say the word protect but 2 times after I told you what the slang word from. When we first sat down, that's all you was saying.
I mean, listen.
Switch it up and say self-defense. You'll be better off.
No.
I don't know the slang term for that.
Well, I went. My intention was to protect myself and run the
Why do you
intruders off.
think? Why do you think that you are sitting up in here with a tenured detective, and you think you're just gonna bullshit your way through this?
No. Oh, I'm telling her the truth and you the truth.
No, you're not.
No, you're not telling me the truth.
See.
Now I don't know what you told her before, but I can tell you now, whatever it was, I don't quite know what it was, to be honest with you. But I can tell you while I'm sitting here, you're not being truthful.
Yes, I am, sir.
I have been dealing with
So-
with people
Criminals.
who well, you know, it just is what it is.
Mhm.
But I was talking more with people who have been in prison, more so than I have in this capacity.
Mhm.
I'm catching up though, because I ain't been in prison a long time.
Mhm.
I don't want to call you no criminal. That's kind of belittling. I don't think I've belittled you at all since you've been sitting here. But I will tell you this. everyone that I have talked to have the same demeanor when they're caught or when they've done something wrong. You have no choice or alternative right now but to stick with that story that you said. Because if not, you're going to be a liar.
It's the truth.
But it's not the
It's the
truth.
truth.
Because I do know one thing about a convict. One thing I do know about a convict. If you get a weapon for protection, if you have a weapon for protection, the threat is not over until the threat is gone. So what I will say to you is this. If you're in a chow hall eating and you think somebody's after you, you're not going to run out of the chow hall without your weapon. And if you do, it's only because you know that the prison police are outside the chow hall area. Mm-hmm. And you certainly don't want to run out there with a shank because you already know what's going to happen. Mm-hmm. The beatdown is coming. Mm-hmm. So you certainly don't want to do that. So in your mindset, because Marvin, really what you are, and I'm just going to put it out there, but this is not to belittle you, but really what you are is institutionalized. And I realize that. You're institutionalized. You running out of that house without a weapon makes perfect sense to me.
Because you don't want to be caught with it.
Not only do you not want to be caught with it, you know that the police is outside.
No.
You can say no if you want
No,
to.
sir. Now, that's from that point.
Now, because you institutionalized, I know that to be a fact. Because the very same thing happens inside the prison environment. Whether it be in a chow hall, a gymnasium, the rec yard, if y'all had dorms where you were, mass cells, a wing, a tier, some people call them rows, you are not going to go where the police is with that weapon, Marvin. That's ingrained in every real convict or true convict or where you're an inmate. There is a difference, is there not?
Well, I mean, that's neither here nor there.
It is neither here nor there. Because I think the reason that you were put on a Supermax, Marvin, is not because you were a convict. It was because you were an inmate.
What that mean?
It means you was a violent motherfucker. That's what that means. Convicts know how to handle their business, and they're not cowards. Inmates think they can go inside the prison environment and still do what they did. Your problem is you got institutionalized, and the very same things you did in there, you did over here on Circle M this morning when you murdered that police officer.
But how do they know they were shooting out there? How do they know how they know they didn't have some friendly fire?
I'm sorry, I wouldn't say that again.
There was other people outside shooting.
There was other people outside.
Yeah, it was Irish shots.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you're asking me, how do I know that somebody else's bullet didn't strike the officer?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying.
They were shooting outside too.
So everybody was shooting. So so you're asking, there could have been some crossfire or something like that, and the officer accidentally got hit.
They have to investigate that.
You want to know how they know?
Yeah.
Because, listen, I'm telling you how.
Okay, she's
Because
gonna tell you.
police officers don't carry 9mm and they don't carry 45s. That's how we know.
Mm-hmm.
That's how.
But that was a good question, and a valid question.
So now you know the answer to that. The only person that shot that officer was you.
Now you must concede at this point, Marvin.
Like I said, I didn't know it was an officer out there.
You must concede to the fact, Marvin, that the reason you ran out of that house without a weapon is because by that time you knew that it was the police.
No. I didn't know it was the police until I got to the back door. I didn't know it was the police until I got to the back door. That's the truth. That's the truth. I didn't know it was the police until I got to the back
Did you
door.
run out of bullets, Marvin?
I don't know that. I don't, like I told you, the truth is I don't
So
know.
well, then the other theory could only be
I don't understand myself.
if I'm wrong about you being institutionalized, if I'm wrong, the only other theory that could exist is that you ran out of ammo and you was trying to get the fuck out of Dodge.
No, I don't know. I don't know that as being true. I don't know
Well,
how
I'm
many times
asking
I
you.
shot.
I'm
I mean,
asking
I
you.
don't know how many times I shot, and I'm being truthful with you, man. You know, you can make me want to say this and say this, but I'm gonna be truthful with you.
I don't want to
I'm
make you
gonna
say
be
anything.
truthful. I'm gonna be truthful. I'm gonna be truthful.
You're being Marvin's
No,
version of the truth.
No, I'm being truthful.
You're not being God's version of
Yes,
the truth.
I'm
No,
telling the
you're
God's honest truth because only thing I heard was when the window broke, I thought it was an intruder.
So you
I
start
tried to
fucking
scare
up.
him off. You know what I'm saying? I tried to scare him off. And that was it. I mean, that's the bottom line. That's the bottom line.
Did you scare him off?
I don't know. I just tried to
just
scare him
fixing
off. I just tried to scare him off to protect myself.
So did you scare them off? I told you to stop using that word. We already know what it means. Did you scare them off?
Man, you know, I'm not trying to joke about it because it's serious. You know what
Do
I'm
you
saying?
think you scared them off? Is
I
what
mean,
he's asking
I
you.
don't, man. Now that
Let me ask you
but
this.
that wouldn't be the right question to ask. Now that you told me that it's the police officer, that's what I'm saying. It's not.
No,
You know,
no,
right? You know what I
yeah.
mean? You know,
If you're saying you fired to scare them off,
the intruder. I'm not.
Exactly.
I'm not
Did
talking
you
about
did
the
you
law.
did you
Listen
scare the
to
intruder
me.
off?
Listen, that's what I was trying to do.
Did you
do
think
you
did?
think you did it?
If I figure if I shoot out the window, I can protect myself and scare them off without having to hurt anybody.
Okay,
Do
so
you
that's-
think you scared them to go away from your apartment?
No,
What do you think they did then?
I don't know. I don't know.
Then
know
why
all
would
that.
you run outside if they were still out there?
I thought they were still out there. I mean, you know, these are ghetto people. They don't know to be in back of the house.
You thought
and
they were
surround-
still out there?
They don't know about it. If
Marvin.
these two guys, they gonna try to come in your house through the front door.
Hey Marvin.
That's how they do in the hood.
Hey Marvin. That ain't how they do it in the hood, but anyway, Marvin.
Yeah, they'll try to come.
Marvin.
They don't set up around your
Yeah,
house.
yeah, they do, Marvin.
They ain't
Marvin.
out there smart.
Yeah,
Come on,
yeah.
people
Marvin.
that's coming in your house trying to do you
Marvin.
harm or rob you or do something like that.
Marvin, Marvin.
They're not experienced with that. These are young
Marvin, are you
kids.
ghetto?
No,
You not ghetto, so you're not from the hood?
no, yeah, I'm from the hood.
So you from the hood.
Right, and as I know.
Okay, well, if you from the hood and you think that way, what makes you think you're smarter than everybody else in the hood that they don't think that
But
way?
I don't think they think about setting up no perimeter around.
But you would, right?
No. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't even think like that.
Yeah, why would you think they're
I
right?
don't try to keep people doors.
I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you do.
Yeah.
We're talking about the thought process here. If you think that you can escape through your back door because no one comes through the back door,
Right. That's
then why don't you think that maybe somebody would think, well, damn, nobody ever goes through the back door, so maybe we'll set up at the back door and not the front door.
But they don't think like that.
What makes you think that?
If it's people trying to kick your door in, they're gonna come try to kick your door in and come through the front door. You know what I mean?
I don't know. That's not what happened on the home invasions that I worked.
Yeah, this is my mindset. This
Which goes back to what you were saying. You thought they were going to come through your front door. That's why you were aiming your gun out toward the
and that's
sidewalk
why I
where
had
the front
and
door
and
is.
that's why I had the chair up there too. You know, that's why I had the chair. up
That's
there,
why
too.
you were shooting in that direction to hit persons in that direction.
To protect myself.
So they would
And-
not come in through your
well,
front
I
door.
wouldn't say hit. I wouldn't say hit. I was saying protect myself
Protect.
and scare them off.
He talking about hitting.
You know,
Hitting
you
and
know.
terminating, two different things.
See what I mean? See what I mean? If I forget if someone's trying to come in your door and they're not the police, they're not somebody, they're gonna run off.
Where were you
know
gonna
what I'm
run after you ran out the back door?
saying? I was just gonna try to run.
Where?
I don't.
To where?
I was gonna just try to run. I don't know where I was gonna run. I was gonna get out and haul that.
What's in your backyard?
Well, you can run. There's a lot of business. A lot
Tell
of
me,
business.
tell me, what's in your backyard, Marvin? I know it's a lot of shit back there, but what's in your backyard?
What's behind your backyard?
Is
What's
there a-
behind your apartment
I mean,
complex?
what's back there?
It's a trailer park back
Yeah,
there.
you know what? You know how common it is for shootings on Circle N? People, after they do it, they run out their backyard through the trailer park to get away. Same place you were trying to go.
Okay, so after you, I guess,
if it was intruders, I wasn't trying to.
oh, okay,
I was thinking it was intruders.
but you running from these intruders because you think you're a little bit safe to run out the back door.
Yeah.
Okay, so after you get out of the back door, what do you do?
I didn't get out the back. Never
And
got
listen
out.
to me, I know you didn't because you're sitting here. So you were planning on running out of the back door and run where?
I was just gonna run. I don't
Well,
know.
okay, what were you going to do when you got to a place where you felt like
My
you were,
mind wasn't even there yet.
once you got to a place where you felt you were truly and really safe, what were you going to do?
I don't know what I would did.
You
I
don't
was
know
trying. I
what
was
you
trying to find out. I was trying to find out what happened. Who
Okay,
it was.
okay,
something
and then
like
what? And then what?
that. That was it. I was trying to. Then if I found out it was the police, I'd have turned myself in. You know. If I'd have found out that I hit the police,
How
I
were
would
you
turn
gonna-
myself.
how
I was
were you
going. I was say probably stay away, and then I asked my brother. He lives across the street.
How
I asked my brother. I
were
was
you
like,
going to find out what was going on?
About my brother?
You were gonna call him or something?
Yeah, probably call my brother.
You didn't have a phone when you were
No, I mean I
running
could
that
I could have ran to somebody's house and used the phone.
Let me ask you this. Why do you think you would turn yourself in when you weren't man enough to tell police on the spot that you were the one to do the shooting?
I would have turned myself in. You know, I'd have turned myself in.
So after all that running, and getting to safety where you really, 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 really feel like you're safe, so where you can find out and get a clear head and everything,
Yeah, because
it still does not sink through your noggin to pick up the phone and call police. Hey, that's my charge.
I would have turned myself in, man. I would have turned.
I didn't ask you to turn yourself in because at this point you don't know that it's the police. That's what you said.
Right.
I'm
That's
asking
what I
you.
found
I'm asking you. Mickey's right across the street, so let's presume that you the one over there and use their phone. Because nobody's going to open the door for you until 4 o'clock in the morning. You looking like this. So let's presume you run across the street and you use the phone to call your brother and not the police. That somebody just broke your window and shooting at you.
I'd have called my brother and I told him, I said, I told you those guys were going to try to break in my house because I did tell them that.
You still wouldn't have called police?
I wouldn't have know what I would did. Now that I know what I know, I called my brother and said, I told you those guys were going to try to break in my house. If my brother would have told me, he said, those were the police at your door.
Forget that.
I would have turned myself in.
I'm not talking about you turning yourself in. After firing your gun through a window, actually, the conversation just started. You were actually, I guess, looking out your window and down the sidewalk and shooting at folks.
Well, I couldn't see out. I couldn't see out the window, but I know the direction of the sidewalk.
Okay.
You could see out the window because the blinds were no longer there. They were.
No, they must have tore it down after I left out the room.
No.
Because when I left out the room, the blinds were still up.
No.
Okay. So after you,
Not true.
you're still trying to get to a phone. You still don't think about calling the police. You would call your brother first.
Yeah, I would, because I would have like, man, somebody tried to break in my house.
Yeah, you would call the police.
Yeah.
You know why?
My brother would
You know
probably
why?
call the police.
You know why? Because folks like you don't call the police. And I'm not saying you hate the police,
I know.
but we damn sure ain't gonna sit down and drink a beer together. I mean, we just not on that level, and that's just the way it is. No fault of yours, no fault of mine. We just don't connect because you have a lifestyle and I have a lifestyle, and it's not the same.
I think I protect did pretty well with police officers. I know.
Well, no. I'm not saying you hate police.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not saying you hate police. I'm just telling you that we ain't gonna go out and just hang out, barbecue at the house, stuff like
We
that.
could.
Well,
We could. I mean, I don't have nothing against the police. You know what I'm saying? I told you when we first started the conversation, I have a great deal of respect for authority. You know what I'm saying? And the police. You know, if you remember when I first sat down, I
Then
said
why were
that.
you looking out that window where the blinds no longer were and were shooting at officers who were clearly marked officers?
Like I said,
The
when I
blinds
left-
were down
when I left-
when you
that-
were shooting out the window.
No.
Yes, they were. They were.
When that window bust, when
the
window
window busted,
the blinds were still
the
up.
blinds were then pulled down
No, they were pulled down after I
before
left.
you started firing your gun.
No.
Yes, they were.
No.
That's why you could look out and see the sidewalk.
Yeah. I didn't
Because
see
the
the
blind, you said you were firing toward the sidewalk.
Right, I didn't see it. I
Yeah, you
I
did.
just noticed that.
No,
I just noticed
you could
that.
see it.
No,
you
I
could
didn't.
see it because the officer was shining his flashlight into your house and the blinds were no longer there.
there's a lot of kids over in that area too, man. You just shooting down the sidewalk in the area of a sidewalk.
It was early in the morning though.
People go to work. What's the day? Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Take
GI's
kids to daycare.
I think GI's got to get up, go to work, take the kids to daycare. You just shooting down the damn sidewalk?
The only reason I started firing is to protect myself, sir.
Oh, yeah, well,
You know,
we've already
And
established
and
that.
to scare intruders off.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? That's it. And before that happened, I went to my brother's house and I told my brother, these
You
guys
learned a
are
lot.
watching me.
You've learned a lot. You have learned a lot in 23 years.
You know, I told my brother, I said, man, them people, she even confirmed that. She said, I talked to your brother and he said, you did say you seen some people and they were sitting out there watching you and he told you they weren't going to do nothing to you. Even she said that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, You guys are trying to make me say,
why would your brother say they're not gonna do anything to you?
man, my brother know how I am. You know,
No,
he
no.
know I'm a paranoid dude.
What's
And
it?
he know it. So
Are
he's
you
like,
schizophrenic?
no, I don't know. I've never been diagnosed. But
Okay,
he
so
told me,
so why are
he
you so
told-
why are you so paranoid?
My brother told me, man, I'll go home, man. They ain't gonna do nothing to
They're
you.
not
get-
going to do nothing to you.
I
He
get
said,
what
they're
you're
not,
saying.
he said, man, ain't nobody bothering you. Man.
Why are you paranoid?
Because this guy, I told you this guy, burnt rubber out my lot a couple days earlier
Why is that
and
paranoid?
was looking at me real strange.
Why
You know what
does
I'm
that
saying?
make you paranoid?
Because I thought he was trying to do something to me.
Why?
Because he's looking at me strange. I don't know what
Am I not looking at you strange right now?
No, but he was looking at me like he wanted to do something to me. You know, I'm like, why is this guy bugging on me?
You know why you?
And then listen, and then earlier today, he had pulled in the parking lot and bagged up.
You want to know what that's called? You want to know what that's called? That's called institutionalized is what that's called.
He keeps saying that.
It's true.
That.
You can't
But I'm
function
just
in
telling
society
the
with
truth.
somebody looking at you. You think they're gonna do something to you?
No, man, but the way he burnt out rubber and looked at
Mean
me,
mugging the shit out of you.
right? Then he came,
Yeah.
okay,
That's what it's called.
Now look, then he came back a couple of days later. He actually came back earlier that day.
Did you get some bad dope?
No, I don't sell dope.
You smoke bad dope with it?
I don't smoke dope with him. You know, I might use dope, but I don't sell dope. Whatever they trying to say.
I don't.
This is really somebody, man, who was jealous of me and called the police and said I was selling jerk. But listen, this guy actually was out there earlier. He was in the car and he bagged up in that same lot and had his park lights on. And I got in my car.
Does he have any friends over?
I don't know who he had, but I've never seen that car. I seen it when he burnt out, but when it was parked over there.
Is it
that made
possible?
clear.
Is it possible he just bought it?
I mean, it's possible he could have some friends over there, but that car has never seen
Why
that lot.
you?
I don't know.
Out of everybody on Circle M,
I don't
why is he targeting you?
know. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. You know, I don't know why people mean mug and all that. Because I asked him, man, I said, why do these people always come down the street and be mean mugging you and stuff?
Marvin.
People say, that's the way they are down here, man. They just look at you.
Y'all just trying to turn something into the hood and it's not.
It's not, man.
Marvin.
This is a sad situation.
What-
I like
what
to
would
say
you
is
do?
I'm very sad. And you tell that DA
Just listen
that
to
I'm
me.
very
Listen, answer me
remorseful and
this.
I'm very sad.
And Detective Harris kind of asked you this earlier. And I want to know what you think should happen to a person who shoots and kills another person.
Okay.
Honestly.
This is the truth, and I'm gonna think before I speak. And I've thought about it.
Okay.
Okay. I think any person has the right to defend themselves.
That wasn't my question. I'm not asking about defense or self-defense.
You said-
I'm
you
saying,
you said
what do you
the last
think
thing
should
you-
happen to someone
Who
who
shoots
shoots
somebody?
and kills for whatever reason?
Okay.
What do you think should
Okay.
happen to that
Okay.
person?
Okay, let me think again. I think any person who feels threatened that someone's gonna come into their home have the right to defend themselves.
Okay, and what should happen to them if in defending themselves they shoot and kill someone?
I'm not the judge of that. I'm not the judge. Only God can judge that. I'm not the
So
judge.
you think they shouldn't get in trouble at all?
if a person
If your brother were walking down the street and someone mistook your brother for you and they're pissed off at you and they kill him, what do you think should happen to them?
Well, you know, I would say this to you, ma'am. I'm not the judge and I'm not the jury. You know what I'm saying?
It's pretty. It's pretty.
I'm remorseful about what happened.
Again.
You know, I'm remorseful about what happened. You know, I'm very sad that it was a cop.
You know what most people would say in a situation?
Here.
What do you think should happen to someone who shoots and kills another person?
Prison
How long?
forever.
That's what most people say.
No, you know, I don't think that, you know.
You know who doesn't give that answer? People who know they're guilty.
I mean,
People who think
I'm not saying
they
I'm
can get
innocent. I'm not saying I'm innocent.
well, you're not innocent.
I'm not saying I told
but
you
you're
that
also
earlier.
not honest.
I told you that earlier. I'm not saying I'm not. I never said that I was innocent. You know what I'm saying? If a police got shot, I'm guilty of shooting a police officer,
No,
but
no.
it wasn't intentionally. Is what I'm saying.
And you're wrong there because you're within this distance away when you're being told it's police. You're wrong there because the blinds are pulled down so you can see while you're wide awake outside of the window to see
when I
your
jumped
sidewalk.
up, when I jumped up,
Police officers are standing at your door trying to
I
get
can't see
through
my
your
door.
front door. You don't have to see your front door. You know where the hell it is.
Yeah, I don't see my front.
You know there's people trying to get in your front door because you hear the banging, you hear them yelling, police search warrant. You'd hear them at the back door because they're
No, I didn't
doing
hear
the
it.
same at the back
I
door.
didn't, no,
That's because you're concentrating on shooting the ones out the window.
No, what happened was
No.
Lining up your sights. You just recreated that. I didn't. You did. Lining up your sights to hit what you're aiming at.
What you see.
no, I didn't see.
Yeah, you did.
I didn't.
There's no way you could have looked out the
True.
open window
The truth of the matter
where it is lit
the
and
truth
not
of the matter-
seen who
the
was
truth of-
outside.
the
The
truth-
truth of the matter is you looked out the window, you knew the police were there for you,
The truth that I got
and you didn't want that to happen,
I
so
got-
you fired your gun until it was empty and you didn't have any more bullets, and then you
I have
ran
very
to
good
get
respect.
away and you got caught. If you had respect for police,
very good
you would
respect for
acknowledge
police.
what really happened, and you're not doing that because you think you can continue to spout out, I'm protecting myself. You weren't protecting yourself. You were trying to kill someone and you did it.
Man, if I would've
You
seen the police-
succeeded.
If I seen the police, I would have never.
No,
shot.
you wouldn't have.
I would have never shot.
That's not true.
I would never shot if I seen the police.
You saw the police officer and you shot because they were police.
If I would have seen the police, ma'am, if I would have seen the police, if I would have heard them say police, I would have never picked my gun up. Never. Because I mean, I'm not doing nothing illegal. You know what I'm saying? So why would I pick my gun up?
You tell me.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, so if I would have heard
You
say,
are
well,
doing something illegal.
You're a felon with a gun.
You have guns in your house. That's
And you know you're not supposed to have those guns. And you don't have
and
one, you got two.
And usually I don't keep guns in my house. Usually I don't keep guns in my house.
Earlier you said you've had those
Well,
guns
you
for a
sleep
little
with them.
while and you sleep with them every day unless Shirley's sleeping with you.
Yeah.
Other than that, they're always in bed with you, so you
Well,
just lied.
I don't sleep at night. Usually I don't sleep at night. But
Sleeping during the day with you, it
Usually-
don't matter. You said they are in bed with you
usually-
every
when
time
I'm by
unless
myself.
Shirley's
Right,
not there.
Right, because I think somebody might try to kick my door in.
okay. Well, that's what we just talked about. So there's no reason.
And
to
the
say
same door
say.
that you keep wide open during the day, even when porn is on.
Yeah, how you know that?
The same door that you have never barricaded before until last night.
Yeah,
The
because I
same
those
door
guys-
that you never barricaded before when you seen those guys before. What made it
No,
different
no,
last
no,
night?
no, 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 no. I seen that guy one time.
Why didn't you barricade the door that night?
Because I not.
You saw the guys before and you said.
Well,
you saw him 2 days.
It was daytime.
You saw him 2 days before
was
staring you
daytime.
down. Why not
Right.
close your door and barricade it then?
Oh,
Because you said
he-
they were
he was
mean
going
mugging
through.
you then
'Cause
too.
They just rolled through. It wasn't like they
You
stopped.
said they were
just
standing
went up.
over there mean mugging you.
No,
is
no, no.
what
He
you
was in the
told
car.
us
He was
earlier.
he was in the car.
Doesn't matter.
He was in the car.
They're
He
looking
flew
at
around.
you doing the same thing they were earlier this morning, staring you down. Why didn't you barricade the door then?
It was dark outside, and in daytime you don't have to do all that. At nighttime.
Oh,
when-
nobody's going to come try to do something to you
No,
during the
not,
day?
not in the
Not
daytime.
not in the hood.
Yeah, anybody
Yeah.
can try to do nothing in the daytime.
Yeah,
They try to do it at night.
Everything happens at night
Right.
through the front door.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think we believe that, right?
Well, only God can judge me, man.
And again, I work
mean,
for God.
Well,
Yeah,
you know
yeah,
what?
yeah,
You're not
yeah.
quite correct on that. God may be able to determine your soul in the end, but while you're here on this earth, a judge and jury will judge you.
Right, and that's what
And you're not helping yourself right
Well, I
now.
mean, I'm being truthful.
You're lying
I'm being
in
truthful.
front of God
I'm
when
being
you say that you're being truthful when you know damn well you're
I'm
not.
being
No,
truthful.
you're not.
I-
You've been caught in so many lies already.
Well, that's
and
what you want to say. I kept the same
It's not
story.
what I'm. No, you haven't
I
kept the
kept
same story.
I kept the same story, and I will keep.
That's
the
how
same
bad
story.
of a liar you are. You think you have when you've changed it.
I wouldn't sit here and try to lie to you guys. And
Yeah,
lie to
you
guys.
would.
I'm just being truthful, man. I did not know it was a police officer. I'm very sad that I found that out. You know what I'm saying? I'm very remorseful. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not the type of person that's gonna sit up here and just say this. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was some truth.
Yeah,
trying to come
yeah,
about.
yeah.
You even confirmed that. You
What?
said that my brother said that.
That got nothing to do with it, Marvin.
Why
You
did
have
you bring your brother up?
Because she said
Yeah,
what she
but,
said.
yeah,
She
but,
said
yeah,
the
yeah,
thing.
but so what? He said that, okay?
Right, and that's what. So my intentions was never to shoot an officer.
But
No, that's
you
my point.
also said that you were shooting down toward the sidewalk because that's where people walk up to.
Right. Right.
Okay.
And they kick doors open. That's what these young kids do out
Well, part of my confusion here is if they're at your window, why are you shooting down there at the sidewalk?
here. No, I didn't see nobody at my window. You know.
And they broke your window. Where else the hell they gonna be?
Only thing I heard was my window break.
So where
That's
else?
when I got up and started firing.
You also said you thought someone may have been coming through your window.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I thought they might come in the window.
Okay.
So I tried to scare them
Why
off.
shoot down toward and near the
Reason I'm trying
sidewalk?
to scare them off.
They're at your window. Why are you shooting down there?
Because bullets come out the window. If somebody at your window and you start shooting out the window, they're going to either run
You're
off.
shooting, you said, in the direction of the sidewalk.
Yeah. Because
Why aren't you shooting straight out of your window?
I was. Out the window towards the sidewalk. You know what I'm saying? I did. And I figured
Kind of
like,
canted like that.
yeah, right. Yeah. That's how I did. I mean, you know, and I thought it was intruders and I tried to scare them
But
off.
you're shooting toward the sidewalk and not.
Yeah, right. You're not straight out the window.
Why do you
Inside.
think the intruders would give you heads up by breaking your window instead of just coming through the front door if they were going to do a kick door? That's pretty stupid, don't you think?
Well, man, you know, hey, people do stupid stuff.
No,
I guess,
no.
yeah, well, you know, pretty obvious.
I tell you, man, you know, I wasn't trying to kill no officer. I'm very remorseful.
You were just trying to
I'm
kill the
racist.
intruders.
I was just trying to protect myself.
You were
and
just
run
trying
off.
to terminate
I
the
really
intruders.
wasn't trying to kill anybody. I was just trying to scare them off. You know, I was trying to scare whoever it was off. My intentions were not to kill. You know, my intentions was just to scare whoever it was off.
All right, let's go back to one thing I would like for you, if you can possibly, to explain. And again, try to leave out protect and self-defend because we know that's what you're saying. What I want to be able to tell the DA is why you shoot what you can't see. Not to protect yourself, but when you don't know what is outside that window, why are you shooting?
Okay, this is what you can tell the DA, and this is the truth. When I went to bed, guys was outside, and I thought they was gonna come and try to harm me. When I went to sleep, I stayed asleep. I woke up to a broken window. I did not hear they said nobody say police search warrant, search warrant, search warrant. All I heard is the window break. When the window broke, I jumped up and just started firing my weapon. You know, and that was it.
But
Then,
you haven't told me why you shoot at what you say you cannot see.
well, the whole thing is this: when you think that someone's out and they're trying to come in your house and your window break, you thinking that the person is gonna come through that window. You know what I mean? So that's why I shot out the window. You know, I didn't shoot out the window to terminate or execute. I shot out the window to scare whoever it was that broke the window off, and who, in my mind, was the people across the street. You know, because I didn't hear anybody say police search warrant. All I heard was the window break.
And again, these people who you don't even know where you're shooting at. So you say. You say you don't know who's outside the window. You're just guessing.
Right, that's what I said. I thought that's what it was.
You're guessing.
If you go to bed, okay, we are human. If you go to bed and you think that somebody's outside your house, somebody might call.
You know what I
police.
do? When I hear a noise outside, I get up, I get my gun, I look to see what may be out there before.
It all happened fast.
Everything
Yeah,
happens
it
fast,
happens
but you
fast.
have to look to see what is causing the
Yeah,
problem.
it all happened so fast. You know, and I told you I went to bed with the mind state that I went to bed
I
with the
don't
mind
care if
state.
you went to
That's
bed
somebody-
drunk.
Yeah, I went drunk, but I went to bed with the
Yeah, I
mind
know
state.
you weren't drunk. You were sober,
Yeah,
completely sober.
Yeah, I went to bed.
And
with
you
the
say
mind
you
state.
don't hear voices yelling, telling you who it is.
No, I didn't hear
You
that.
just hear a noise and
Well, you know,
firing.
voices are different from like you guys talking. If somebody hit that door, it's a lot louder than voices. You understand what I'm saying? Like if somebody's like, hey, and you heavy sleeping.
Okay, so you're saying you didn't hear that, which means the voices you would have only heard would have been those right outside that window. That
No,
was broken.
I said, listen. When I heard the window break, That's all I heard. You said
So
that
your
they-
attention is focused on the window.
No, you said this is what you said. You said that they were hollering police officers. I'm not saying they didn't. I just said I didn't hear that. You know what I'm saying? The only thing I heard was when the window broke.
At what point do you hear shots being fired at you?
When I started firing out the window, that's when I heard shots. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't know who it was or nothing. And I just dropped my gun and ran to the back door and
You didn't
ran to the
drop your
back door.
gun immediately.
Yeah, I dropped.
You continued shooting. You continued shooting that gun
No.
until you decided to lay the gun down. It wasn't fire 2 shots and put it down because you hear guns firing back at you.
It probably about it. Probably about, I don't know. It was. I know it wasn't. It didn't empty. I know that. Only thing I know is I fired a few shots and I dropped and I ran out the back door because I thought I scared the intruder, whoever it was, off, and I was gonna go out the back door, run around, and see.
You
who
just
it was.
said a minute ago. You just said a minute ago you didn't know if you scared them off.
Dude,
You're changing your story
You
again.
hear what you just said?
but I'm just saying the same.
That makes
No,
no
you're not.
sense.
No, but I mean, when you look at it, I'm saying, okay, well, yeah,
You in the game?
No,
Yeah, you are. You said
Yeah,
earlier
back-
you were.
back in the day, not no
Cheating.
more, not no more. That's
Cheating.
when I was young. That's when I was young. I'm 50 years old. I'll be 50.
And still doing crazy stuff.
No, I'm 50 years. Man, I'm settled down, man, and chilling, having a nice time out of
So-
prison.
Okay, we have this thing here, and then this ain't none of your house, but I'm just telling you. Let's just say this is the window.
I could
And-
draw the
no. And this is your back door. We ain't got to go through all that, okay? You up in here somewhere. This is your bedroom, and this window right here break, right?
Mhm.
So you fire a couple times.
I was standing by right
It
there.
don't matter. This is your bedroom, and so what you're saying is you're gonna run out the back door, and you're gonna come around here
Right. And see,
to see who broke your window without a gun.
Right.
After you fired,
Because I figured I scared them off. You know, I figured I
You
scared
just
them
think
off.
we're absolutely ignorant, don't you?
I figured I scared them off.
Nobody
that makes
thinks
sense.
that's anything.
Yeah,
That
that
makes
makes-
no sense whatsoever. We've told you that before. The more you say it, the stupider it sounds each time,
Well, so
Marvin.
you asked me what would you say? What you tell?
You just
yeah.
got through
This is-
telling
this is-
him
this is what you
that
tell
you
the-
were going to run out the back door and run back this way, not come back around. So you've changed it again.
So this is what you tell the DA. According to him,
Okay.
he picked up a gun after he heard the window break, fired a few rounds, felt he scared him off, whoever it was. He was gonna get ready to run out the back door to come around here to actually see if he scared him off without a gun in his hand.
Yeah.
So why is that? Why are you now doing that when a while ago you were going to go run
Yeah. Well,
and you didn't know where you were going to run?
But
When
then-
did you decide you were going to run somewhere but then come here and check? When
Yeah.
did that thought come in your head?
if I figured out if I ran them off, that's what I was doing.
When did you decide that? Because a while ago
When I
that
got-
wasn't
when I
your
got-
decision.
When I got to the back door,
That's
that's
not
what I
what you
did.
told this man a little bit
Yeah,
ago.
well, probably that's
What you
I
told
did.
this man a little bit ago is that you were going to run out this door and run who the hell knows where.
Yeah. But
Now you're
I can't get
saying,
into
oh my
that.
gosh, wait a minute. You know what? I'm a really bad person if I don't go check and see who I may have shot. So that sounds kind of dumb. So now I think I will drop a gun because I think I've scared him off and I'm going to go look and see.
Without a gun.
Mhm.
You're gonna go look and see without. the
Yeah,
gun.
because if they ran off, if I ran them off, then they.
And if they didn't run off, you'd be out there without a gun.
Yeah.
What sense does that make,
It
Marvin?
It's
That's ignorant.
Well, I mean, you know, man.
Come on.
I'm telling you the truth.
No, you're not telling us the truth.
I am.
You're not telling
I
us
mean,
the
I
truth.
didn't shoot that officer.
You
with
did shoot
intention-
the officer. You
intention-
shot the officer because this window, which you were standing right here shooting out of, because the blind was missing and the light shining in your room, and the officers are over here at your front door. You're shooting here.
My front, no.
Yeah.
If someone was at my front door, I can't shoot nobody at my front door.
That's not what I said. You were shooting in the direction of people who are at your front door. Just like you said, people who
No.
keep doors in go to the front door.
No. My front door, the way my house is built, it's impossible to shoot somebody at their front door. You know what I'm saying? It's impossible.
So why are you shooting at the sidewalk just like he asked?
Because I thought the intruders were coming down that way. I just shot that way. I just shot that way.
So Marvin, you didn't think they were at the window?
Yeah. They thought it was at the window, and that's why I started shooting out the
So
window
you
towards the
thought-
sidewalk.
So you thought they were at the window, but you were shooting toward the sidewalk.
Yeah, out the window.
So you wasn't trying. So you wasn't.
I was on the side. You gotta remember I was on the side.
So if you're shooting toward the sidewalk,
Mhm.
and if you think they're at the window,
Because the window broke.
So you're gonna go around here to check to see if they're still at the window?
Where you would
I'm
have
gonna
missed
see, I'm
them.
gonna see if I scared them off. You know what I'm
But
saying?
you couldn't have
Oh,
thought
then
that.
again, it could have been different because I was,
But
I wasn't woke yet.
Right, but
know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
but see, I don't understand how you would have thought that if what you said when you dropped your weapon, when you
Yeah.
dropped this gun,
Yeah,
you said people were still shooting.
yeah. Well, I heard shots.
So people are still shooting,
And you're going
and you're
out.
gonna go run out the back door and come around here and see if you scared some people off, and you still hear boom, 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 boom,
Yeah, I
boom,
heard
boom,
those
boom.
shots. I was
I understand that. I understand you heard them.
I was scared, man.
So you're gonna run around here without a gun to see if.
I mean, I probably wouldn't. I probably would. It don't make it depends if I scared them off. You know, because
You're a bad liar, Mark.
when you have sleep, man, you miss.
You know what?
You know.
When people hear noises that startle them out of their sleep, that sleep is gone and they are very wide awake. They are very attuned into their surroundings, just like you were standing at that window firing at those officers.
My point is this, man. You know, I know that I'm in trouble. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Marvin, you're not in trouble. What we're trying to do is we're trying to find out what's going on.
You can't, man, because you guys, you're not, understanding, not listening.
No,
just
you're not listening, Marvin.
The thing is this. My whole point is this. Shirley had nothing to do with it. She had.
Then why'd you say she did?
Because I was scared. Shirley had nothing to do with it.
I'd be scared too if I just shot at several police officers, hit 4 of them. I think I'd be pretty damn scared too. And I think I would start throwing all kind of bullshit out just like you're throwing it. And thinking that, oh, there's
I
some
didn't even know I
judge.
hit 4 people.
Doesn't matter if you know you hit them at all. You knew you were firing out that window and there were police out there.
No, I didn't know it was police.
Yeah, you did.
So it's still, you put down your gun and you still hear shots fired outside. But you're gonna go out of your back door and come around to the place where the shots
Oh,
are
I mean,
coming.
I could have even came around over and it
Right.
depends. It depends.
You could have just decided to go into the living room and turn on porn and kill too. You could have been doing this all day long. You could have been doing a whole lot of things, but what you said was you shot through the window down toward the sidewalk. Oh my goodness. Maybe I scared him off.
Mm-hmm.
You put the gun down. And when you did that, you still hear shots being fired. So Marvin decides that he's going to run out the back door to come around here to where this window was busted. Because you couldn't see from the inside out.
Right.
You had to come on the outside without a gun
Right.
to see if you scared these people off.
Yeah.
After hearing shots still being fired.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Or I could have ran. It depends on what or I could have ran like
yeah,
she said.
and you could have done a lot of things, Marvin. Right? I mean, there's a lot of
I'm
things.
remorseful, man.
There's a lot of
Don't do
things.
that.
The DA tells me
There's a
very
lot.
remorseful.
There's a lot of things you could have
Remorse
done.
doesn't go when people keep lying.
I'm very.
There are a lot of things you could have done.
I'm very remorseful.
But what you told me that you would have done is this right here.
Yeah. Or I could have ran that way. This don't get this far. Or I could have
Yeah.
ran that way.
Yeah, or you could have ran that way.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
And we have established that inside an institution, when you leave an area where there's a weapon, you leave the area without a weapon.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the truth, man.
That-
And I'm
that-
very
you're right.
remorseful.
That is
And I'm
the
very
truth.
remorseful. And I'm very remorseful. I'm very remorseful. I'm very sad. I'm very sad.
Well, I would be sad too, Marvin, if I was 50 years old and there is a chance that I may have to go back somewhere where 23 years of my life was spent. I would be sad and remorseful too. There was no mistake when I said that you were remorseful. There was no mistake when I said that.
He doesn't mean it the same way you do.
Well, I'm using the same way because, like I said, I say this again. I got friends as police officers. I mean, I don't have my cousin's husband is a police officer. I lived in the house with them. I don't have anything against police officers.
Until they come. knocking at your door.
No. Don't get me wrong. Don't misconstrue it. You know, I have a great deal of respect for law enforcement. You know, I have a great deal of respect for law enforcement. I'm not a person that'll pull a gun, cold-bloodedly kill an officer. I'm
It
not
happened
like
this
that.
morning.
Yeah, but I told you. I
You
didn't
pulled your
know.
gun out and you were cold-bloodedly going to kill someone without knowing who it was.
I was gonna scare
so
him
you
off.
say.
I was gonna
No,
try
you're
to scare him off.
No,
I didn't
you were
wanna
going
kill
to
nobody.
protect
that from?
yourself.
Huh?
Where'd you get that from?
What?
Oh, right there. Right there.
Prison.
Where'd you get this from?
Prison.
This right here?
Prison.
Right here?
Prison.
Stab wounds? Somebody tried to kill you?
Yeah, several times.
You got any more marks over?
Right here, right here.
A lot of prison fighters.
Yeah.
About?
Then they shooting out the town. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I was the leader of the gang, and I was getting ready to go home. Everybody else had life, and they didn't like the fact that I was the leader and I was going to go home in 2 years, and they had all that life, so they tried to attack me,
Yeah.
take me out before I went home.
But that didn't happen obviously because you're here and you used to carry weapons in prison.
Yeah,
Everybody, I mean, this is.
I used to make the weapons.
Yeah.
I was the main manufacturer.
Right, and well, when you left out of, well, we have already established that. I mean, obviously, you just don't walk around outside with this stuff. So, I mean, as far as where the prison police is.
Mhm.
So,
And I don't even, I don't even sleep with guns in my house.
That's just the opposite of what you said.
well,
Marvin.
where do you put them, Mark?
I always keep a man
Where?
head out,
Where?
outside in the garbage can, in the woods, and shit like that.
But you bring him in when you go to sleep.
No, not usually. Until I seen them guys. Every time I stay at my house, I try to make sure I'm safe, and I'm always watching out my window. And I usually don't sleep at night. I'm usually up. But the only reason I would sleep this time because Shirley mentally arguing and this and that, many exhaustion.
Arguing
You know what
over
I'm saying?
porn.
Yeah, all of that. You know what I'm saying?
So why she over your house then if she really don't want to be with you?
I don't know, man. Sure. I mean, I don't know, man. She's old, man. She's old. She don't.
You called and asked her to come.
Yeah.
What do you mean you don't know why she's
Yeah, but I mean, I love her. I mean, I love her.
I
She's
guess-
the only person that kept me straight, kept me out of trouble.
Okay, let me rephrase this question.
She used to be a guard too. She
Why?
used to work for TDC.
Yeah.
She
So why-
works for
so-
TDC, and that shows that I don't have problems with police and date
No,
police.
That's a little bit different. Okay.
Yeah, she worked at TDC.
Yeah, but that's a little bit different, okay?
They fantasize about convicts.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So it's a little bit different there, okay?
She got
And
one-
convicts fantasize about this too.
But her husband worked there too, and he was a police officer.
Yeah, not no more, though, right?
Yeah,
So that fantasy became true,
And
didn't it?
then she told me tonight. She said, you know what? My husband would turn in his grave. He told me never to fuck with inmates, and I did the opposite. What the hell is wrong with me?
So why did you tell her to come over tonight?
Well, man, I really love Shirley because Shirley kept me out of trouble.
Then why did you leave when she got there? Why did you wait till 2:00 in the morning to go there if you really wanted her over?
But I told her, this is what I told her. I said, I don't want you there. I don't want you at that apartment because I think someone's going to kick the door open. She said, I'm staying here in this apartment tonight because I'm trying to get away from my house. I'm trying to get away from my home. And I need an outlet. I need a breather, somewhere to go. So I'm staying here tonight.
Well, what's wrong with her home?
I guess she got her daughter-in-law over there.
But you
know
didn't
what I'm saying?
answer. Why did you initially call her and ask her to come over?
I always try so I can be straight. When Shirley's around, I'm straight. She keeps me straight.
Stop. You just said you didn't want her there because you were afraid some guys were going to kick the
Yeah.
door, yet you called her earlier and asked her to come
Yeah, I
over.
told her to come over.
Why do you want her to come over if you're
And
afraid
I was
someone's
telling
gonna kick the
her
door in?
no, and I was telling her that. That's what I was telling her because this was I said, listen, I said, baby, I said I don't want to stay here tonight. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel strange about those guys over there. She blah 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 blah. She ain't even listening to what I'm saying. She's blah 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 blah. I'm saying, listen, I don't feel safe staying here tonight. So why do you want to stay here?
So you call her over to your house
To
Yeah.
tell her not
to
you don't
tell
wanna
her
stay
that you
there.
don't want her to stay
No,
there.
I called over and tell her that I feel strange about those guys, but she didn't hear nothing.
You couldn't tell
She
her on
heard
the phone?
nothing.
You couldn't tell her on the
No,
phone?
I told her to come over.
Why?
You know what I'm saying?
To tell her that you feel
Yeah, I said, man, I said, this guy rolled past the other day, and
Right.
he's riding up and down the block now.
Well, don't go too far ahead.
Yeah.
So you call her on the phone
Mm-hmm.
to tell her to come over to your pad
Mm-hmm.
because
It's
you
actually
don't
off work.
to tell her that you don't want her to be there.
No. I told her about the situation. I didn't tell her I didn't want her to be there at that point in time. I was telling her about the guy. And then through all the arguing and stuff, it went on. Like, she got work probably like, I don't know what time, probably like 5 or 6.
Well,
And we was talking about 5 or 6. But we was arguing the whole time.
but you told her earlier that you felt unsafe.
Yeah, because those guys was riding by.
Yeah, because those guys riding by.
Right. And it was riding
So
by.
why would you call Shirley over?
No. I called her over to tell her
That you
about
felt
what
unsafe?
Yeah. And I said, man, I don't think I should stay here tonight and this and that. And she said, well, you're not going to my house because it looks like you're high. It looks like you're on drugs or something. You're not going to my house. Ooh, like that. So I got in my car and I pulled off. And she went wherever she came. And when she came back, I was parked across the street from my house. And she came, knocked on my window. Get away from here. Get away from me. I don't want you by my house. And I pulled off. You know what I'm saying? She said, I'm going to spend the night at your house.
Ooh, where does Shirley live?
She lives over there on, what's the name of the street? She lives on, what's that, Bowles or some street. But she told me to get away.
So
And so I left.
so you go to her house.
No, she told me to get away.
Are
I
you-
went over there and
You
parked.
follow?
I went over, but I didn't go in. I didn't go. I just pulled up and
I'm
parked.
totally fucking.
I pulled up and I parked and I let my seat back. And she told me to leave. Then she said she'll be over my house. So she pulled up at my house and went in and got in the bed.
Your
She
bed?
said, the big bed back there in the back room. So I said, why are you there? I'm spending the night here. I said, I don't feel safe with you being there. You know, so I just rolled around, and I said, well, I'm not gonna leave her there by herself. So I pulled up, I got a napkin in my car. I pulled up and I went in my brother's house.
You got a what in your
A little nap. I got a napkin.
Where did you park?
I parked over by one of my friend's house,
Which is where?
right on I don't know the name of his street, but I parked in front of his house.
Is it
Landmark?
near where you stay?
Huh? Yeah. And
Like-
I parked on his street. They call it Mississippi. I was
What
on
time did you park there?
It was could have been like maybe, I don't know the exact time, but I know it's night.
Roundabout.
Yeah, I don't know. It was night. I know it was night, and I got a nap in. But when I woke up, it was 2:39. I remember that because I looked at my phone. It was 2:39, and I
Okay,
said,
does your friend live on your street?
no. He lives around the corner, turn forward around the corner over there. I don't know the name of the street, but he lives over there. So what I did,
So did you see a clock in their car? Is that how you knew what time it was?
no,
How did you know
I
it was 2:39?
picked up I had my phone.
Okay.
I picked up my
All
phone.
right, so you napped
Listen. From I don't know what time, but I know I woke up. It was 2:39. I remember that because I looked at my phone, and then that's when I said, I can't leave her in the house by herself because those guys gonna come kick the door in. I don't want her to get hurt. So that's the only reason why I went back because she wouldn't leave.
What time do you think when you told her, when you realized she went inside your house, about what time was that?
I don't know. She went in there early. She went
Was
in.
it daylight?
No, it was night. It was nighttime.
Like
but
it had just gotten
I don't know what time it was exactly. I don't know if it was 12. I don't know if it was 1. I don't know what time she went, but I know she went there and got in the bed.
How do you know she got in the bed?
Because she called me and told me. I told her, I said, listen, Shirley, I don't want you there. She said, I'm staying here. I made this bed, and I'm finna sleep in this bed right now. I'm staying here.
Did your friend know you were napping outside in his parking lot?
No, he didn't know I was out there. You know, I was in front of his house. He didn't know I was out there.
If Shirley says she didn't call you, would she be alive?
I mean, you know what I mean?
I'm just
I
asking.
called her. I called
Arthur
her.
said she called you.
Yeah, I called her.
Okay,
I called
so-
her.
Okay, so you called her. That's how you knew she was in the
That's
bed.
how I know it was 2:39.
No.
No, before
That's
that.
not what she asked you. You said that.
I
She
asked you
called
how
you.
you knew she was in the bed, and you said she called.
Well, I called her.
Okay, so you
So
called
it would
her.
be on your phone.
Yeah.
Okay, so if Shirley says you didn't call her,
You know what I mean? No difference.
I'm just asking.
Let me tell you something.
will she be lying?
Shirley, let me tell you something. Let me explain something to you. Shirley does not have to lie for me.
I'm not asking.
Shirley has nothing to do with what I've done. She has nothing to do with none of that.
Listen. Stop the deflection, okay? I ask you a very simple question.
I don't know what she would say. I don't know what she could say.
What I asked you
Women are
was,
different.
what I asked you
Women
was,
are different.
if she says you did not call, would that be a lie?
Man, surely women are different.
Yes
She's
or no?
scared. I can't say yes or no because women. Are
Would it be a
scared.
lie?
Can't say.
Well, let me
yes.
ask you
Did
this:
you call her?
Is it the
I
truth
called
that you
her.
called her?
Yes.
So it would be on your phone.
Yes. Yes.
So you wake up at 2:39
and
and you do what?
And I said to myself, I said, well, look,
Self.
I said to myself, I said, my conscience. Listen, I said,
Yeah, self.
yeah, I said, this is what I said. I said, man, well, I can't leave her there by herself. You know what I'm saying? Because those guys keep the door, but I don't want them to hurt her.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what made me come.
How
out.
long did it take you to get back to your apartment from your friend's house? How far away does it?
It wasn't that far, about 5-10 minutes. But I kept contemplating because what I did, I went down the block and looked at the car. And I turned around.
This
I
is
came
after
back.
you woke up.
Yeah. As I woke up, I did surveillance of the neighborhood. I came back and surveyed the car again, and I rolled back around. Then I came back, and this is when I put in my brother's lot. You know what I'm saying? And woke him up. You know what I'm saying? And I said, man.
After 2:30.
Yeah, it was after 2:30. And I told my brother that. And that's my brother, he said, man, ain't nobody thinking about you, you know what I'm saying? And I said, well, I got to protect myself. And that's when I got my guns out.
Did you go out with a girl last night?
Who, me?
Mm-hmm.
No, she was asking me that.
I don't
Did you go see a
Shorty-
girl?
Shorty always thinks that shit. She
Did you?
always
did you?
think that- No, man, Shorty always thinks that shit. She going crazy, man. She always think I'm fucking somebody or some girl because I did on her before. And she's the type of person, she holds fucking grudges. Oh, you fuck this white bitch, you fuck this Chinese bitch, and this and that, and this and that. So she just never forgot.
Hey, what kind of car was it? He already described the car to you? Or I don't want to be redundant.
My car,
No, the car that
it
you
was the same, it was a Crown Vic. It was Crown Vic, it was brown.
Brown?
Yeah, it was brown Crown Vic. Yeah. And
What
I got a
else?
blue Crown,
Okay, what else?
and that's it. Yeah, that's
No, describe the Crown Vic. I mean, you get
It got black wall tires on it.
What was the
Black
red
Walker?
car you were talking about earlier? Then
Who?
you were talking about a red car earlier.
No, I never said nothing about a red car. I always said it was brown.
No, you said red.
It was brown. It was brown. It was a brown car.
Okay.
Or it could have been red. It was brown. It's brown and it had black wall tires on it. It was a Crown Vic because I got a Crown Vic.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And that's how I know that was.
Okay. What else about it? Describe the windows to me.
I don't know. I know they tinted.
The tinted windows.
Yeah.
Okay. What else about it?
It was sitting in the spot that I.
You said black wall.
Yeah.
Well, I guess back in the day, I know what white wall is. So if this is black wall, I guess it's a solid black tire.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, did it have rims or?
No.
And your brother told you what about them?
My brother said, man, he said, man, ain't nobody thinking about you, man. Go home, man. He had told me, he said, ain't nobody thinking about you. Go home, man, And he said, ain't nobody gonna bother you, man,
So what time you go in the house at what time?
I go in the house it had to be somewhere around 3, because I had made a couple trips back and forth. I woke up at 2:39. I made a couple trips, took about 5-6 minutes back and forth. And then I made a perimeter search around the house before I came in. And that's when I came in the house.
Yeah, same thing.
I always do perimeters around my house.
Why?
I always just be cautious, man.
Yeah.
I always do perimeters. Ever since I lived there 2 years, I did perimeters.
So when you got home, you parked and you walked around your apartment?
Yeah,
Is that when you went and picked the guns up to carry them inside?
yeah.
Where'd you pick them up from?
I had them hid
Where? You know I'm asking you where, man. Don't play games. Where
Right.
outside your apartment did you have them hid?
under the garbage can,
Okay, so you pick up your guns, you go in the front door or the back door,
front door.
then you put.
I tried to get in the back door, but I couldn't. I had a triple lock.
Okay, where's Shirley when you go inside?
She's in the bed. Shirley was in the bed the whole time.
So
Only when she got out of the bed, she got to fussing.
So what do you do with the guns when you walk in?
I take them and I put them on my bed in the room.
So you hit them right away so she
No,
wouldn't see 'em?
no. She didn't see the guns. I had them. It was dark in the house.
That's what I'm asking. You
Yeah.
went and hit them so she wouldn't see
Yeah,
them.
yeah. Because she don't play that shit.
Because she doesn't know you have the guns, right?
Right.
Why do you hide them from?
Because she don't like that shit.
She doesn't like you being a convicted felon to
Yeah,
have the
yeah,
guns. Because
yeah.
she was trying to. She
said-
told you you weren't
yeah.
supposed to have them,
Yeah, she did.
but you got them anyway.
Yeah, she did. She did tell me. She's like, you don't even supposed to have guns. Why do you have guns?
I thought you said she didn't know you had
No.
guns.
She said she knew she probably knew she seen it before, but when she seen it, she went home and she read my release papers when I got out of federal prison. And she read that because what I didn't know is she would take by her being a guard in a prison, when she met me, she started taking copies of everything. You know, I didn't even know she was Xeroxing my social security
Okay, you're
card.
getting off track. You
Yeah.
told me earlier that she had no clue you had guns.
No, not that night. Not that
You
night.
said she didn't know you had them at all
No, she didn't. She didn't really. She knew. She said she had an idea.
because of the targets.
Right.
Because you
right,
told her you
right,
went to the
right,
range and
right,
you fired.
Right. So she had an idea, and when she never saw, if she saw, she'd hit the roof. You know, she saw those guns, she hit the roof. You know. She's more like an upstanding person. She ain't with all that. You know.
So her being an upstanding person, you're telling the police that she's the one who was shooting.
I was
That's
scared.
just wrong.
I know I was
I don't
scared.
care how scared
Man,
you
you're right.
are.
I was scared.
You're a grown ass man.
I know, but I'm
and you're
scared.
gonna let this woman who you say that
I was
you
scared
love
though.
and who
I was
tries to
scared,
keep
though.
you on the straight and
But I
narrow
was scared,
take
though.
the fall for what you
I
did.
was scared. I mean, I was gonna come down. Just when I seen you, and you said talk to her, and you said you gonna talk, I was gonna clear that up anyway. But you don't sit there and the SWAT guy got the pistol in your head, and he's saying, "I'm ready to blow your fucking brain." Like he said, "Who's it? Who's it?" And they were saying this, they were saying that. Who's it? Who's it? And I said,
You know
he
what?
Said, he said,
There's
"Who did
been
the shooting?"
plenty of times when situations similar to yours has happened, and the people go, "I did it. I didn't mean to." They don't put it off on someone else.
I was scared.
You put it. They're scared.
I was scared,
too.
man. I was scared. If somebody got a gun, that was a situation, man. If
And you were a GD leader.
yeah,
And you were afraid where you would blame a woman.
yeah, I was scared. I just did what I
That's
thought.
embarrassing.
I mean, right, and I did what I did at that moment, and I did what even though I know she had nothing to do. And when they threw her on the ground, I heard her scream, and I was so sad. You know.
What would you have done if they would have lost control and went inside that house and shot her?
I would have never did.
You probably never would have
I probably
said
killed
nothing because
myself.
they would have thought she's the one that did it and you
I
would have
probably
walked
killed
free.
myself. I probably killed myself.
I don't think you would have.
Yes, if
I think
they
you
would
like
hurt her,
yourself too much.
if they would have hurt her, man.
She is hurt.
And
She messed up.
what?
She's messed up. Her face is all screwed up. Her shoulders messed up. She's gonna have a big old scar.
They kicked her and beat her?
I didn't say that. I'm saying her face is messed up, and her shoulders messed up, and her back is messed up. Because you sat there and blamed this on a woman. That's the first time I ever heard a GD do that.
Oh, those people like that. Wow, man, it's deep.
Don't make it any deeper, Marvin.
Man, I'm just telling the truth.
You
man.
got Shirley in jail.
I know, man.
Listen to me. Listen, you say you love this woman. This woman is still in jail. Listen. Shut up and listen. This woman is sitting in jail waiting to find out if she is going to be charged with capital murder because you told police she shot them. You say
That's
now,
why I told you the
listen,
truth.
listen.
That's why I told you
Shut
the
up and
truth.
listen. Now you say you did it. You've told two different stories.
Well,
Shh. You've told two different stories. We have to be able to prove which one is. Listen. We have to be able to show which one is true. This woman sitting over here in the jail, her face is fucked up. Her shoulder is fucked up. Because you were afraid to say what happened. She is going to stay in jail until you stop word playing, protect myself, and
That's
say
the truth.
what
What do you
happened.
want me to say? I said I shot the gun. What more do you want me to say? What more do you want me to say? I said that when I first met you. I said, listen, I shot the gun. I didn't say come in here and try to word play with you. I came here and said I shot you, and I told you the reason why I said it was her.
Okay,
because he had the gun
no,
on my head and
listen.
said he was gonna shoot me.
You've told multiple lies. You lie to begin with. You lie afterwards. How do we know which one to
The
believe?
truth of the matter is, ma'am, I shot the gun. The truth of the matter is, I did not know there were police out there. I did not.
So when I
kill one
sit
of the
here
killer officers.
and I tell you that Shirley, who was in the back bedroom, with the bedroom door open, clearly hears police, search warrant. You actually have the gall to sit here and say you're this far away, you don't hear it.
I didn't hear it. If she heard
How
it,
can she hear it and you not hear it? That's bullshit.
She's a light sleeper. I'm a heavy
No,
sleeper.
you're wide awake.
I'm a heavy
You are fucking wide awake.
I'm a heavy sleeper.
I don't give a damn if you're a heavy sleeper. You hear glass break,
I can
you wake up, you immediately have the wherewithal, the mindset to pick up that gun and start
myself.
shooting.
And try to scare the people off the intruder.
Not
That's
the
why
people, not
The
the
shooter.
people, the police.
No, I never thought
She
it. Police,
hears
I would
it.
never do it.
You hear it.
No.
Get this woman out of jail and start telling the whole truth.
I am telling
and
you
not
the truth.
just look at this shit here. Look at these lines going everywhere.
Well, man,
I was going to come around here, or I might have been going to do that. You are not being
What do you want me
completely
to
honest.
say?
I want you to say
What do
the
you want me
same
to say?
thing everyone else is saying. What the police are saying who were
Okay,
there.
what they say?
The woman
What they
inside.
say?
What
What
I
they-
just told you.
What did they say?
What the woman inside is saying.
Okay, what did they say?
Who hears police,
Okay, tell me what they-
police,
tell me what they
search
say.
warrant. I just told you. Police,
Okay.
search warrant
So
repeatedly.
you want me to say that? Then I'll be lying. Then I'll be lying to you, man.
So it's okay to lie about everything
No,
else,
no,
but
no,
not, you're going to
no,
continue
no,
to lie
no,
about the truth.
No. That's something right there that you asked me. And I said I could have ran around or I could have ran that way. I don't know
We
what I
didn't
would
ask
did.
you.
I don't
We
know
asked
what I
you
would
what
do.
you did, and you've given
listen,
different stories
I
of
don't
what.
know what I would have did, man. But I know I was going to run out the back door. And I can tell you this. I did not hear. If you want me to lie to you and just say that, if it makes you
You've
feel
been
better,
lying. What would be the
you know what I'm
difference?
saying? I didn't hear that. I didn't hear it.
Well, what did you
If
hear?
you're a heavy sleeper, how do you
Only
hear
thing I
glass
heard,
break?
only thing I heard, because like I said, a voice and glass breaking is two different things.
What did you hear?
I heard the glass break.
You heard that. What else did you hear?
That's it.
You didn't hear nothing else.
No, number shots.
Shot.
I hear nothing. I hear number shots. After
Your
I fired,
shots.
yeah, after I fired, because I jumped up fast and just started shooting out the window.
You jumped up fast because
Right.
you're now wide awake,
Yeah, I jumped up fast and I started shooting out the window. When I heard the window go,
looking at where you're aiming.
no, I didn't. It was no look. It was no look. It wasn't like I was looking and I seen a visual person and I was shooting. It wasn't like that. It was like when the window broke, I thought somebody was coming in. I fired shots to protect myself and to scare the intruder off, whoever it was. I did not pick my gun up to shoot and kill a police officer and hit any other officer. That is not what I did.
Yeah.
You know, but I know I'm going down for that. You know what I'm saying? But that's not what I did.
Well, it is what you did.
I mean, that's what I did, but that wasn't my intentions. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I didn't see a visual officer out there. If I would have seen a uniformed officer out there, I would never have shot my gun.
Why didn't you take the time to look to see who was
Because
out there before you fired?
okay, look at my
That's
mindset.
the key question.
Okay, and now I'm finna answer that for you.
No.
Let me answer it for you. You asked the question. You said, why did I look out to see who it was? Because the situation changed when a window breaks. Now, if I was just heard beating on the door or something like that, then it'd have been different. You understand what I'm saying? But when the window broke, that took it to another level. Because I already going to bed thinking that somebody's going to kick my door in.
So you're telling me that you couldn't, from where you were standing, reach out and pull the little piece of blind that was still in place over and look and see.
Listen, this is what I said. This is what I said. I said, if it would just been beating on the door and I would have heard police search warrant, I would never fire my gun. I said this, and this is the truth. I said that when the window broke, it took it to another level because my mindset when I went to sleep was someone was going to try to kick my door in. Some thugs were going to try to kick my door in.
But the whole point,
And that was my
Marvin,
mindset.
you're not
So that's why I
listening.
jumped up like that. You asking me,
No.
I'm telling you the
You're
truth.
not listening though.
Yes,
Your
I'm
whole
telling you the truth.
mindset is, why don't you look? When you go
I
to
told you
when
why.
you go to
You
a
didn't
range,
listen.
when
You
you
didn't
go
listen.
to a range, when you go to
Who
a
said I
range,
go to range?
you already said you went to a range. I've already confirmed it, so don't sit there and lie about it. When you went to the range, just like you told Shirley, that's why you kept your target that's behind the couch in your living room. When you go to the range and that target is down there, do you look at that target to shoot at it?
Yeah,
Or do you close your eyes and go like this and
I
hope you
did
hit
that
it?
too. I did that too. I just did that to see how, if you don't shoot a gun accurate, how it happened because I shot it with all
But
everywhere else.
you know what you learn?
What?
When you look at your target, you shoot better, don't you?
Yeah.
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 That, you know what? That's pretty damn smart.
But
Isn't it?
I tell you,
When
but
you
I tell
look
you
at what you're firing at, you hit it.
But I tell you,
Just like you
but
looked
you
out
get off
that
base.
window and you
get
shot
off
that
base.
officer,
You get off
the
base.
one that you
ask me a
killed,
question.
and the other 3 that were hit. Because you looked out that window and you saw your target.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't, ma'am.
Yeah, you did.
That's
That's why you went outside, because you thought those were the only ones out there.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I listen. I'll tell you something, ma'am. I know that when they pull my name up, it's gonna be more than one officer. I already know that. I'm not sitting here like saying that.
That's why you kept firing until the shot stopped.
Yeah.
When the shot stopped, you thought you had it made. You ran out and was going to run off.
No, what happened was.
Yeah.
What happened was after I shot, they were still shooting when I ran out the room and went to the back door. And when I opened the back door, I seen. That's when I found out it was a police officer.
So, explain to me if you thought you chased those intruders off,
Yeah.
but now you're saying there were still shots fired. Why would you have to run outside to see if the intruders were gone?
I mean, it don't make no difference what I would do when I got to that back door. I could have ran off or I could
Yeah,
have
it
ran
does
around.
make a difference.
I could have ran around.
It don't matter where
But-
you would have ran.
but-
The point
but-
is, Marvin.
But that's your question.
The point is that you initially said you didn't go
But-
out until the shot stopped.
But answer your question.
You haven't answered my question.
I mean,
You refused to answer the
no,
question.
No, I'm answering it right
No,
now.
you're not.
You know, you're saying that I visualized and I seen what I was shooting at. I'm telling you that that's not the fact. You know what I'm saying? Because when you saying that, okay, well, why would you do this? If I would have heard them beating on the door and saying police search warrant, I would have never fired my gun.
Okay, so you were just shooting toward the threat.
Right. And that's it. It wasn't, I was like saying, well, okay, I see. If I would have seen there was police officers out there, I
But
would have
if you're
shot.
shooting at the threat's by your window. Why are you aiming toward the sidewalk
But
where
you
the
gotta
front
look
door
at
is?
you gotta look at it the way my window
Because
is.
you said you're afraid they're going to come in through your window. So why are you
No,
shooting towards the sidewalk?
once the window, I always figured they'd come through the door. But when the window
You're so
broke,
full of
no,
bullshit.
but
Yeah,
when the
you
window
are.
broke,
They couldn't
it's-
get through your door.
listen to me, listen.
Because you had it
I know,
barricaded.
but,
Okay.
but you're not listening to
I
me.
am
And you won't let me answer your question.
You haven't answered any of my
But
questions.
listen, check this out.
I'm checking.
When the door, I always barricade the door.
Only last night.
Well, okay, I barricaded last night.
Only last night.
Okay, I barricaded last night 'cause I seen the bad guys out there. Okay, and like I told you, the situation went to another level when the window bust. You understand what I'm saying?
Which, as you told him, your window broke. You were going to shoot out the window at where you thought the threat would be at the window.
To scare them off.
At
and
the
protect-
window.
And protect myself.
At the window.
Right,
correct?
because it broke. Right, because the
Okay.
window broke. So I'm thinking they trying to get. I'm thinking, oh, now they're not trying to get through the door. They're trying to get through the window. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I.
So
thought.
again, if they're trying to get through the window, why are you aiming toward the sidewalk?
Because-
instead of out the
I
window.
mean, I wasn't aiming out the window, but I was aiming in that direction. You know what I'm
You know
saying?
exactly what
I was
I'm
aiming.
saying.
Okay, the window's right here. Here's the
I know
window.
where the window
Okay.
The window faces
Right,
straight toward the
right,
street.
right. So the window bust, and it bust up.
The window is here.
Right,
The street is out here.
Right.
Your door is over here.
right.
If you think they're out here, why are you shooting
I
toward
no,
this
no.
way?
I shot that way. I shot that way.
Exactly.
And then when I shot that way, when they
You
busted
know
the window,
they can't get in here.
what?
Because
the window?
No, the front door because you got it barricaded.
Right, right. I don't know. I didn't know that. That's why I
So-
barricaded it. That's why I barricaded it. I didn't know what they. I didn't even know how good the barricade was gonna be. You know what I'm saying? You think if the police come, they gonna come through the door. You don't think they gonna have a problem getting through the door. You know what I'm saying? You don't think that they gonna have problems getting through the door. You know what I'm saying?
Why are they ghosts?
No, I mean, you know what I'm saying? They got all this the high tech stuff to bust the door down. So you don't think they're gonna bust the window. So I'm thinking that it's these, these criminals. I mean, and
Oh,
when the
come
window,
on.
I'm telling you the truth.
You ever watch YouTube?
I don't even. I don't do.
You don't have to watch YouTube. They do the same shit in the prisons. All this stuff is not new to him. Okay, they do the same thing in the prison. This is not no, I don't know, police thing.
Right, I'm not against the police.
I didn't say you were, but
They
they
gotta-
do the
but-
same thing
but
in
see-
the prison.
but see-
When they do shit, cell extractions,
Right,
they do the same thing in the
right,
prison.
Right, but see, But you know, what you
I
got?
don't know why he don't understand.
No. I said that, but I'm saying this is what I'm saying though. I did not know that those police officers out there. I did not know that.
You know now though, right?
Right. I know now, and I'm sad.
I don't know about all that.
Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't I be?
No, that's
I have no problem against the police.
I,
I have no problem against authority.
No.
I'm not a person like that.
yeah, you do have a problem with authority.
No, I know.
If you did not have a problem with authority, you wouldn't have been in the situations that you were in when you were inside prison. So you do have a problem with authority.
That was the inmates. I was into an inmate. The guards bought me food. The guards were my friends.
Yeah, and they also had
They
big ass guns on them towers too. They would have killed your ass for getting out of line too,
They shot out the tower before. I've
Yeah.
been in a situation right there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but
Absolutely.
but the
But
guards
if you
were
would have
my
ever
friends.
caught one by themselves, they were not your friends.
They always brought me pizza in. They brought me chicken in. They brought my wife's cooking in to me. I was a
So they
model
were
inmate.
dirty.
What'd you
Okay,
give
so
them
they're
in
dirty.
return?
So they were dirty.
I'll tell them something. I'll tell them where you can find a knife or something, man. You know,
That's
they bring me deer meat in. I was a model inmate.
Yeah, they were dirty.
Yeah, I was a model inmate.
They were dirty.
Yeah,
So that was totally against rules and regulations.
they bought me. I'll be in the gym
And you
working.
know that. So
Hey,
you can't be a model.
hey.
You can't be a model
Listen,
inmate if you're breaking the rules.
I was in prison, and I'll be in the gym working out. And Officer Jadessa called me over there. He said, "Go to the unit." I go to the unit. There's 3 officers in there. They say, "Go in that room in there." I got chicken, pizza, sodas. They say, "Go in there, eat."
Because you were leader of Gangster Disciples.
Probably so.
Yeah, that had nothing to do with you being a model inmate.
Mm.
You were leader of Gangster Disciples. And usually, the leaders of gangs always were the little model people. They never really got in trouble because they had a bunch of flunkies go out there and do it for them.
Right.
So you're trying to make us think that you're this good boy when we both know there's a hidden reason for why you got
No,
the special treatment.
No. I'm not trying to say that I was a good boy. I'm just saying I have no problem
I
with
was a model
authority.
prisoner.
Well,
Come on
Yeah.
now.
you know, I know you wasn't good. You wouldn't have been at a super max
Well,
being good.
Yeah.
You never was a trustee.
Oh yeah, yes. At the end of my bid, they let me be a trustee at the end of my bid
At
because
the end of your bid,
yeah, when I got down low, I told my counselor, I said,
shorter than a matchbox.
I told my counselor, I said, I've been down for 11 and a half years now.
Yeah.
My son was, he was born when I was in prison. He's 11 and a half. I said, I'm just, man, when y'all gonna get y'all foot off my neck? And she looked at me and she said, Marvin, we're gonna trust you this time.
Yeah.
You know?
No, that's not how it works.
Mhm.
That is not how it works. And they don't pull you in and say, Marvin,
Well, they did the paperwork.
Marvin.
They did the paperwork for me.
Okay, well,
That's what-
obviously you're going to kind of lie about that too after I'd already told you I'd been there, done that, and got a t-shirt. So let's get back to why this officer was shot and why I'm still having
It
a
was
problem.
mistake.
Huh?
It was a mistake. I wasn't trying to shoot an officer. I didn't know it was an officer. You know, and that's the truth.
You were trying to shoot someone.
I was trying to defend myself.
You were trying to shoot the intruder who you said was coming
Right,
through the
or
window.
run them off. You know what I'm saying? I did not know that it was an officer. You know, I did not know it. And my family's gonna be devastated.
But I love the fact now that we do have an understanding because I heard you change it up. You were about to say protect and then you said defend.
Right.
That's good because you know as well as I do,
It's the same thing.
it's the same thing.
You know, but you know, like I say, I did not know. You know, and see, you guys, I can understand you guys. You guys come in with the intention to say he did it because different your constituents.
No, don't
You
think
know,
that.
and I mean, you gonna
Don't
feel
think that
it.
out.
You're gonna feel that because, like you
Nah.
said at the beginning of the interview, and I can recall what you said
Okay.
that made me feel this way.
Okay, well,
And when you said
tell
this, I could think. You said this. You said, "Oh, of course, we're not gonna have a beer together. It's not gonna happen." You know, woo, 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 woo. So they let me know where your mind frame was at.
No,
You know, what
we're
I'm
not
saying?
gonna have a beer together because we don't think alike.
We do think alike. I think like the police.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you do.
So then you knew the police would be all around your house.
I know you do.
Mm-mm.
I know you think like the police.
I mean, I'm not.
I need to go to the range so I can learn how to shoot what I hit at. That's, so I can hit what I shoot at.
Oh, that's what I said.
That's what you think. Well, you wouldn't be at the range
Oh, that's just.
if you think like the police.
Right.
Because the police go to the range.
That's what I just said. I think like the police.
Yeah, so the police
But
go
I,
to the range
but not to
to
shoot.
learn how to hit what they shoot at.
Right. And that's why
And you think like the police, so you go to the range to learn how to.
hit what I shoot at.
Yeah.
But not,
So we all agree on that.
but I can tell you this. I would never, ever see a uniformed officer, FBI agent, or nobody and take a gun and shoot him.
No, I don't think you that stupid.
Right. And that's why I'm trying to
But
tell
I
you that.
do think you are trying to circumvent the system by this little scenario you have drawn up. I don't think you have the guts, personally, to go anywhere and just out in the open shoot somebody.
No, and I wouldn't do that.
You know why I say you don't have the guts to do it?
Because I wouldn't. You're right.
Because somebody might see you do it.
No, you're right. You're right.
But ain't nobody gonna see what you're doing inside here. You thought you could get away by running out of the back door.
And blaming it on Shirley.
Yeah, well, hey, I didn't think that it was the police.
You didn't think you were gonna get caught.
I don't know. I mean, if it was some intruders, I was hoping the police came to help me. You know what I'm saying? Because they were trying to get in my house. They broke my window.
Why would you think police would just show up to help you?
I mean,
How would they know?
If somebody,
How would they
because
know?
if we had shot, somebody's gonna call the police.
Not in the hood.
Yeah, my building is all white. You know,
Well, what that mean?
because
White folks don't fuck up?
they gonna call the police.
Oh, they gonna call the police.
Hell yeah. And that's why I liked my building. I was in there 2 years. I've been the longest tenant there. And the thing about it is, I'm really sad that an officer got hurt. I'm really sad. So you can believe that I'm not. You can believe that I have no compassion, but I do.
You have compassion for you.
And other people.
And it showed when you left Shirley there, was going to leave her there rather, and then lied to the police when you said Shirley shot that cop.
Well, I mean, if the police got the gun on your head telling you finna shoot
What
you.
difference does it make,
Yeah, it
Marvin?
don't make a difference if
You
you're
have
scared.
been. You have been a.
Come on, do it when you scared, man.
man. You've been in prison.
I was scared, man. I didn't know.
You've been in prison.
Listen up. Take this out, though. If you got the police and you didn't know it was the police and you just shot out the window and you didn't know that it was police you were shooting at and you come to your back door and there's police there telling you to get on your ground and you get on the ground and then they
How
pull
did you
you
know
around.
that they weren't there to help you because the shooting just happened?
Listen,
How did you not know that?
I didn't know. Only thing I knew is
So
this.
why would you be
But-
so scared if you didn't know?
Because he got to saying,
Because you know you
no,
just fucked up.
No,
and
no,
shot
I heard him saying, who shot? How many said? And I heard a dude said, one dude and this. I heard him saying that, and that's when
You heard him saying what?
he was saying like, what's the name got shot? Because the SWAT team had me, and the SWAT team, the one guy that was on me, he kept saying, man, he said, I'm gonna blow your fucking brains out. He said, who did that fucking shoot? He had my face. He said, look at me, goddammit, who did the shooting? He said, I'm gonna blow your fucking
So you were
brains
going to
out.
send that anger in on Shirley?
Yeah, I mean, I was scared at the time. I was scared. I mean,
You don't
I
think
was
she was scared, hiding in that closet, not knowing what the hell just happened?
Yeah.
Hearing police search warrant, knowing that you, the person who claims to love her, sit police in.
Oh, I told her. I said she was in there, and
Yeah, I
said
know
she
you
was-
did.
But I mean, but you gotta
Fuck
understand.
Shirley.
Right? I mean, because at that point, when he told
How do
me,
you live with yourself?
when he told
How do
me,
you
to
live
shoot
with
me-
yourself as a man doing that?
Well, man, I mean, you gotta understand. At that point in time, like I told you, I didn't know it was police out there. When I found out it was the police out there, and when they told me,
What do
to
you
run,
think your image among GD would be if they knew? What
I'm
you're
not,
claiming?
but I'm not that anymore. I'm not that anymore. I'm not affiliated like that anymore. I don't get
Then
out.
how do you know that GD kicked the door in over on Loma Vista and did a murder?
No, I heard about it. I just heard that they kicking people doors in and stuff like that. So that's what made me start being aware. Because they said, man, they got dudes around here kicking people doors in, and trying to hurt them and this and that.
Well, you said earlier it was GD that was kicking the door.
No. I mean, it could have been. I don't know who kicked the door, but I know they kick doors in.
Who?
They call themselves kick doors.
Okay, who is?
I don't
who
know.
is they?
I don't know who they are. They just call themselves Loma Vista, and Loma Vista they call themselves kick doors.
Okay.
That's it. That's all I know.
All right.
And so that's what I thought those dudes were trying to
You
do.
never did answer my question or her question.
What is,
What do you think should happen to somebody who kills somebody?
sir? I did answer. I
No,
did
you
answer.
didn't. You
Yes, I
danced
did.
around it.
No, I didn't.
You
I said.
danced around
This is
it.
what I said. I said I'm not the judge of the jury.
What do you think should happen to the police if they'd have went there and killed Shirley?
I mean, it's listen. It has been justified. You know, it's justified.
Justify killing Shirley?
You know, it's justified. You know, they could have killed me. They could have killed me when I came to the back.
Yes. How old is your son?
17. I think.
Do you know where
16.
he's at?
And
You think?
carry him north. Yeah, they could have killed me.
Do
You
you
said
know
you-
where? Do you know where your son is?
No,
Do you want to know your son?
I mean, I haven't been there. He don't want to know me. You know, he I've been going all his life. You know, I tried when I got
So he's
out.
not important to you.
Yeah, I mean, he is, but he's not gonna. He don't want to be around me.
Why is that?
He said I'm a tough dad. You know.
A tough dad?
Yeah.
Meaning
I was
what?
tough on. I was tough on him. You know. And when he kind of had him come stay with me a couple times, and then
How long were you around him?
For the 4 years I've been out, maybe 6-7 months.
So your 17-year-old son you've only talked to in the past 6 to 7 months?
Yeah.
Wow.
You only been out 4 years?
Yeah, I got out July the 9th of, I think it was 99. Yeah, July 9th, 99.
You say you've been out 4 years?
Yeah. Oh, what's this year? What
It's,
month?
it's 2014.
Oh yeah, I got out 2010, July 2010.
Okay, cause I just know if I was,
Yeah, I was a year
just couldn't
off.
add.
I was a year off.
You was a year off?
Yeah, I got out.
1999 to 2010 is a year off?
I got out at the end. I got out like July.
Who's the most important person to you in your life?
God now.
No, person.
God.
No, we know. Take God off the table. I'm talking about human being walking this earth right now.
Shirley.
Sure. Obviously, that's not true because you didn't give a rat's ass if she got killed this morning.
And you said it'd be justified. The police wasn't there and shot her.
If they'd have shot me, it'd have been justified because shots was fired. You know? It's by the grace of God that I'm still alive today.
Yeah,
And-
yeah.
and-
Maybe that God's grace is because He's given you one last opportunity to man up.
And I'm man enough.
No, you ain't.
I'm man enough. You won't be.
Who told you I was at the range? Who said I was at the range?
Well, I mean, that wasn't important.
How you know I was watching Born?
How do you know I was selling drugs out my car?
Yeah,
Well,
I
I
mean-
might have went this way, or I think I could have gone that way.
But see, because to me, the issue is the shooting. You know, the issue is they said I had drugs in my house. I didn't. So
We already went
look,
over that.
Okay, so that's not a factor. This other thing is way more serious than that. Like she said at the beginning of the conversation, this is way more serious
Way more serious than what?
than anything. Like she said,
What's more serious?
the shooting of a police officer and wounding of other officers. That's way more serious.
Do
than
you
anything.
value your life?
Yes, I value.
Obviously, do you? Because you're willing to save your ass for Shirley's,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And I'm sorry I put her in this.
Well, let me ask you this:
She shouldn't even be in jail.
how much do you value your life?
Man, you know, right now I don't know, man. Only thing I can tell you, man, is my thinking is this.
Would you prefer to be alive in prison for the rest of your life, or in prison waiting to get put to death?
Man, you know, man.
That's the two choices you're looking at.
That's
That is the two choices
but that's
you
for the
have.
judge and jury.
I'm
to
not
decide.
caring who says that. I'm
Yeah.
asking you.
Yeah,
Your
listen,
only two choices today.
Listen.
Listen, Marvin, you listen.
All right.
Your only two choices you have to look at now, whether it's judge, jury, or God, it don't matter. On this green earth, the only two things that can happen to you now is life in prison without parole, or in prison waiting for the death penalty. Which would you prefer?
Man, I have to let
You only
judge-
have two
you know,
choices.
I mean, I have to
It's
let-
not for the judge. I'm asking you.
Man,
Which would you prefer?
I don't want to answer that question.
Why?
man. Because I don't want to answer that question.
Why?
Because-
Is it too afraid? Are you
no,
too scared to,
no,
to
because,
realize that you could
because,
die?
because it hasn't sunk in.
It better
Really yet.
sink
It
in.
hasn't sunk in yet that those are police at my door. I
It
would
don't
never
get
thought.
any more real
I would have
than it
never.
is now.
I would have never thought that it was police officers at my door. I would have never thought that. I would have never thought it, and it came at a night that I was thinking that someone was gonna kick my door in.
It wouldn't have mattered if it was this night or if it was 2 weeks down the line, because your ass still would have had those guns next to you on that bed.
No.
You just got through telling us earlier that
No,
you'll
what?
always have those guns with you
No,
when you
no,
sleep,
no.
when Shirley's not there.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
I'm gonna tell you something. Let me explain something to you.
So are you lying now or are you lying then?
No, let me explain something to you. I had those guns in there because of what I saw.
So why do you have them all the other nights? Did you not sit here earlier today when the other detective was
If I
with
think
me?
somebody gonna kick my door in.
No, you said you always have those guns with you in bed, except for when Shirley sleeps with you in your bed.
Yeah.
So, whether it was this night when you saw those two guys,
bad.
no, or it was last week, or it's tomorrow,
It was a bad time.
those guns would have been with you anytime.
That was a bad time now. That was
It has
a bad
nothing to
time.
do with timing, Marvin.
It was a
it
bad
has to
time.
do with choice.
I never thought.
It has to do with your
Yeah, you're right.
decisions.
You're
And I'm
right.
asking you to make a decision because this is what you're looking at. This is what I'm trying to get you to realize and have it sink in. You have two choices right now with the rest of your life. Life in prison with no possibility of parole, life in prison waiting to die. Which do you prefer? It don't matter to me. I'm just asking what you
Well,
prefer.
I'm 50 years old. I'm in bad health. I'm not gonna live that much longer anyway. But the point I'm trying to make is to you, ma'am, is I would not like to answer that question because it's,
You don't have to answer. It's still something that's going to happen to you, one or the other.
Yeah, I understand
It don't
that.
matter if you realize it
understand.
was police out there or not.
I understand.
At this point, it don't matter.
Right.
Your life is going one of these two directions
Right, I
right now,
understand.
and I'm just trying to find out if you prefer to be alive or dead. That's all I was asking.
I prefer not to answer that because first of all,
Not answering it
First of
doesn't
all-
make it not real,
first of all, I would say this.
because it is going
I would
to
say this to
happen
the judge.
one way or the
I
other.
would say this to the judge, and I would say this to the jury and my trial. I would keep everything the same. I did not visual a police officer out there. I'm not that type of person, you know what I'm saying, that would take the police out.
Okay,
You know what I'm
listen,
saying?
Marvin,
It just happened
Marvin,
at the time.
you're
when-
not listening.
When I'm telling you the
At
truth,
this
though.
point, it doesn't matter if you knew.
So why you asking me the question?
Because-
it don't matter.
You're not listening. It doesn't matter if you knew those were police out there because you were in the midst of committing a felony, a felon with a gun, you committed a murder. You have two choices, life forever or death. It don't matter whether or not you saw
I'll
it
let
was
God be the
police.
judge that. You know.
God's not going to take
I'll
a stand
pray.
in
I'll
that.
pray every night,
And Marvin, so you got out of prison.
and I was doing good, man.
No, you weren't. You were selling
You got-
drugs. You had guns. You were not doing good.
So you got out of prison, and then 4 years later, a cop is murdered.
And I didn't mean
Yeah, you
Yeah,
did
and I
because
didn't know
you
it.
meant to pull that trigger on that gun to
not
hit
but
your
you trying,
target.
what you're saying is, I knew it was cop.
I still say you know it's a cop because everybody else around knew it was a cop.
I did not know that.
That's the only thing you can say to try and save face right now. You
No.
already made yourself look really bad everywhere else. Blame it on a woman. Let her go inside. Oh well, she would have been okay to get shot because I said she did it. I don't really care about her. I say I do, but my actions show I
made a
don't.
mistake, man. I made a mistake. But see, you gotta understand.
Marvin, why you pick the gun up anyway?
Huh?
Why'd you pick the gun up?
When I picked it up, okay. The reason why I picked the gun up is when my window broke.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But I mean, you said that, but I mean, but why?
Why did I mess with the gun? Even have a gun in the first place?
No, I mean, your gun is laying there, but why'd you even? Because you go out.
I thought those guys was coming to my house.
Okay, but you're gonna run.
Did my
out-
brother tell you that?
Okay, but you're gonna run out of the door.
Yeah, I'm saying,
Without a gun.
okay. But listen, put it this way.
So why?
When I got to this back door right here, when I got here, I didn't know whether I was gonna do this or do that.
No. She gave you that out of doing this.
Yeah.
What you told me was you were gonna come out of that back door and you was gonna run around the house to where your window was broke, even though shots were still being fired,
Yeah.
to see if those people were gone.
Right, yeah.
She gave you that out that you was gonna do all that where the line's going up there.
Well, I was like, okay,
So that's why I'm asking you
But
for
that's-
me.
that's not.
Why even pick the gun up?
That's neither here nor there.
Yeah,
You know,
it is.
You know why? It's not here. Here.
It is
because the
here.
officer got shot and officers got wounded. So it don't make a difference what I was gonna do when I got to that back door.
Yeah, it does.
because I
It makes a difference to
Didn't know
me
who
because I
was.
want to know what you were going to do when you got around here Especially if those people were still
It's,
there.
but it doesn't have a bearing on the situation.
It doesn't have a bearing because you don't have an answer. Or actually, you do have an answer, but this is all a lie.
You guys ain't understand. Y'all can sit here and y'all blowing the flakes. You gonna think what you have to think.
I'm not thinking anything. I'm trying to get knowledge from you.
And I'm trying to tell you.
I wasn't there. I'm not in your head.
And that's what I'm telling you. But every time I tell you guys what's in my head and I tell you the truth, you reject it.
Where
And go this
where
way.
is the sense that you say at this point when you run to that back door, you still hear gunshots?
No,
That's
I
what you told you.
No.
Is that
I
not what you
said
told
I said after I was shot, I heard gunshots. You know what I'm saying? Then I dropped the gun and ran to the back door. And when I got to the back door, this once I got to the back door and seen police, all this is over with.
Why are you gonna go
That's
outside
not-
when there's gunshots?
Well, Marvin, that's not what you changed it again. What you said was you put the gun down and you still heard gunshots and then you ran to the back
Don't
door.
wear me down.
No, I'm not wearing you down, but that's what you said.
I'm gonna say the same thing, sir, because I'm gonna tell the truth.
I'm not asking you to say the same thing or tell the truth or tell a lie or anything else.
Okay.
I'm talking about what you told me.
Yeah.
And what you told me was you fired out the window toward the sidewalk. You put the gun down and you still heard gunshots. And you was running to the back door to go around the house to the window where it was broke,
Despite
busted out
gunshots.
without a gun,
What window bust out?
busted out. Your window, you said your window was busted out.
Not my back door window.
No, he's talking about your bedroom
Oh,
window.
yeah.
You said you were going to run around the house to the window that
See
was
who it
busted
was.
out
Yeah.
to see who it was. Is that not what you told
Yeah.
me?
Or I said I could have.
And then you told her that, or
Oh, right. It's two. I could have did that or that. She gave me two things. She said, "Do you want to die, or you want to spend the rest of your life in prison?" It's just like the same scenario. You know, I could have ran around the house. I could have ran. You know what I'm saying? I don't know which
Why
one.
would you run into gunshots?
Man, I said I don't know.
because he thinks like police.
Hmm.
We don't retreat, we run toward the gunfire, right? I guess the only difference is we have weapons when
Right.
we do it, but
Right. Well, you know, I can say this, man. I'm
How old
very
are you?
much- I'll be 50 in October. I'll be 50 years old in October.
and where are you from?
East Chicago, Indiana.
I'm sorry?
I was born in East Chicago, Indiana.
East Chicago,
Indiana.
Gary, Indiana?
Yes.
Okay. And you end up in Killeen, how?
Okay, I got a cousin living in Austin that's very rich, well off,
Uh-huh.
and her mom's lived in Gary. So when I got out, they said, "Well, listen, you know, we don't want to keep him down here, so take him to Texas. He have a better life." So I got to Texas. Her and her husband is a police officer. You know what I'm saying? And I stayed with them for like a couple months, looking for a job, this and that. But anyway, my brother retired military.
Here?
Which brother?
My brother, third oldest brother.
What's his name?
Gary.
Okay.
You know, so he's retired military. And so, you know, I stayed with them for so long they found a job. A police officer husband told her, well, we need to have him go to the shelter. You know what I'm saying? So we can there help him get a place, you know, and help find work so he can't find it like going out every day. And so I said, well, you know, why would I go to the shelter and I got family living in Killeen? And so I came to Killeen. They got a
Okay.
job and work to work.
So you from East Chicago,
Indiana, by Gary.
and Gary, Indiana,
Yeah.
in that area?
Yeah,
Very tough hoods.
you know, very tough. Very rough. It's really way more rougher than this.
Yeah,
You know,
way more rougher.
Yeah.
Were you afraid up there?
No, never.
So why would you be afraid down here?
Why would I be afraid? Well, you know, if people telling you, if you hear that they're kicking doors in over here, and the people kicking doors in,
You're a GD. Come on.
Hey,
You're
how you say
afraid of a
trash can?
kick door.
that's just,
Please.
hey, can I get some water?
Yeah, I'll get you some water.
Yeah. Take it. You take it. Take it. Just keep it over there with you, man.
All right. He's smart, thank you, man. I mean, like I say, man, you know, I hope you guys don't understand. I mean, I don't expect you
I don't want to go out. I just want you to drink some water.
You got to tell me, though. You got to go out and tell me.
Would you just bring a cup of water, please? Thank you.
What now?
I mean, I wouldn't expect you to understand me. You know what I'm saying? Because you're an officer, she's an officer, and I can understand that. But like I said, man, I'm being truthful.
But you're not the first cop killer I've talked to.
but I'm not. I don't want to be known as a cop
You are a
killer.
cop killer. You'll always be known as a cop killer. That is said and done, written in concrete.
So when you say things like you don't think I'll understand you, don't say that. I mean, you may have felt that before, but I'm telling you now, don't say that because you're not the first cop killer I've talked to.
I haven't. I do not want to be known as that because I.
How you
did
gonna
know.
change
But
it?
I guarantee you, all the other people knew there were cops. I didn't know that. You know what I'm saying? Other people that killed cops seen them and probably knew they were cops. I didn't. My situation is different. I did not know who it was out there. And just like C said, yeah, your brother did say that, you was talking about people out on the lot. But if she tells the DA that, it'll be the same. And I did do that. I told my brother that these
But
guys
there was
out on the
nothing
lot.
about those guys kicking in your door or coming in your window. There was no conversation like that. All he said was, yeah, you told him there was 2 guys, and he told you don't worry about that because those guys aren't after you.
And EMS is here,
That's
Or-
right.
the female
Okay.
might be
No, we're
in
talking
the
about
hospital.
Okay.
Yeah, she heard like,
I told you she was messed up because of you.
she never even talked to me.
I don't blame her.
Can you blame her? I mean, seriously, Marvin.
Man, she ain't even that type of woman, man.
You
She
got her.
tried to love on me, man.
Why'd you draw her into this?
I didn't try to, man. I tried to tell her to leave the house.
No,
I
no, no.
said,
Just,
Shirley,
I mean, your whole environment. She's in your environment. That's what she's talking about. Why'd you bring her into your environment?
No. She never hung out with me.
I didn't say all that.
Or my
How
environment.
come you didn't change your ways? Is what she's talking about.
I see.
When you got a good woman.
I should have, man. She kept telling me.
And I don't give a damn if you say or not
Because of
say that you were
argument.
smoking
Because
drugs
of
and all that kind of
because of
stuff.
argument.
But you were taking drugs. Why? I mean, why would you
Because
just stop that
argument.
shit?
Because of arguments, man. We could have did a lot better, man. And when we first started, it was good. And then it got to argument every day, and I couldn't understand.
So it's her fault.
No, it's not her fault.
Well, whose
man.
fault is it?
It's my fault.
Then why didn't you stop?
All this is my fault. I mean, you know,
He's asking, why didn't you make the right decisions
I
and,
thought I was.
and stay on
I
a
thought I
straight path?
was.
Do you think getting a gun was the right decision?
No.
Do you think getting another gun was the right decision?
Do you think smoking marijuana was the right decision?
No.
Do you think using cocaine was the right
No.
decision? So how do you think you were doing the right things?
Well, I didn't bring her into it though. I never let her know that I did this or I did that. You know what I'm saying? And I never.
That's not the point.
Thank you.
You say that you were doing the right things when you know you weren't.
Yeah. He thought this is for you. Now watch that.
No, I told him to break it up.
But like I say, man, I'm being honest, and this I'm.
You see, just to let you know, if I really didn't understand, I was really biased, you wouldn't be drinking. I ain't putting no poison in there. You good. You wouldn't have ice.
And that's why I'm telling
What, does it taste like rat poison or something?
No, it's just that.
Man,
It's just a woman.
You better make you a path, man. You're going to fall over right
Let me
now.
say something. That's why I'm being truthful. And that's why I'm being truthful with you and her. And that's why I did not know, I did not see that it was cops outside. I did not hear that it was cops outside. Only thing I heard was window bust, and I got up and started shooting. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
Because you're a violent person?
No, because the people were in the lot.
No.
The people were in the lot. You understand what I'm saying?
Marvin,
They were there earlier.
You have
They
the
were there early.
You had no way to know they were there then.
Yeah, they were there. They were there. I
They were
seen
there
them come.
earlier.
Yeah, they were there.
You had no way to know
And
they
then-
were there at
and
the
that's-
time of the shooting.
And
That's the
what-
whole
and
point.
That's what made me paranoid because I never seen that car parked
Marvin.
over there.
You have the propensity to be violent. You do.
I mean, but
You have been
not against
violent.
not against police officers.
But
Not against
violent-
authority.
Violent is violent, okay? It's there. You grew up in a violent hood in East Chicago. And I can say that because I got people there.
Yeah,
I wouldn't go there. I don't even go visit there.
yeah.
I just heard about it. I ain't never even been there. I just know I got a couple cousins there, okay? Only thing I know about Gary, Indiana is that's where the Jackson 5 was from. And they talked about how bad and violent it was.
You should go sometime.
No, the hell I
You got
shouldn't.
me. Visit.
No, hell no.
Why not? You got family. You gotta go down and see.
They can go. So, no, hell no. Ain't happening. So what I'm telling you is, You've been to these prisons. Look, man, look at all that stuff right there. Man, you didn't get them battle scars from being no punk. Violence. That's what she's talking about.
But not against the officer, not against authority, though. You know,
But it's there.
you know.
You already said
But
you're not afraid of things,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
Things in the out there don't scare you.
yeah, things scare me.
What scares you?
Well, you think somebody's gonna come and kick your door in and
You
hurt
from
you?
East Chicago.
Hmm.
This is a little bitty bullshit.
GD
Please,
leader,
Mhm. Yeah.
and you're afraid of a broken window?
I mean, if you think somebody's coming and trying to do you harm,
GD leader who's been on 2 Supermax.
no more than that.
That's okay, my bad.
Lewisburg,
Yeah, my bad.
Leavenworth,
My bad.
what was that one in Virginia? What was that?
Nah, I don't know.
Not Red Onion.
No one thinks you're a punk,
Red Onion.
right?
Not Red Onion. I'm trying to
You got respect.
yeah. Red Onion. This other prison, Supermax, and
But you don't get to those types of prisons being a punk. Because they wouldn't have put you there.
Yeah.
Not unless they'd have put you in isolation because you were catching. Now, I don't think that was the case.
They're in isolation out of the whole 30.
Because of protection?
No, just well, they call it protection. You know, this is how they do it now. This is what they'll do. If you get in and you get into it with your gang member friends, they'll say, "Well, we ain't gonna let you out because we trying to keep the population up." First, they jumped on you, so we don't want to let you back out to protect you because we're trying to fill the prison up. So it's a lot easier to keep 7, 8 people, and then to send 7, 8 people away and let you back out. You know, so they call it protected custody.
Yeah.
You know, but it's not protected custody to them.
Termination custody.
Right, yeah.
Because they let you back out, they're going to kill your ass.
Right. Or I'm gonna
Hence,
kill them.
or you're going to kill them.
Right.
Hence,
They, actually,
This-
they said I did pretty good fighting 6 guys. You know.
well, I'm sure you did. Nobody's saying you're a punk. You just kind of acted
But
like
man-
one when you lied to the police.
Yeah, I did. But I mean, hold up.
I said
If you got-
kinda.
But if you got a gun on your head and somebody said they gonna kill you for one of their comrades,
Man, I'm real surprised he didn't pull the trigger.
yeah, he was gonna do it. He told me. He said, "You're lucky, man. Only God saved me, man. Only God saved me. Only God."
And now you have
That's
the
how I know God is
opportunity.
real. That's how I know God is real.
And now you have the opportunity.
And I'm telling the truth. I'm sitting here telling you guys. You know, you guys are trying to make me say I seen the police.
Don't knock your water.
I mean, you guys are trying to make me say I seen the
No,
police.
see,
I knew it was the
you
police.
got it wrong. I'm not trying to make you say something,
Mm-hmm.
Marvin. Don't think that.
Okay. Well, I didn't know it was police out there, sir. I didn't know that.
Nobody's trying to make you say anything.
No. I didn't know.
What we are trying to do is we're asking questions
Okay.
to try to understand
And I'm telling you
what
guys
happened.
the truth. And I'm telling you guys the truth. And they trying
But
to say something. You say no. It was like this.
No.
Okay. When she asked me, when she said, "Okay, what happened?" Okay. I'm gonna take it from the beginning again. And okay, I just want you to listen to me, and it's gonna be quick. It's gonna be short. I rode around. I seen this guy at my apartment earlier.
Well, don't make it
riding
too
up and down the
quick.
street. He's riding up and down the street.
What day was this?
This is yesterday. He's riding up and down the street, but a couple of days earlier, like a week or so earlier, he pulled in my lock and burned out and was mugging. So when I seen his car again, he pulled up about maybe it could have been like 8 or 9, and he bagged up like he was watching my house.
What was that?
That was about like 8 or 9 o'clock. You know what I'm saying?
Yesterday.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
8 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I said, man, this guy must be watching me. So I got in my car and I left. And I rode around. But at this time, Shirley came over about, as a matter of fact, Shirley came over and she got work about 6, something like that. This is about like 6, a little hour or so after that. But Shirley was arguing with me. And at first it started off good. And
The
then
argument?
No. First we started off talking,
Oh, okay.
because it's raining and we was talking. And I said, baby, I want to hang out with you today. And this and that. And when I said that, she said, you look like you're high. Have you been sniffing cocaine? You know, and then that's when it started. She just started. She just started again. She just started. And I'm like, oh my God. She started. So I just left. And she left. You know what I mean? and she went to the gym. And
Was she
whatever
right?
did.
Were you high?
Huh?
Was she
Oh,
right?
man,
Were you high a little bit?
I mean, you know, that's on
So
her.
you're mad at her because she was right.
I mean, but so keep it to the story. I said, okay. She left, and so I went and parked in front of her house because I just wanted to relax.
Park where? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I went to park around her house.
Around her house.
Yeah,
Okay.
I went to park and I laid down in the seat. And I said, man, I want to relax. I don't want to hear nothing. I just want to relax in my car. And I had this on because I just got out of the shower.
Hey, what on?
It is just right here. I just got
Oh,
out of the
okay,
shower.
okay, okay.
And I all I had is my flip flops and shit. So I said, man, I ain't got no clothes on. It's cold outside. So I put the heat on my feet and I was just thinking. And then she came up, boo, 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 boo. Get away from here. Get away from here. And I left. You know what I'm saying? And
Why would you go to her house after you were just arguing with her?
to try to make up, you know, to try
Sitting
to.
in your car relaxing. How do you make up sitting in your car relaxing?
Well, you know, I was waiting for her to come back to talk to her and tell her, listen, baby, you know, this
Should
is
have sent her a text.
Yeah, but I don't text her much. You know what I'm saying? You know.
Don't
I
worry.
finished?
Yeah,
Finished?
yeah.
I'm getting to it. I'm gonna get to it.
Well, hold on. I want you to remember that. 'Cause I'm gonna let you finish your story, but I have a question about
Yeah.
it. But I don't want you to
All right,
stop.
all right.
Go ahead.
Okay. And when she told me to leave, I left.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Then I didn't want to go back to my place because I'm still thinking about this guy
Right.
over there. So I just rode around. And I said, okay, you know. And then when I got with her again, she said, I'm going to your house. You're not coming to my house. So I'll be over there because I made up the bed over there. I want to start spending the night over there again to get an outlet. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be at my house. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So when she said that, I said, listen, man, I don't feel right about you being over there. I think they're going to kick my door in and this and that. I don't want to be there. She said, well, I'm going to be here anyway. I'm going to spend the night. You go where you I'll see you in the morning. Like that. So I said, okay, I'll see you in the morning. So I pulled back over by her house, let my seat back. I don't know, it could have been like one, I slept for like an hour and a half.
So you were at her house?
No, I pulled up on the street. I pulled up on
Near
the
her
street.
house?
Yeah, and I went to sleep.
I thought you went to your friend's house.
No, well, I went to my friend's house. After that, I went to her house for like a little while, then I went to his house for a little while, sat in front of his house.
Okay.
So, bam, when I came back home, but when I woke up at like 2:39, I went to my friend's house first and sat for like 30 minutes. Then I went to her house, sat for like an hour. Then I said this. I said, well, if somebody's gonna kick the door in, I don't want them to hurt her. You know what I'm saying? And if them guys out there gonna kick the door in, I want to go over there and, you know, just be there with her.
Okay.
And so that's what made me go back to my
Okay.
apartment.
So then what happened?
So when I went back to my apartment, I seen the car still sitting there. So I rolled up the block.
Was anybody in it? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think two guys were sitting in the
Okay.
car. You know what I'm saying? So I rolled past.
But it's dark and the windows.
Right.
You don't know.
Right. But I'm still thinking from this morning.
Okay, I got you.
And so I rolled past and I rolled past again. Then I finally said, fuck it, I'm gonna park my car and go in the house. And then I got my guns, went in the trash can, walked around the perimeter, and went in the house. And then I went in the front room, and she was in the back room. And I opened my blinds up, and I stood there and I watched that car. And I'm watching it. I'm saying, man, somebody's in that car. You know, I'm watching. You know what I'm saying? I said, well, if they try to come here, man, you know, I got my gun so I can defend myself. And so, bam, I laid in the bed, and all that thing I remember is turning over towards the closet, and I had my guns right there. And the next thing I know, the window broke. And when the window broke, I jumped up and started firing. That's it. You know what I'm saying? That's my story. That's what happened.
What
So-
blinds were you looking out of? I'm sorry.
My blinds, there was,
In the bedroom?
yeah. You
So
know what I'm
you
saying?
said you opened the blinds? and
Yeah,
you-
I had them all the way open, and then when I got sleepy, I turned them up. You know what I'm saying? Where you couldn't see straight in the house. You know what I'm saying? I turned them up a little bit, and like I said, the next thing I know, when the window broke, I jumped up and started firing. I did not know it was police out there. I did not know it was police officers out there because I would have never put my gun up to shoot a police officer.
So at 3-something in the morning was when you went to sleep, I guess. Because at
Right.
2:30,
Probably about 3:30
that's
something.
like
Like
at
that.
2:39. You looked.
Yeah, about an hour later. Yeah.
Okay, so the blinds. Where are the blinds located?
Right
in,
next
in
to
the
the bed.
living room, or
No.
because I ain't been in your house, I don't know.
Yeah, they're right there in the room. I got blinds.
Your room where you sleep.
Yeah, I got
Okay.
blinds on all the windows.
Okay.
So what happened was, I was in the bed, and the window went ching,
Mhm.
And that's all I heard.
When do you put the recliner in front of the door?
Or when I came in the house, as soon as I came in.
That's not what Shirley said.
Well, that's what I did. When I came in the house, I
So
put
you're saying she's lying?
man, whatever she say, I'm telling you, I put the
Well, I know you did, but
Yeah,
it wasn't
yeah.
when you first came
Well,
in.
whenever I put it up to the door, you know what I'm saying? When I put the recliner up to the door, I put that in to protect myself, to keep somebody from kicking the door in. Well, it don't matter what time it was, I put it there.
So you the blinds you open the blinds all the way and you're looking
Out
at the car.
Car, yes.
But you get tired of looking at some point,
Right.
so you get ready to go to bed.
Right.
So you
Turn
turn
it,
them
yeah.
up a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah,
Up.
yeah.
So
Not all the way up, just like where you can still see a little bit out of them,
okay.
and I hit them
Okay.
like that.
Okay.
And
So then you go to bed.
then I
Next
go
thing
to
you
bed.
know, boom, boom, boom.
Right, right.
Well, when you're asleep outside and you're paranoid about these guys that's
Mhm.
casing the joint,
Mhm.
when Shirley knocks on the window, that didn't startle you? You didn't jump up and.
When Shirley knock on the window, because see, I'm telling you my mindset.
Yeah.
See, you got. I'm trying to give you the mindset.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a difference when you're woke and Shirley will come knock on the window from a window break. You understand what I'm saying? When the window breaks, it's like somebody trying to get it in. You know what I'm saying?
So it would have been different
If it-
had the intruder said,
right. Then I would have been like, I probably would have stood up and stood to the side and tried to see who it was. You know what I'm saying?
so they should have knocked at the window.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But when the window broke, I thought somebody
Game over.
Yeah, I thought somebody was trying to get in. And that's the honestly God truth. I mean, that's the honest truth. You might want to look at me as a bad guy because an officer got shot and officers got wounded, but I did not know they was
Well,
officers.
Marvin, I'm not here to try to judge you whether or not you're a bad guy. That ain't up to me. My opinions mean absolutely nothing in all of this.
Well, I'm telling you the truth.
Your record will speak for itself.
Right.
You will speak for yourself. Your actions will speak for itself.
Yeah, but I'm being truthful with you guys, man. I mean,
What do you want to say to the family?
I would like to say that I'm very, very sorry.
What do you
You
want
know what I'm
to
saying?
little kids?
Yes, man, I'm very, very sorry, man. I'm very, very sorry. I know that my words can bring back a loved one, and I can understand a lot of people hurt in this situation, and I'm hurt.
You
know what
think?
I'm saying?
Who all do you think is hurt?
Everybody's hurt in this situation, man. Everybody from the top to the bottom. The whole Killeen Police Department, the whole Killeen police officers everywhere.
What could you
know
have
what I'm
done
saying?
differently?
What I could have done differently, ma'am, it's not hit a gun. You know what I'm saying? It's not hit a gun. Because,
Not
yeah,
break the law.
right. And that's what I could have did different. Because the honest God truth, I did not know that they was police officers. I mean, this will affect this whole tri-state area. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a very close knit of cops that, but I'm not trying to be their face attached to that because that's not me. That's not me. I never would attend and never in my wildest dreams thought that this would happen. And yes, I'm sad. Yes, everybody's gonna be hurt behind this.
You consider yourself a terrorist?
No, sir.
You don't?
No. Because I'm not. I'm not a terrorist. I'm not a terrorist. Because like I said, when my window broke, I thought it was intruders.
You consider yourself a domestic terrorist? Let me rephrase.
No,
that.
sir.
There's a different definition.
No, sir. I have no problem with America. I have no problem with authority. I have no problem with police officers. I don't go around talking about, I hate the police, or I want to do this to the police. Every time the police ride down my block, I wave.
I'm not trying to say you're part of the NWA. I'm just asking a question.
No, sir. No, sir. I don't consider myself none of that. And that's why I'm saying this is a very, very messed
Do
up
you
situation.
think that if someone asks you, what would you do to make this better? What would you say to them? What would you say to the family?
I would tell the family, the first thing I would say to the family, I would say, I'm very, very sad and upset that this happened. You know, that you had to lose a loved one, you know, because I had no idea that your husband and your family member was on the other side of that window. What I thought, it was somebody else. You know, they'll come kick my door in. Here's my family, here's my people, they'll testify to the same thing. You know, because I thought it was somebody else. I didn't know it was, I did not hear them say police officers. And the only reason I shot because the window broke. That's it. You know, and I'm very sorry. I don't want to make an excuse because who wants to hear it?
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
If your brother was standing outside my house
Mm-hmm.
and I don't see him, but my window breaks, and
You got the right to shoot.
I have a right to shoot just
Yeah.
because a window breaks?
Yeah, I guarantee you would shoot.
do that?
So you telling me that you wouldn't shoot if somebody broke your window?
Not
You
without
telling me-
identifying who's there, I wouldn't.
Right, and I told you, I heard no identification.
So you should have looked to see who it was.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. Why would I look to see who it is when the window broke?
How come you didn't take cover in your house somewhere? Why didn't you go take your gun? I don't know, go in there in the room with Shirley and close the door.
I thought that they was trying to get in my house.
How come you didn't go take cover? If they had been in your house, you'd have saw who it was.
Yeah, but I thought they was trying to get through the window.
Doesn't matter. However, they come through the chimney. What I'm saying is,
Yeah.
how come you didn't go take cover?
I was trying to defend myself.
How come you didn't try to defend Shirley and go in the room with her with a gun? Somebody come through here, baby. I'm firing. Let you know right now.
Just be quiet.
You know, how come you didn't? How come that didn't cross your mind? I mean, that's a pretty good. That's a logical way of thinking.
Well, you know, the way I was thinking before I went to bed has a lot to do with that. You know, the way I was thinking and the way I was woke up has a lot to do with that. Because if they give me a psychoanalysis and they talk to me and they see the mindset that I went to bed with,
Let me ask you this, Marvin. You said Shirley was already kind of upset with you that night because she thought you had smoked some cocaine, and you were a little high on coke.
that's what she said.
You told me that a minute ago too. Here or there, I don't really care. What I'm trying to find out is, do you think this all happened because you took another hit before you went to bed? Are you sure? I mean, it would make sense to me that you react the way you react and didn't assess the situation correctly because you weren't in the right frame of mind.
Look, I wasn't high at all.
So the high was already worn off by that
I wasn't
time.
high. I wasn't high at all, man. I was focused. I was looking at that car, and I said they're gonna try to kick my door in tonight. That's what I was focused in. And it just so happened it was a situation. It wasn't them. It was the cops.
So you took the time to stand there and look out your window
And watch the car.
and watch the car, but you didn't take the opportunity, as he said, to back further in your house and to watch to see who may be there.
But why would you do that? Why would you do that and you think some intruders come in your home? You got to be a stand-up individual.
Because by
when-
law, you have to be able to identify who you're shooting at.
Well, you know,
You can't shoot randomly,
and I understand that.
and
but,
you did. So
but-
you say,
but-
I think oppositely, but maybe he
but-
thinks you're a better person than I
but-
do. I don't know.
But you know, he probably thinks worse than you think. But that's neither here nor there. What I'm trying to say is, I was defending myself. You know what I'm saying?
You're defending yourself
and-
against a
and
broken
thinking-
window,
and thinking that those guys
who you don't know is out there,
were trying to get in my house.
who you don't know is out there.
Right.
Hey, when they brought you out the house, was that car over there?
Yeah,
It was still there.
yeah.
Did you tell the police though?
No, they give me a chance to talk. I mean, you know, they're not going to give me a chance to do anything.
Why did your brother not feel that you should be worried about those people in that car?
I don't know. My brother, he knows how I am. You know, he knows I'm kind of paranoid. So he deals with it all the time. He said, man, look, man, nobody's bothering you, man. Nobody's going to bother you, man. You know, go home and go to sleep.
And when you're standing there looking out the window,
Yeah.
I'm sure they can tell you're looking out the window.
He know I do it all the time.
Wouldn't that have been the time for them to try
Hey.
something?
You can go ask my brother. He'll tell you I'm usually up at night, all night because of I watch people. You know what I mean? I'm usually up all night. I'm surprised I was asleep this night. You know, and actually, Shirley shouldn't have been at my house. You know, because I told her, do not. I don't want to be here. You know, I don't want to be here. I want to be here. So in my mind, I get pissed off at her because it's her fault. Because if we wouldn't have been there and they'd kicked the door open to an empty house, it would have been nothing. But somebody said that I was selling drugs.
Well, come on, man. You call her up after work. You tell her to come over. She gets there.
But I didn't want her.
She
I didn't want her to
leaves.
spend the
You
night.
follow her.
Yeah, but I didn't want her to spend the
What
night.
does that tell a woman? That tells a woman you want her there.
Yeah, but
So she goes back and she waits for you.
Yeah.
You don't show up, that pisses her off.
Yeah, yeah.
She's there because
I didn't
You
want her there
want-
though. I
you
didn't
made
want her
her
there.
seem
I
you
told
want
her.
her
I
there.
knew something was going on. You could tell. I knew something was going on, and I thought the dudes was gonna kick at my door. It just happened. It was the police. You know what I mean? See, it's just what happened. That's what happened.
If you saw the car out there when you were leaving in the back of the police car, and
Man, they wasn't trying to talk to me, man. You know, if it's officer shot,
but it's
they're not even in their right. They're not in their
scene.
frame. They're not even in their right frame.
crime
man.
scene tape all over the place. Nobody leaves, nobody goes.
Yeah, but still, they not gonna.
Video of the entire area, pictures being taken, everybody out there taking pictures. Hell, you probably even put people out there with their damn telephones
Yeah,
doing
but
video,
but I
all
tell
that
you,
kind of stuff. And
I mean, they
does
weren't
this
trying to hear
spark-
nothing I had to say, sir. They weren't trying to hear nothing.
My point is, this car really must exist because
Yeah, I mean,
if it's there when you were leaving, then it would have been there. Then somebody would have saw
and
it.
I never seen it. I never seen that car around.
So that car should be in somebody's pictures
yeah,
from
yeah. If you put it in the picture, I'll show
that
you.
process that
Yeah, I
crime
will
scene.
show you. I will show you the car. I will point it out. And I tell you this, like I said, man, you know, I'm not that type of person, man. You know, I'm one of the few that had no visual, didn't see an officer, or none of that.
how long you have your guns? Honestly,
About 4 or 5 months.
quite a while.
Yeah.
How long in between when you bought the first one that you bought the second?
Probably like I had the 9mm. I bought the 9mm from a guy around Christmas time. He said he had to get some things for his daughter.
So you bought the 9 first?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I bought that. And then another situation came up where this person said they need some help and they need some money, and they had a gun, and so I gave them $300 for the gun.
And when was that?
That had to be probably February, March.
Okay, so you had the 9 longer.
Yeah,
You shoot them both.
yeah,
Practice shooting both.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Which one do you like better?
I don't know, man. It just, I don't know. I can't say. It was just a gun, and I can't say, well, I like this gun better than this gun.
Well, most people have a preference on a gun.
No, I mean, I just, it was just a gun. But I don't, I can't say I like this gun. So how long is it going before they get us out of here? Shirley's going down too, huh?
I don't know.
No. So how
Hey,
long- yeah.
when you said you were just firing out of the window,
Mm.
I don't know, you may have already said it, but hell,
Yeah.
she was talking to you. I was texting her.
All right.
Were you standing up?
Yeah. I rolled over. I rolled. Look, when the window bust, I didn't know which gun I grabbed.
I
didn't
understand.
grab.
I understand.
I grabbed it. I stood up like this. Can I show you? Can I stand up?
Yeah.
Okay, I stood up. I was in the bed. And I had my back toward the window like this.
These motherfuckers here.
And I had 2 guns right here. When the window busted, I saw, oh, that's the motherfuckers trying to, I thought in my mind.
Okay.
And I grabbed the gun. I don't know which one I grabbed. I grabbed it. I rolled over. I got to the side like this, and I just shot. Pop, 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 pop. Like that.
But just like that, you
Yeah,
said.
yeah. I was like, pop, 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 pop.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And then I just dropped the gun, And I remember coming. I don't know how I dropped it. I just dropped it. And I remember coming through the hallway like this. And I remember seeing the room, but I didn't see Shirley. Then I went through the kitchen, and I was finna go out the back door. And when I got to the back door, I see the light, and they said it was the police officers. That's what I knew.
So you didn't open the door or anything?
Yeah, I opened the door first.
Okay, that's
I
fine.
opened when I got to the back door, I opened the door and I looked out, and they said police officers. They could have shot me in. They
But
could have shot me in.
how is it Shirley from the bedroom closet can see flashlights and lasers?
She was scared.
And
She-
listen to me,
Mhm.
she can see flashlights and red lasers, and she's way back there.
Because they were in the back too. That's probably why she seen. Because there were officers in the back. She was in the back. So it was officers in the back. When I came out,
You're not listening to
that's where the
me.
flashlights were at. That's
You're
how she
not
seen.
listening
You,
to
you
me.
can't answer the question until you hear the question.
She's in the closet. Which direction does the closet face?
Toward the window, in the back room.
Toward the window in
Yeah.
the back room?
Yeah. And then, because I was in different rooms. So
Yeah, I know
can't say,
that.
because I can't say what she saw back there. You know what I'm saying? You know, it was two different areas. Because when I went back there, that's when probably all the lights
So you're
and stuff
sitting,
came
no,
back there.
no. You're in the front room. You're standing up. You're taking aim. You're firing your gun. You drop your gun.
Come
You
on.
said you ran
Oh.
around the bed.
Yeah.
So you have time, and shots are being fired back. Shots are being fired back.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't see lasers coming into your bedroom, and you telling me you don't see the flashlights.
Only thing I did, Mel, when I got up and I started shooting, I mean, I didn't know. Only thing I thought was those guys was coming in the house to get me. You know, I didn't see all this. What
Were you
think-
mad?
No, I mean, I was trying to protect myself. Why would I be mad? Only thing I was trying
Mad
to be,
because those guys were coming in your house.
no, I was trying to protect myself and scare them off. I wasn't trying to say, well, I'm aiming. I'm trying to scare whoever this is coming in my window off, because that was my mindset. You know what I'm saying? When I went to sleep and when I woke up, if I would have knew, and if I would have heard that these were police officers, it would not have happened.
Stand up.
It would not have happened.
Put your. No. Just. Now, how far was you up with the gun?
How far?
Yeah.
What you mean?
Extend your arms like you
Like this?
were like that.
Yeah.
So it wasn't up like you.
It's a little higher though.
You tell me
And
how
I
it
was shooting
was.
down. I was shooting down like.
Huh?
I was shooting like down like. I had the gun like this, but I had it pointing down. I didn't have it like straight out.
Okay, how'd you have it?
I had it like that.
So you had it like
Yeah.
that, the barrel like that.
Yeah. And that because I know when you shoot the gun out, the bullet goes up.
Okay. Here, move that chair up underneath the table. Okay, do that again. Scoot back. Put your butt up against the chair.
All right.
Is that how you were shooting? I want to put a line here.
Okay. Yeah, I was shooting like
No, you got to put your side up against it.
right here.
Yeah, so I can. I'm gonna draw a line up under here.
And I was holding the gun like this.
Like that?
Yes.
That.
Yeah.
That
just
area?
Like that. Yes.
Okay.
And I started shooting.
Hold on a second. Right here.
Yeah. I started
Okay.
shooting down.
Okay. And you said the barrel was going down
Yes, toward down.
this way.
Yeah. Not exactly, not that far down. Like
Okay, well,
slanted
here.
a little bit.
Okay.
Slanted a little bit.
Okay, do it right here.
It was slanted like this. A little
Okay.
bit. It wasn't slanted like that.
Because you said you think the bullet come back up.
Yeah, when you shoot the gun, when I was at the shooting range,
Mhm.
I found if you hold it down a little bit and you shoot, you know what I'm saying, it jerks a little bit.
Okay. So how far did you learn that little thing?
Just
there?
one day.
No, I mean how far? 7 yards, 15 yards, 35 yards, 50
Oh,
yards.
I don't know what yard. I just had the thing like.
Well, how far? Yeah, how
I
far?
don't know.
away from
I
you?
never looked. I just had my buddy pull one back. There was three of them,
Well, look,
and I had one close
was you from here to the wall over there?
from Tony when I just shot, or when I was at the shooting range.
No, when you said shoot range to learn it.
I was there three. It was three. It was one was close.
About how
One
far?
was farther.
About how far? That's what I'm asking.
One was from like here to here.
From here?
Yeah, right from here to here. I was shooting that one from here to here,
Okay.
and then
Okay, you can just look. Don't knock the water over.
all right, and then I was shooting that one from here to here, and
Okay.
then I'm shooting that one from here to here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Alright. But this is the. How tall are you?
It's 5'10".
You 5'10"?
Yeah.
How much you weigh?
250, 260, something like that.
Dude, how much you weigh?
About 250, 260. Shirley stopped losing weight. She told me today.
Okay, so you about 260?
250, 260.
Dude, you ain't no 250.
Look,
You probably about 270, 275.
Yeah, probably so.
Yeah, because you ain't no damn 250.
Yeah, I started wearing.
Huh?
I started wearing.
You go sit down. So about 265 says you'll know how much you weigh. I'll say you about 270, damn near 280 almost, but you pretty heavy guy.
Yeah.
No, I mean not fat or anything. I'm just saying you ain't no light cookie.
Yeah, I've been working out all my life, man. I've been in prison.
You ain't had nothing to do
Yeah.
but eat and work out.
Yeah. I just hate I'm going back, man. This is the worst thing. You know, man, the whole moral of this story is, man, I know I'm going back for life or death. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean,
How does that make you feel though?
it makes you feel bad.
You still have parents?
No,
Your
my
parents?
parents died when I was real young. My dad died when I was 5. My mom died when I was 9.
Who raised you?
In the streets,
What-
in prison.
What happened to your brothers? They get in trouble too?
No, we got different dads. They were, my brothers don't even, my brothers are bougie. They all are just, they're nothing like me. You know, they're all just square, no trouble with the law, you know, none of that. You know, only me and my little sister, you get in big trouble. You know,
Where's she at?
she's still my other brother.
Well, you
Yeah,
still haven't
that's-
answered his question. What do you think about that?
What?
The two choices you said that you were gonna have, prison or death. He asked you, how did you feel about that?
He actually.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's just how you feel
Just
about it.
Oh, I said I feel bad. I answered that. I told him I said I feel bad.
What do you mean by bad?
I mean, it's terrible what happened. You know what I mean? I feel bad for everybody. You know, I feel bad. I mean, I really feel bad. You know what I'm saying? I do. You know, and I mean, you know, I know it's hard as this for you to believe, and you probably don't want to believe this, but I have nothing against police officers. If I heard that I was a police officer, I would have not fired my weapon. And that is the truth. I can look you dead in your eyes and tell you that.
I think
You know, that's the truth.
I think you knew you were going back to prison, regardless of whether you fired a weapon or
No.
not. You had guns in
No,
your house.
no,
Why would you
but
fire-
I didn't know it was the police. I didn't know it was the police. So I'm gonna say, okay, well, it's police out here. I'm gonna shoot out with a blaze of glory. No, I'm not that same person. If I said it was police officer out there, I don't give a fuck how long I was gonna go to prison. I would have rather just took the gun case than a murder case. You understand what I'm saying? You know?
Not if
You
you
know?
thought you were going to get away.
Huh?
Not if you thought you were going to get away.
Oh man, listen, you never get away from the police. Come on, man.
Doesn't stop people from trying.
Man, listen. You never get away from the police. That's why I said I knew it was police, I would have never shot. You know what I'm saying? I would have really just took the gun beef and gone down the river. Then go to jail for shooting a cop. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not that stupid. I'm 50 years old, man. You know, I'm not here like I'm some bad motherfucking dude. I'm sad. You know, that was an officer, man.
Yeah, well,
You know what I'm saying? I work around when I went to Bell County. I worked around with the officers there pretty good when I got into trouble with my sister, man. You know, I mean, I have great respect for the law. You know, I do. You know, I'm not one of them person that, you know, look at the law and say, oh, that's the law. Like I hate the law. I'm not like that, and I'm not the type of person to say I see the police out here, I'm gonna shoot my way out as a blaze of glory.
What type
No.
of person are you, Marvin?
I'm the type of person, man, who wants to live my life, and I was doing good. I finally got a good woman, and I was so happy about that. You know what I'm saying? But it just started getting rocky, you know? It got to the point where we just, you know, it just wasn't there. And then by her being old and me being old, she tried to hold on. I tried to hold on. It was just too bad. Now look at her, man. You know, she all fucked up, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, she in jail, don't know how long she should lose her house or anything behind this shit. You know, cause she got to take her all her bills and shit. And she got a 13-year-old daughter at home with no guidance now. You know, her daughter probably don't even know where she at.
No, probably not.
You know what I'm saying? And so,
Damn.
you know,
Damn.
her daughter's in home. Where's my mom? Nobody know where her mom is. She don't know what to do. She in a big house
13
by
years
herself.
old.
14.
14 years old.
Yeah. And her mom had nothing to do with none of this. All she was there to be there is try to love me. You know? She had nothing to do with none of this. Only thing I fought her for is not listening to me. Because she argued so much when I'm trying to tell her, I don't want to be here tonight. I got a funny I don't want to be here tonight. I think they're going to kick my door in tonight. She kept on, well, I want to be here. I want to be here. You stay. I should have just left her ass in there. And I stayed away. And when they kicked that door open and then found no drugs in there, that would have just been a little bond. He say she and I'd have been out free. You know? You know what I mean? Her ass would have been, and I told your motherfucking ass not to be in there. You hardhead. Now you got a fucked up face, a broken shoulder, broken collarbone. You know you fragile as hell. You know, why the fuck you want to be there? And I told her that. I said, I do not want to be in that apartment.
And who told you somebody's gonna kick the door in, maybe?
But that's, I'm a person like this. No one said it, but I watch people's reaction. Like that guy that I said in that same car, he came to my parking lot, pulled in about a week ago. Then when he got out, he pulled out. If you go look at the street by my apartment, you'll see a burning rubber mark right
Who
there.
did he see when he pulled in?
He was talking to somebody else, but he was looking at me funny.
So why couldn't he be there last night visiting with that person?
No, this guy he was talking to lived in another lot, and they were always standing in my lot. But
That's not criminal.
these other guys just moved in. He was over there with them. So like I said, I don't know.
He's visiting.
But this is what I would tell you.
He's
this.
visiting.
Yes, he probably was. I'm not saying what he was doing.
So why are you tripping about someone visiting
Because-
somebody next door?
Because he pulled them out of the lot, looked at me strange, burnt rubber out the lot, and then came back a week later.
You ever think maybe that's because you looked at him strange?
But listen, this.
I can see you giving
But
people strange
listen, when it
looks,
was raining,
being
when
intimidating.
it was raining, he was riding up and down the street.
All right.
Right after Shirley, he was riding all down the street. Then he parked over there. He bagged up and left his park lights on. So I live right off the street. I said, man, this is the same guy. You know what I'm saying? Then I got in my car and started moving around. You know, like wow. You know, and that's.
Sounds like he should be more worried about you doing something to him because
But-
you're honed in on him and he ain't giving you the time of day.
Yeah, but I didn't know that. I was just thinking from what he did, from the way he was looking at me and the way he kept riding up and down the street, I thought something was fishy. And I thought he was trying to come out. And that's the honest God
You
truth.
mind if we go check on Shirley?
Yeah, man. See if she all right, man. Could you bring her here for a minute?
No.
No way.
Run. I just want to look at her.
No, we can't do that, man.
She don't feel safe around you.
Oh, she don't.
No.
I mean, would you expect any less? You throw her ass under the bus, she gets all broken up. You think she want to see you right now?
No, she
That ain't cool. Yeah.
Man, I shouldn't even put her in it, man. She's supposed to be at home right now.
Yeah.
She's supposed to be at home right there. I don't know what's gonna happen if she ain't out here that night, man. Her
So-
daughter's gonna
So
probably.
maybe we can talk to you in the morning. What's tomorrow?
Saturday.
Oh,
When do they take? Do I stay here the whole time? How long am I here?
long enough till somebody decides whether you're gonna go to county or stay here.
Well,
I mean, you can't stay here forever, obviously.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, man.
All we have here is water and honey buns.
Do they feed you here?
Honey buns.
And sandwiches during the day.
Oh yeah, so
They give a sandwich at lunch.
That's it?
Mhm.
Oh, you eat one meal a day?
2. You get a honey bun for breakfast and you get I think they make it something for dinner. I don't remember. I don't come down here too much. I try to stay away.
Well, I'm glad you guys came, man. I'm glad you guys talked to me, and I hope you guys understand, and I hope you let the DA, whoever knows, you know what I'm saying? I did not know. You know what I'm saying? I did not know it was police. I did not get a visual, as you say. I did not get a visual on who it was. I did not hear anybody announce police. Only time I heard them announce police when I told them, when they asked me who else was in the house, I said Shirley. And then he got on the hall, Shirley, come out the house. And that's when she came out, and I heard I heard a scream, like I guess they threw on the ground or something. You know what I'm saying? And that's the only time I heard the bullhorn. You know what I'm saying? And my thought, I said, man, why didn't they use that bullhorn first? Why didn't they just say, apartment C, step out the apartment. Apartment C, step out the apartment.
That's pretty polite, huh?
I mean, no, I mean, it's just the way, you know, I mean, I would have came out. It would have never been any shooting or nothing like that. You know, I think, man, they should review that, you know, the busting the window thing to try to get people who are less violent like me, who would come out, to come out. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said,
But you're not less violent.
I mean, I'm not gonna shoot no police officer.
Okay, well, I don't know how you expect somebody to know that when your rap sheet indicates that all you are is violent.
Well, I never been to a police officer.
I'm just telling you. How do you expect someone to say, oh, well, hell, he killed 14 people over here, but it never was a woman? I mean, not saying that you did any of that. I'm just telling you, you done did a whole lot of shit to a whole lot of people. And it's just supposed to, like,
Ask nicely.
but it's never been done to a police,
Never.
so we're okay. We can just go ask you.
But man, you know, the only thing I can tell you, man, is this. I didn't mean to kill the police. I'm very sad that police got hurt and shot. You know, that's not me.
Which faction of GD are you with?
A black gangster. I'm not with that black gangster disciple.
The one you were with.
The black gangster disciple, Chicago.
Who you affiliate with down here?
No one.
None?
None. I didn't affiliate with nobody. Nobody. I didn't have no friends. Only person I had was Shirley. And that's it. In my family.
Why'd you disappoint her and get into the cocaine business? She was the woman leading you down the right path, man. Why'd you go down that way instead? I know people have their ups and downs and they argue, but why would you take that drastic 360 turn and go back to that kind of crap?
Well, I mean,
It's not the first time.
but they say.
Yeah, that's what you know.
That's what they say. I was selling cocaine, but they don't have any cocaine. They say I was selling drugs, but they don't have no drugs. You understand what I'm saying? So, I mean, I don't know nothing about that. All I know is somebody say.
I think what she's also talking about is why would you snort it or whatever it was you doing with it.
Why would you go back to using?
You know, who said I used? She
You
said.
did.
She said. I mean, I said I smoked, and I did a little
Oh,
bit.
well, then that's using.
But I mean, I wasn't doing it all the time.
Doesn't matter. She got a 14-year-old daughter that I guess you know.
No, but I never was in that house. She
You
never
never
let me
met her?
come around. She never. Yeah, I met her, but she never let me hang out in that house and all that.
But you knew that Shirley wanted the best for you.
She did.
She was trying to keep you
She
upbeat.
was. She
She
was.
was trying to get
She
you to be
was.
part of regular society.
She
She was telling you, don't do guns. You know you can't have them.
She was.
Don't do
She
the
was.
drugs.
She was.
Why you do it?
But you did it anyway.
I don't know, man.
Did they make you feel better than her?
Mm-mm. Shirley, man,
And what the hell is the difference with the porn?
she said I like white women, and she got mad about that. You know, she said, "Why you watch all this fucking white porn all the time? You know, why didn't you watch two black people fucking? You know what I'm saying?"
So it'd have been okay if you'd watched two black people fucking all the
So
time.
you always watch this interracial shit, you know. And so she got mad at me about that. That's why our relationship went bad. You know, when she first seen porn on my TV, she took my box, slammed it, pushed my TV on the floor, and went crazy. I had to pay money to get that fixed. I just hope Shirley can get out herself out of this, because I got her in a hell of a twist.
Yeah, a little bit.
You know, I got her in a hell of a twist.
I don't know if she can get out of it or not.
Yeah, she gonna lose her house then. She gonna lose her house and her kid.
Where's Daddy?
Her dad, her dad, he died. He was a police officer too. He died. He was a police officer.
How'd you sweet talk her into seeing you?
He was in the
'Cause
gym.
she said that you were real good at talk.
No, he was in the gym. You know, and yeah, you know, it was something that happened, and then you know it just went bad. It
What
was
gym?
good. Gym,
Lions Park.
Lions Park. That's why I was in good shape. I was fresh out of prison. You know, humps everywhere. You know, focused. You know what I mean? Working every day, doing what I'm supposed to do. being happy to be free, you know.
Didn't take me just 4 years, so.
Well, you know, man, you know, one thing could have changed this whole thing, man. If I would have heard them say police and I knew it was police, no one would have been shot. You know, no one would have been shot. If I'd heard them say police officers and this and that, it would have been no shots.
No,
fired.
you're doing what he asked you not to do. It's not the police, or you say not hearing them.
Mhm.
What would have changed this is if you would have made the right choices, not did the drugs, and not had the guns.
Yeah.
That's what would have, none of this would have ever happened. We would have
Or-
never met under these circumstances.
Or keep the damn guns and just go in another room. And if somebody
Identify
comes in
your
that
target.
room, then you'll know.
Well, you know, man, look,
Nobody shot Shirley.
yeah, because she's in the back room.
If you'd have went back there with her, nobody would have got shot.
Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't know, man. When the window broke, I mean, see, and this is what I'm kind of break down to you, and I want you to understand this too. You take the mindset, this person think that someone's out there to get him, and he's asleep, and he don't hear a person say police, 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 search warrant, and his window break. The first thing he's gonna try to do is defend himself, you know, and run the surveillance off, you know, and that was my only thing I was doing. So I didn't shoot this police with the malice that it was a police. I didn't visualize a police out there. I didn't see a police.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying?
hey man,
Hmm?
listen to me.
Yes. Yeah, I'm listening good.
I want you to seriously think about everything that you said here today.
Mhm.
Because at some point, you're going to have to be able to face. I would like to see you be able to face those kids that a police officer have
Mhm.
and be able to truly say you
So,
are sorry for what you did.
and that's what all I should say.
All these excuses that are being made, if this would have happened, that wouldn't have happened, and all this other, it's to me, it's just all bullshit.
So that's what I would say. I
know,
would say that's all I would say.
you-
Say I'm sorry.
You did this. I'm not gonna sit up here and tell you what I hope happened to you,
Because I already know you hope.
but that's not my job. My job is
I know it's she hope.
No,
My-
I just told you what the two options were. I didn't
My-
say I wanted that. I'm telling you that's your only two options.
my job is to try to get the truth
Yeah, that's what I gave you.
and try to protect the innocent
That's what I
as well, and help convict the guilty if that's what it is.
right there.
My opinions don't mean nothing in this room.
That's what I try to do.
I just need to know what happened out here.
I told you. I told you. What happened when I came out? They got me on the ground, and he wanted to shoot me. He wanted to shoot me. He just, like he told me, when he got up off me, he said, "Today is your lucky day. You were very lucky today."
I have to confess something to you.
Yeah.
I really do.
Mhm.
I can tell you that if this would have been the SWAT of 2 years ago,
Mhm.
I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you now. But I'm not here to armchair quarterback anybody.
Mhm.
He's right.
He
You are
told me.
very lucky.
He told me. He told me that he got off of me.
You need to be honest,
Yeah, I am.
to save yourself.
I am. I am.
If you want to save yourself.
I am being honest. Everything I'm telling you, I'm being honest.
Okay, I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah.
Because it is folks in this community.
Mm-hmm.
East Chicago is a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
From what I've never been to East Chicago, like I told you before.
Yeah.
I hear about what's going on TV, and I got a couple family members there that I ain't ever gonna go visit. But anyway, I can tell you that people in this community and communities all down the state of Texas have a hard time letting the cop killer go. They have even a harder time listening to them not tell the truth about what happened.
And make excuses.
And I'm just telling you, that's what's going to end up tightening the screws on you.
So listen to this. I'm asking you this. What do I say? I mean, it seems like they want. I mean, they want. Do they want me to come in and say, "Well, I knew it was a cop out there"?
No, nobody is wanting you to say what
Not
they
true.
want to hear.
Right.
That's not what anybody's saying at
So I
all.
can only tell the truth.
But there's more to it than this the time that we've shared today.
Mm-hmm.
There's more to it than what you have said.
I didn't know it was
Do you,
cop.
well, okay, well, do you know the difference between the truth and a lie?
Yes.
Your own definition of the truth. I'm not trying to belittle you or anything. I just want to make sure we're on the same sheet of music. What's your definition of the truth?
My truth. The definition of the truth is I did not know it was officer.
No.
That's
Your
what that
definition of the truth.
is. That's it.
No, if you're gonna tell someone, all right, you tell me the truth about whatever, how do you explain to them what truth is?
I just tell them. I explain to a person the truth is the truth. You know what I mean? What happened is what happened. So, with that being said,
Take this out of the scenario.
okay,
We're not here for that
Okay.
right now.
okay,
I want to know your definition of the truth, not this scenario here.
the truth is what it is.
Okay, if
It is what it is.
it is what it is.
Yeah, the truth.
If Shirley asks you to tell her the truth,
It'll be what it is. I'll be like, man, it's this, you know. And when she asked me, did I have a visual? She spent the time.
forget about that. Just hold on.
Okay.
Take your mind off of it for just a second.
All right.
What's your definition of a lie?
A person that's not gonna be truthful.
Okay.
You know.
Would you agree with me that omission is also a lie?
Do you know what that means?
A mission.
Yeah, leaving things
If I
out of the
admit-
category.
If
You
you're
know,
trying to tell a story and you don't tell the whole
Oh,
story.
sure, yeah, okay,
you
yeah.
you
Yeah.
tell Shirley you go into the store
Uh-huh.
and well, you really did go to the store, but you met somebody along the way. She asked you where you at. You say you was at the store. You
I
really did go.
really feel bad for sure.
Hell, you already did go to the store, but then you stopped along the way and got you some boom boom.
You know what, man? I blame her for this.
Who?
Shirley, I really
Why?
blame her because we didn't have to be there. You know, she insisted
Mhm.
on being there. She insisted on being there. And I'm insisting, why do you want to stay there? And I'm telling you that people are going to kick the door in.
Mhm.
Why do you want to stay here? Well, I made the bed up and his room smell like me. I got my perfume on the room. I make the bed the way I want it. You know, all this sexy stuff. You know, I'm trying to,
Right.
and I'm telling you, listen, this ain't no place to be.
Mhm.
This is not a place to be. And you want to sit in here and lay in here?
Okay.
This is not a place that you want to be.
What if you would have been there alone? Whose fault would it have been?
If I would have been there alone, one thing if I'd have been alone, I guarantee you, I wouldn't have been there. Because I'll stay up at night. I go back and forth to the gas station, get coffee, talk to the gas station clerk, and just stay there. I do not be in my house around that time. I do not. And that's why I'm so shocked. And you can ask my brother that. He'll tell you this man's up all night. I don't go to bed until 6 or 7 o'clock. You know what I mean?
Same thing could happen during the middle of the day.
Well,
People get their doors kicked in during the day.
Well-
They get their windows broken. Night or day, it don't matter. What would you have done if you were there alone? Who would you blame then? This is my question.
It wouldn't happen like that. There wouldn't have been no shots fired or none of that.
Why?
Because I don't keep
You weren't
gun-
protecting. You
I don't
weren't
keep
protecting
guns in my
Shirley.
house. I don't keep guns in my house in the daytime.
So you hide your guns during the day.
Yeah. And at nighttime, I bring me the silence.
So anybody who comes and looks at you screwbally during the day, you have no way to protect yourself.
At night, I just try to protect myself bad at night. You know, that's it. I try to protect myself at
You
night.
don't roll with your guns in the car.
Nah. I just put them in an area, and at night I go get them. Sometimes I go get them. Sometimes I
I
don't.
mean, I'm talking about when you're rolling in your car.
Nah.
Then how you protect yourself when you're in the car?
I don't worry about when I'm in the car. You know what I'm saying? I'm just worried about when I'm in my house, when I'm more vulnerable. And, I'm
You're not
sleeping.
vulnerable during the day.
Well, no, I don't think that way. I think these people aren't the type of people.
When do you sleep?
I sleep
If
during
you
the day.
stay up all night, so how do you not feel vulnerable when you're sleeping during the day?
I just don't think. people do things during the day. I don't think people do things in the day. And I now can I ask him another question because he's really getting to me. Now you said about these community. You said about the people in the community. You was telling me something about. Say it again. Say it again. What you said about the community?
I said people in the community about cop killers.
Yeah.
Okay, people in the community have a hard time dealing with cop killers. They have an even more hard time dealing with cop killers who lie. And so what happens is you are going to be the one that has to help yourself. So what I'm saying is not just this community. This is the state of Texas, like statewide, communities all over the state.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing to go into a bank
Mhm.
and pull the trigger on somebody, or go to a store clerk and pull the trigger on somebody and kill them. It's still capital murder, you know.
Mhm.
The death penalty still applies.
Mhm.
But Martin, when you talk about killing a cop in the state of Texas,
A whole different stigma.
and this is really all you have to say. And I'm hoping that maybe,
I mean, what
I'm
can I
hoping,
say?
well, I'm hoping maybe that, like you said earlier, it hadn't really saturated yet.
Mm.
So I'm hoping maybe after a little thought process and after you get back, you can kind of think a little bit, and maybe a few details will come out or come up that you forgot.
I mean, and that's the question I'm asking you and asking her. I mean, what detail could I come up with?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Mark.
you know what I'm saying? When I'm saying one thing that I'm not lying about is I didn't know there were cops out there, and I didn't visualize a cop, I didn't see a cop, or none of that. You know, and I understand what you're saying, but I can only be truthful. I mean, I'm not making up no lies, nothing like that.
Right, but Marvin, here's hear this.
Mhm.
It doesn't matter whether or not you knew it was a cop outside this window.
Mhm.
So make no mistake about it. I'm not trying to get you to say that you saw one.
Yeah, like that.
It doesn't matter.
Mhm.
It's still capital murder.
Mhm.
So it all that doesn't matter. So don't think that I'm trying to get you to say,
No, okay.
"Oh, he saw a cop outside." No,
Okay.
that has nothing to do with that.
Because that's why.
You know, when I'm talking about details, there are other things that took place. The questions that she was asking you, a few questions that I was asking you.
Well, the only
And,
question
you know-
she asked me about, the one left field when she said, when you got to the back door, what was you gonna do? Run this way or run around this way?
Well, no, she asked some things about shooting toward the sidewalk.
Hmm.
She asked you some things about the recliner being placed in front of the front door.
Mhm.
She asked you some questions about the guns on the bed. She asked you some questions about the blinds.
Yeah, I gave her the truth. She thought I was lying about the
Well-
blinds because she said the blinds is down, and I said
Well-
when the window broke, the blinds didn't come down. You understand what I'm saying? When the window broke, it broke and the blinds are still up. You know what I'm saying? So when I started shooting, I shot through the blinds. You know what I'm saying? Now after I left and went out the room, they might have pulled the blinds out to see more in the window. You know what I'm saying? But when I started firing,
But you can see when you were firing, you can see the sidewalk.
no, I didn't say I could see the
I'm
sidewalk.
asking you.
I said I shot toward the sidewalk.
Okay, well, I'm asking you.
Mhm.
And when you close the blinds in the up way, you only close them a little bit.
Right.
Well, wouldn't that give you at least some visual?
No, I closed them going upwards.
Just a little bit.
I only know that the sidewalk's there. You know what
No,
I'm
but
saying?
when you close the blinds going upward, you said you only closed them a little bit.
No, I closed them where I could just see the light a little bit.
That's
No,
not- okay.
I didn't close them a little bit. I closed them good where I could just see light. You know what I'm saying?
What light?
I mean, I could see.
The light in the parking lot from the.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay.
that's the only reason that it was like that. You know. But
Did you see any shadows or silhouettes outside the window? Because if if you can see a little bit of light there, I
I didn't see. I didn't see nothing. I didn't see nothing.
you didn't see any
I
silhouettes.
see movement. And yeah. I still see movement.
Where'd you see the movement coming from?
I just
What
seen
direction?
like you
What
said,
direction?
shadow. I just seen shadows.
Okay, but where was it at?
It was just like I seen shadows. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I didn't see exactly where. It's like I seen shadows.
Was it in front of the window? That's what I'm asking.
I don't know where it was at. It's just like I seen shadows. And like I said,
Were they inside your bedroom?
Yeah, I see shadows. I saw shadows, but I didn't know.
Inside your bedroom?
Yeah, I seen like movement. You know, when I started shooting,
Like where you were
it could
sleeping?
have been the blinds.
No. You saw shadows in the room where you were sleeping?
Yeah, when I stood up, you know what I'm saying?
Like somebody was in the room with you?
No, like somebody was trying to get in.
On the outside?
Yeah, like when they broke the window, I thought it was those guys, but then I didn't hear anything. Anybody saying police?
Okay,
Search warrant.
maybe I need to ask that question again. When you saw shadows, this is your bedroom, right here. This is right here. No, I understand. I'm just using, this is your bedroom. And let's just say this is the window over here, okay? This. You're saying you saw shadows, and okay, let's just say this is your bed, and you're in the bed right here. You saying you saw shadows inside your room?
No, I said outside.
Okay, that's what I was asking. That's what I didn't understand.
Yeah.
So you see them out here?
Yeah, I didn't know who it was.
Okay.
Were they outside the window or are they more toward the patio, the sidewalk?
I don't know.
Well, I'm asking because I mean it would make sense if you saw the shadows toward the sidewalk. That's why you would be shooting in that direction.
No. I mean, only reason I shot in that direction is because I knew the sidewalk was that way. You know what I'm saying? I knew that's what person
What-
can't enter.
From the sidewalk?
Yeah, you know, it's my front door is that. You know, they come on the sidewalk and kind of kick your door in. You know what I'm saying? But when the window can't open, I thought they were trying to get through the window. And that's when I started firing through the window.
So why shoot toward the sidewalk if you thought?
Because I figured that's where, you know, they're trying to gain entry. That's where they'll be. You know what I'm saying? You know, so that's why I did that.
Okay.
Would they have had time once that window broke? Because you said you jumped up immediately.
I jumped up quick. You know, I grabbed the gun. I jumped up quick. You know, it was like I wasn't even woke yet. You know, that's how scared I was when I heard the window break.
You were that time in Texas?
No.
No.
You working? What is it about? What is it?
Depends on where you go. If you go to the Pulaski unit, you're probably gonna have some issues. I think it's the Pulaski unit. That's the name Pulaski.
What is that mean?
That's death row.
Oh,
That's where death row is. The Pulaski unit. And they have some other, hardcore, maximum security prisons. They don't call them super max because all of them, depending on which one you go to, they're pretty damn max.
I mean, why would I have a problem?
What do you mean?
Why would I have a problem?
I
They
guess-
follow you.
I guess anybody that goes to prison will have a few problems, Problems as in, you labeled you'd be labeled a cop killer, obviously, and you ain't gonna stay out of trouble.
Yeah, I will. Yes, I will. Because I'm not that person. You know, I'm not the type of person that have problems with the officers or nothing like that. I'm the type of person in my cell. I don't get in there. I don't talk to people. I don't be on the door talking. I'm in my cell and I'm just doing me. I'm not in there. I'm not trying to talk to nobody, be nobody's friend or nothing like that. So I wouldn't be that type of person.
Say a prayer when you go back to your cell tonight. What's say a prayer for that family?
Families.
There's quite a few.
Somebody else got shot?
I told you that.
She told you 4 people.
All of them died?
I didn't say that.
So this is like, damn, dude.
I know.
And you down here in the South, from Chicago, and they shot 4 officers. Dude, people don't do nothing down here but go hunting and fishing. You know, have barbecues, play 42. If you know what 42 is. Okay, well you can play 42 with dominoes.
No, y'all can play no.
Well, no, it's a 42 with dominoes.
Yeah.
Use dominoes to play 42.
Yeah.
That's a prison thing. I'm surprised you don't know that.
Yeah.
But anyway, well, maybe it's a Texas prison thing.
I do not
Damn,
believe
dude.
this, man. I don't believe this, man. I do not believe this.
Well, we're not sitting here just bullshitting though. Just want you to know that, man.
I know, man. I know, man. Here's my life, man. Gone down the drain.
So that's why when you go back in your cell, if you can think of anything, details, because nobody. Once we walk out of this room, I'm not gonna say it's gonna be too late. But damn, dude, ain't nobody gonna wait around for you to tell the entire story that the evidence shows. Because your story has to match evidence.
What they say.
No, not what they say. What the evidence says.
What's there?
Yeah.
You know, it has to be some type of connection.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
It can't be like this.
Okay.
It just can't.
Right. And so, I mean,
So whatever details that you remember,
Or are leaving out?
just
I'm not.
okay.
I'm not leaving out anything.
Well, I'm just telling you.
It's gonna be short, and I would tell the judge I don't need a long trial. I would go in there and I would tell them the same thing I told you. Apologize to the family, and go on about my life. You know, I know, like you said, it's gonna be hard.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult. Anybody that go through all that, it's a difficult thing. But yeah, and would you give your life in return for this life?
I wouldn't have a choice.
No. I'm
I would,
not asking about choices.
Yeah.
I'm asking you, man to man from your heart. You know, this man had kids, quite a few of them. Would you give your life in return for his? I'm just asking.
I mean, it's a hard question to ask, man.
It's
hard.
tough.
It's hard, man, because I've never ever thought in a million years that this would be me. I'm not that person.
I get that, but now that you are that person,
And you're in this position.
I don't know what to do, man.
If God came down and said, Marvin, I will forgive all your sins, but you have to do this.
Mhm.
You have to give up your life for this man.
I wouldn't have no choice but to do it. It wouldn't even be in my category of thinking. And right now, I understand all that. But like I said, it's like it wasn't intentionally.
but that don't make it okay, Mark.
And it don't, and I'm not saying it does. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't intentionally. I didn't fire out that window with intention on hitting the officer or killing the officer, none of that.
I get it.
Mhm.
Okay. But, and like I told you, it doesn't matter who's standing outside that window. It matters to me because it was a cop. But in reality, in the law, it doesn't matter who's standing outside this window.
Mm-hmm.
When you fired out of that window
Capital murder.
with intention to hit somebody,
Capital murder.
it's capital murder. It's definitely capital murder because it's the police standing outside your window. Who,
Could have been the newspaper boy, it'd still be capital murder.
and you got all these people surrounding your house that are yelling to the top of their lungs what she said, and people to the left of you, people to the right of you, and people across the street diagonal, directly across the street and diagonal to the left, all say they heard it. Now, you say you didn't, and I'm not gonna try to make you say you did, because at this point,
What difference at this point does
it
it make?
doesn't make, because you got a cop dead. And these folks say they heard it. They say they heard the gunfire. They even talk about hearing when they tell you to get on the ground from the back door back here.
Yeah, that's what he told me.
Yeah.
And that's the first time I heard anything. I was zooted out when I thought they came. When I would have broke, I got up and just start firing.
I was a little confused when y'all were talking about the recliner.
Yeah.
Was in front of the door.
Yeah,
Why did you put that there?
because those guys was out there. I thought they was trying to get in.
And when did you put that in front of the door? When you said you got back, you went to bed
Yeah.
about 3:30. So I guess between 250 and 330. At what point did you put the recliner by the
I don't
door?
know the exact time, but I did.
No, just when. Did you do it before
Yeah.
you went to bed, or did you do it when you first got in the house?
I don't know what I did. I just know I did it. I don't know the exact time.
No, I'm not asking you the exact time.
Yeah, I did it. I know I put it there. You know what I'm
Yeah, but
saying?
when? When you first walked in the door, or
I don't
right
know.
before?
I don't know when. I don't know when, but I know I did. You know what I'm saying? Because I got in the door, sure it was arguing. So I don't know when I did it, but I know I did it because it was there. That's a fact. You know, that's a fact.
You think she would lie on you?
No, I don't think so.
You think she would lie for you?
No, she's not that type of person. She's she's a law enforcement type person. You know, she's not gonna sit there and lie for me or nothing. You know, she's gonna say what it is and that's it. She has no reason to lie. You know, not for me. You know what I'm saying? I told the police that she shot the gun, so why should she even say anything in my defense? You know what I'm saying? She has a 14-year-old at home right there, don't know where her mom is. You know what I'm saying? They could be charged with capital murder. It had nothing to do with it. You know what I'm saying? Nothing. And she broke up. 51 years old. Broke up. You know, she's real fatigued and agile, and she's messed up.
Mm-hmm.
She might be messed up for the rest of her life.
Could be.
you
Most
know?
probably is, mentally for sure.
Yeah. She probably won't come back from this. You know, she's being locked in that room right now, cold air, no blanket. She gets cold, hot. So I know she's in there freezing.
No, she's not in there. You heard him. You heard him say they're taking her to the hospital.
Yeah. I just hope
And
she's
she'd been there all day
Yeah,
prior to that, so yeah.
man. I don't know, man. Well, you know, this is like this, you guys. I mean, you trying to you want me to remember more details.
Just try to. If you can't, you can't.
And I'm just telling you, the people around, they might have heard it, and they might have. But like I said, I was asleep. I didn't hear nothing but the window bust. And that was it. And if I would have heard them say police search warrant, I wouldn't have fired my gun. You know what I'm saying? I would have went in there and told Shirley the police out there, get up. And I would have came to the door, moved the recliner, and opened the door. You know, that's what I would have done. You know, I would have did the honorable thing.
I would hope so.
Yeah, I
But
wouldn't.
that's not what happened.
I know, but I'm telling you, if I would have heard them say police, search warrant, what I would have did is when I woke Shirley up, said the police out there, they can get up. Came to the door, moved the recliner, and opened the door.
You do you have a problem with women? I just find it intriguing
Mm-hmm.
that the former leader of the Black Gangster Disciples would allow a petite woman to tell him, we're staying here tonight.
No, she just.
I would have been like, no, the fuck, we ain't staying here.
Man, she might be petite, man, but she got so much. You know, she got so much fire, man. You know, her mouth, man. You know, I mean, I told her, I said, I don't want you saying, well, I'm staying here anyway. I'm staying here anyway. I'll see you in the morning. You know, and I can't go grab her because she's gonna fight and bite and kick and all that. So you know.
So why don't you leave?
Huh? No, I wasn't there.
How come you just didn't
The
say?
reason why I came back.
How come you just didn't say? You know what? I've already told you these folks gonna kick the door in.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay somewhere else because
Yeah.
I'm paranoid. And I don't want to.
Right, that's what I said. Yeah.
I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah, that's
I'm asking you.
and you know the reason why I didn't do that?
Well,
Because my conscience got to bother me. I said, well, I don't want her to be in there by herself and someone kick the door open and hurt her. But I should have thought like that.
but it was okay for the police to go hurt her.
No, I mean, because, what I'm basically saying is when I found out it was cops out there and he got putting that gun to my head, telling me that he's going to kill me and this and that, I would just say anything, the first thing came to my man. He said, who should the shooting? Did you do the shooting? I said, no. I said, who's in there? Who did the shooting? I said, my old lady's in there. She might have did it. You know, but I did that because I was scared. You know what I mean? You know, And that's the only reason why I said that.
But I want to be clear
Mm-hmm.
because I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Right.
But this is what it sounds like to me.
Mm-hmm.
You came back because your conscience
Well,
said, "Hold on,
yeah.
I'll let you say your piece,"
Uh-huh.
because you didn't want her to get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
But then after the police put you on the ground and asked you who did the shooting because they said they're gonna kill you,
Mm-hmm.
you said it was her.
Yeah.
But you didn't want her to get hurt, which is why you came back.
Yeah. I didn't think.
But
they
it's
could.
okay.
But they could have.
You don't think they were gonna hurt her, but you thought they were gonna hurt you?
I didn't think they.
Who did the shooting, motherfucker? Who did the shooting?
Yeah, that's,
My old lady might
yeah,
have.
that's what I said.
I'll kill you right now, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Who did the
And-
shooting,
and
right?
yeah, that's what I said. I mean, yeah.
Right, so
And he had the gun to my
you
head.
don't think if you said she did the shooting, he go boom. You don't think that would
I
have.
thought I think if I was said me, I'd have got shot. I
But you
think
but you said to her, you don't think he'd have shot her?
no, I didn't think that. That's what my mind was thinking that they would hurt her.
You think they'd shot you?
Hell yeah. If I was, I
Why
think
would
the
they
way-
shoot you and
listen,
not her
the
if
way-
they thought she was the
Look,
shooter?
look. What they said.
The
was
shooter's a
this.
shooter.
Well, but what they said is this: if I would have told him, I believe it's in my mind. If I'd have told him I did the shoot, I think I'd have been dead. You know, and that's the only reason why I diverted and said her. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because the way they were on me, man. They were on me. And they were ready to let it off any time. And when whoever the other guys were, they was holding that one guy off. You know what I'm saying? The one that kept putting the gun on my back, those other guys was holding them off. Because he was ready to let me have it. And that's why I said her. And he was going to let me have it. And so that's the only reason I said her, out of fear. And that's the truth. It's, I'm keeping it all the way real. That's the only reason I said her.
I will never understand
Mm-hmm.
why you leave a gun in your bedroom.
Oh, if I had a gun when I came to that back door, I'd have been dead. I didn't know it was the police, but it's a good thing I did leave it in the bedroom.
No,
Because if I came to that door with a gun, I'd have been dead.
just
And
like
I didn't know that was the police. And if I came to that door with a gun in my hand, I'd have been dead.
yeah.
And I didn't know that it was the police. And when I opened the door, you see I didn't have a gun.
No, I know.
You know what I'm saying?
I know.
But if I
A
came
lot
to
of
that door,
restraint by the police. The police always has to follow the Constitution for some reason. Sometimes that's just terrible. But you're absolutely right. If you went to that door with a gun,
yeah. But I didn't know it was the police.
he'd have flat blasted your
Yeah,
ass.
yeah, and I know that.
I know you know.
Yeah.
I know.
But I didn't know it was the police. You know what I mean?
Which makes the argument you did know it was police, that's why you left the gun in the room so you wouldn't get shot.
No.
Works both ways, man.
No, that wasn't what it was. What it was I didn't know who was out there. I didn't hear them say police search one. All I heard is the window break. And I thought people were trying to get in and get me. And that was it. That's the bottom line.
Drink your water up, man. We don't want to waste that good water.
I might take this out. I got the sound in here. Can I take it?
I don't know.
Yeah, they won't say nothing. Pour this in here. I got the sound.
Okay.
So I'm gonna be here for you guys coming back. That's it. This concludes it.
Well, none less.
You were who's the detectives?
Who's you've been talking to?
So you
I
guys.
told you that this morning.
Okay. Well, I kept it real with y'all, man.
Not real enough, but go ahead.
The jury deliberated for a full 30 minutes before sentencing Marvin Guy to life in prison for the fatal 2014 shooting of Killeen Police Detective Charles Dinwiddle during the execution of a no-knock warrant.